Hi guys, welcome to Hit Point In. My name's Raval. Today I'm going to be creating and discussing and presenting a in-depth guide on Starsector. This guide is for the new players. I'm going to be explaining the basics of the game because this game has a reputation of having quite a steep learning curve, all the way to advanced tactics and solutions to different problems and how to handle them. So there's a little bit for everything. We're going to start off with the basics of the game, practically what you're seeing, explaining the UI, and then explaining the combat and how to equip ships, all the way to how to make money, how to progress through the game, what to do, because one of the major problems that players tend to meet in this game is just not knowing or not understanding what to do next or where to start from. I probably am not gonna make a ship-to-ship discussion. That video is gonna be for another time. If I'm gonna be doing a ship-to-ship discussion, this is gonna take all day. So, I'm just gonna start off with the basics, how to start a new game, and what you're gonna be seeing, practically the character screen, and then I'm gonna explain the UI as we go through it. So first off, I'm gonna say this: do the tutorial. Do go through the tutorial. The tutorial of the game is quite good, quite in depth, and it's gonna explain most of the thingamajigs that you'll want to know. Practically, you could skip the basics part of this guide by doing the tutorials. But yeah, do go through them. If you want to go further in depth, also go through the missions. And we're actually going to return to the missions because there's something interesting here that you can play around with. But for now, I'm just going to show you the game. We're going to go new game. You can choose your avatar by clicking on the image right there. Generate a new name. Iron Man mode will mean that you will not be able to manually save. And help pop-ups will simply show you some extra tutorials on the interface while you're going through the game. We're going to deactivate those for now because we don't need them. Good. Sector age will modify the types of planets you're going to be seeing and finding in the galaxy. So for example, a young sector age will have hotter stars, more planets, more mineral resources, but fewer habitable worlds. So worlds that will be capable of generating food for you and sustain a fast-growing population. Average will have a balanced mix of the two. Old will have cooler stars, less resources, but more habitable planets, so more worlds that will be able to produce food for you. Also, those will be your money worlds, but we're going to get into depth with that a little bit later. Mix will be just random. I usually like going with average, but mix is also interesting, especially with a few mods. Sector size, if it's going to be a small map or if it's going to be a normal size map, I recommend that you go with the normal size because there's going to be more space and more goodies for you to find. Good. Let's continue. Then you're going to be reaching a screen where you need to decide what you're going to be starting with. Bounty Hunter commanding a Wolf-class frigate. You're just going to have one Wolf-class frigate. That's quite a kind of difficult start. I would probably say go with the Wayfarer-class combat freighter because this is a ship that you're capable of defending yourself with and also haul some luggage. And it's also going to be a good support ship as you're going through. Explore leading a salvage expedition from aboard an Apogee-class cruiser. So the cruiser is the second largest category ship in the game. The Apogee-class cruiser is quite a beast of a ship, and it's going to give you a hefty head start, but it's not a pure combat ship, so it will have, and it also has this asymmetrical side. I'm going to go into further details later. Mercenary leading a small force from aboard a Hammerhead-class destroyer. I think this is the safest start for any player, and for a beginner player, definitely, because it's going to give you access to a powerful and a stable and a balanced destroyer ship. Hello, Willie Wilson. The Hammerhead is, I think, the most beginner-friendly ship in Starsector. So starting off with that will give you a good, nice start. Starting off with that will give you a nice start. Okay. We'll give you a good, easier time. Okay, a freelancer doing whatever jobs you've been able to find. A randomized start. Randomized collection of ships, slightly weaker overall than either of the faster start options, but roughly in the same category. Okay, let's just go with leading a small mercenary force aboard a Hammerhead. Good. Then you selected the difficulty options. So easy mode, your ships take 25% less damage. Sensor raise increased by 500 units, so you see further with your fleet without having a specialized ship. And salvage is increased by 50%, so it's easier to find supplies and fuel for your fleets. I do recommend that you just go right off the bat with normal. It's not a difficult game. Again, go with the tutorial. The tutorial is scripted. It offers you a prologue to the game's story, and it's well made. And it also will give you a few extra ships that you're going to start off with. So doing the tutorial of the base game with no mods will give you quite the head start. But we're going to skip on this, and then we reach the character screen. Now, this is going to be, with the latest iteration of the video game, you're going to be putting points from left to right, and you're going to be unlocking the extra tiers by having at least 4 lower tiers, or at least 3 lower tiers, or at least 1, and so on and so forth. Combat involves abilities that will affect directly your ship and none other. It's all usually builds that go with combat sets with a red line are called selfish builds, literally called selfish build, because you're only powering up your own piloted ship, your flagship of the fleet. Leadership, the green line has a lot of things that affected the entirety of the fleet. If you want to go for more officers, if you want to go for more specialized crews or carrier focus, you go with the green line. The blue line technology is all about some support abilities and also specializing into energy and high-tech ships. And then in industry, again, a lot of support abilities. We're going to go in depth into each one of them a little bit later on. But what you need to know at the beginning of the game is you have 15 levels, so you can reach level 15. And you're going to be having 15 points. So we're going to be having 15 of these. You can't select both in one of these tiers. You can only select one. Select the next, keep on going, and then once you select a skill in the final tier, you can go all the way back and select the other one again. So that's how these work. And what I would recommend as a beginner character, and this is actually my favorite build, is usually go technology, industry, and then the rest into leadership. But again, I'm going to go more in depth when I recommend builds. Alright, let's start the game. And also, when I recommend builds, we're going to go through each and every one of them, and we're going to discuss them, because these are also the skills that will go on your officers. So you're not the only character in the game. You will have other ships that are commanded by officers, and these officers will be gaining some of these abilities. Not all of them. They will mostly be gaining from combat, either gunnery implants or energy mastery, and they'll also be getting either ordnance or polarized armor. I don't think they can get anything else besides that. But yeah. Alright, I'm usually when I start off with the level 1, I usually like to get navigation, because I prefer a smuggler gameplay style. But again, we're going to be discussing that later. We're going to go in depth. Now, let's get past this part. Let's get into the game and check the UI that we're going to see, the user interface that you're going to be facing right off the bat. Speaking of right off the bat, as soon as you get into the game, please press space so the game pauses. Pressing space will pause the game. No worries. Now, we are in the Corvus star system. With the base game, you'll always start in the core of a star system. The tutorial actually takes place in the core of a star system. Hey, Cobra. What are we seeing right now? We're seeing kind of a bird's eye view, a world map view, a similar viewpoint as in Civilizations or in Mountain Blade Warband. In the center, your camera is locked on your fleet. If you right-click, you detach the camera, but the camera will never go further beyond your party point. To see the entirety of the system, you press Tab. This is going to take you to the map of the system. Okay, we're going to get to the map as well in a bit. First, let's just get this stuff out of the way. To maintain yourself in the air, you will have to maintain your ships, and these ships take supplies. We're going to talk about this part. This is practically your status on the fleet. It's your money, your credits, you know, the regular currency that you find in sci-fi video games, or in sci-fi media in general. The supplies that you currently have, you'll also be able to check your supplies by going into the inventory. And then the amount of supplies that you're consuming per day. Everything is going into ship maintenance. To further go into depth to understand why you're utilizing 1.7, 1.2 supplies, it runs it up. You can go inside your fleet screen and then go on the question mark icon, and it's going to show you that, for example, the Hammerhead has a maintenance of 10 supplies per month. So the total sum of the maintenance supplies per month gets divided to 30 days, thus it's going to be giving you exactly the amount of supplies being consumed. Now, the supply usage will go up and down depending on how damaged the fleet is, because besides supply usage on maintenance, you will also utilize supplies on repairing the ship's armor and hull. But we're going to get to that once we get to the fleet screen and when we're talking about individual ships. Under the supplies bar, you'll see your fuel gauge, your fuel capacity. Now, you do not utilize fuel inside systems, but to travel between systems, you have to utilize fuel. So while you're in hyperspace, you will need fuel. And the fuel consumption, again, each individual ship has a certain amount of fuel consumption, and you're going to be able to, the grand total of the fuel consumption is calculated over there. You're going to be able to see exactly what the fuel consumption is per light year, and then a light year, to understand how long it is, a light year is one of these boxes right here. If I remember correctly, I think that's it. No, it's 1.5 light years. What was the... There it is. Okay. There's the scale. So as you zoom in, you're going to be able to see one of those bars is going to be 2 light years. Practically the distance from here to here on the map is 12 light years, and so on and so forth. So for each one of those light years, you're going to be consuming a certain amount of fuel. Okay. Under that, you'll be able to see the burn level. This is the speed of the fleet. Again, each individual ship has a maximum amount of speed. If you press F1, you're going to be able to see the exact speed of the fleet. In hyperspace, you can actually double this number by utilizing the sustain burn. And the maximum amount of speed is always the double amount of your slowest ship. So in our current case, let's have a look-see. My slowest ship is either the Hammerhead or the Drover or the Dram. It's at 9, so I'm going to have a maximum speed of 18. The fleet will always stay together. You can further increase this by certain abilities within the character screen, or by augmenting the ship's drive, or by just having fast ships and disregarding or not touching the slower ones. Usually, if you can get a 16, 18, that's fine, but try not to go under 16. Yes, I am doing a guide for YouTube. Okay, under that, we'll show you the average combat readiness of your fleet. Now, the combat readiness will be something that we're going to be discussing once we get to the ships. But it's going to give you the idea of how ready you are to take on another fleet. With certain abilities, you can bring this further up at 100. Okay, then we got sensor range and sensor profile. Now, the sensor range is how far you can see. The sensor profile is how far can other fleets start seeing you. So, for example, this guy right here, we can see all the... So this is another fleet. This is a hegemony fleet. This guy right here is within sensor range because we can see all of the details of the fleet itself. It's friendly, it's loading organics, food and marines, at Jangala, and it's probably going to travel somewhere far away. We can even see its maximum burn, and we can also see the ship composition. Now, to understand if you can take on this fleet, you can look at the dangers, at the stars down there in the bottom left, but eventually you're going to be familiar with all of the ship types, and you're going to be able to have a better judgment if you can take on that fleet or not, or if you need to ignore it, if you need to run away from it. But again, let's not skip. Practically, I just wanted to explain the the tooltip right here. Okay, now further away, if we go further away from that fleet, eventually we're not going to be able to see it anymore. So it's going to be outside of our... There we go. It's outside of our sensor range. They can still see us because of our sensor profile. Because the sensor profile is actually calculated by, again, each ship has its individual sensor profile. And then we also have an increased sensor profile because of our transponder, which we're going to be discussing in a bit. Consider the transponder, in short, to be a driver's license. Okay, then further here, fleet-wide hull and armor status, health. The overall health of your fleet. Okay, and then fleet repairs, all ships are fully repaired. Over here it's going to tell you, I think, the amount of time that it takes for the fleet to be completely repaired after a battle. To be back at full strength. Okay, that's fluff. Then we got the bar of abilities. We'll take it from the left to the right. I'm going to explain what they do. But again, we have the transponder. A lot of factions want to know who they're dealing with, so they will ask you to have your transponder on in their system. You can have your transponder off, which is going to make your sensor profile go down by 1,000 units, so it's going to make you stealthier, it's going to make you harder to detect by other fleets, but if you are detected by faction fleets, they will chase you, patrols will chase you down, and they will inspect your cargo to try to find contraband, and they will ask you to activate your transponder on, or else they will literally start shooting on you and engage in combat. You know, if they're capable of taking you on. Now, the second ability is Go Dark. This will further reduce your sensor profile by 50%. So practically from a 570 sensor profile, it's going to go down all the way to 290. I think that's the... If my math is it? Probably not correct. 285. Blah. Half. You can't have the transponder on and go dark at the same time. If you go dark, your transponder will automatically deactivate. There is a little bit of an interaction inside the system. For example, if you go inside a asteroid field, you can pass through these. But if you're too fast, you're gonna hit asteroids, and the impact of the asteroids can damage your ships, or they might tickle. But holding orbit inside the asteroid field decreases our sensor profile drastically, and this is a safe location where you can deactivate your transponder and start going dark. You see that circle? Practically that's the detection range of the fleet. As long as we're outside of that detection range, that circle, the fleet will not be able to see us. Okay, so I need to wait for this guy to move away, and now I went dark. My sensor profile is a measly 71, and if I break orbit and go outside, it's gonna shoot up to around 285. There we go. Nice. Okay, but for now, we want to have our transponder on. We don't want to hide. We're not smuggling. Why would you want to have your? Why would you want to go dark? Is to run away from a fleet or to do smuggling and underhanded shittery. Okay, but we're gonna go further into details afterwards. Now, active sensor burst. This is when you want to explore and detect and find new things in a system, or to track down a fleet. The sensor burst will slow you down, so will bring you to a halt, and it will, I think, increases your sensor range by 3,000 units. So it's a flat amount, but the downside is you're also giving away the position of your fleet. So the moment you do an active sensor burst, everybody and their mother's dog in the system will know that you're there. So smuggling stuff with doing a active sensor burst don't go hand in hand. It's a bad idea. It's giving away your position. Okay, then we got emergency burn. This is a increase the maximum level burn by 8. Reduces sensor range, increases at which the fleet can be detected. Practically, this is a oh shit button, a situation where you have to gain as much speed as possible to run away from a fleet or to chase down a fleet. But do keep in mind that this will cause a little bit of combat readiness decrease to your fleet, so only use it for emergencies, only when you know that you want to get the hell away from wherever is following you, or when you just can't catch that enemy. Now, speaking of catching enemies, we're going to have sustained burn. Now, sustained burn will double the speed of your fleet. This is the system that you can keep on permanently, and it's going to give you directional speed quite a bit. As I said, currently it's going all the way up to 20. Even though I have a maximum ship speed of 9, because I have the navigation skill, I can go all the way to 20. The problem with this is you can't really make sharp turns. You see, I'm trying to click here, the fleet is slowly turning around, and it's going to take a while. So practically, if you want to make sharp turns, deactivate sustained burn, click somewhere, reactivate it. Deactivate sustained burn, click somewhere, reactivate it, to get things going. All right. Now, perfect. There's a salvage field after a battle. A lot of debris and salvage remains from the destroyed ships. Your 6 button is the scavenge ability. So you go into these scavenge cloud, you click scavenge, and it's going to take you to a screen where you can assess the situation. It'll take into consideration the amount of crew you have, the amount of heavy machinery you have in your inventory, and the amount of ships that are specialized for salvaging missions, like salvaging rigs. For example, here, there's a 54% chance that... so the effectiveness of the scavenge is 54%. The higher this is, the more loot I'm going to be finding in this location. But this 54% also means there's a 54% chance that there's going to be an accident that will happen during the salvage. So let's begin salvage operations. An accident did occur, which caused the loss of 4 heavy machinery from my inventory. Hopefully we're going to get it back. And we got 2 supplies, which, as I said, are utilized to maintain your fleet in combat condition. 4 units of fuel, which is, again, utilized to traverse from system to system. Now, this is also used to bombard planets, but we're going to get to that. This is the heavy machinery used for surveying planets and salvaging, and then metals, which is used for shipbuilding, but only planets will be able to utilize that. So it's practically just a byproduct of combat that you're going to be selling at colonies a lot. There we go. There's also a derelict ship over there. We're going to be talking about that one in a bit. Let's go to the next button. Interdiction Pulse. Now, the Interdiction Pulse will cause a pulse, a area of effect ability that will stop any fleet caught within that pulse, within that ring. The Interdiction Pulse will cause the ship to not be able to go into emergency burn or sustained burn, so they're going to slow down significantly, where you're going to be able to catch them. I'm sad to say that I don't use Interdiction Pulse at all. There are really no situations where I found this useful. Usually I would just catch up to a fleet utilizing sustained burn or emergency burn in case of emergencies. Alright, then we have Transverse Jump. Now, Transverse Jump is an ability that you can only get if you either do the story or if you get navigation. Navigation will cause us to transverse jump. To jump out of the system, you usually have to utilize these jump points, these purple portal looking things on the map. But a transverse jump will allow you to teleport or go into hyperspace or jump to hyperspace from any point inside the system, and will also allow you to jump inside a system from any nascent gravity well. I'll show you. I'm going to be activating the transverse jump. This will cause some fuel. This will cost some fuel and supplies for you to jump out, but I think it will not cost any supplies to jump back in. So now we're in hyperspace. This is a system. That's another system. To go from here to there, I'm going to be utilizing fuel. To enter a system, you're going to be going through these gravity wells. Practically either through portals or through giant planets. So, for example, this planet right here, the Duzak, the Akamanyu gas giant, I think it's a gas giant, is big enough for you to park inside. But having the transverse jump ability will also allow you to jump directly to nascent gravity wells. This is also a way for you to tell if there's extra stuff inside a star system. So I just click on transverse jump. It's only going to consume some fuel, and it's going to jump me back in here. There you go. Back near Jingala. So that nascent gravity well is Jingala. Okay. Next up, last one, Distress Call. Now, the Distress Call is if you remain out of fuel and you can't go into hyperspace, you have to activate your Distress Call so somebody can come in to help you out. Now, the Distress Call can either bring in a merchant that's gonna trade some fuel to you for supplies or for other goods, or it's gonna be a pirate fleet that's going to try to kill you, but hey, you destroying that pirate fleet will most likely yield enough fuel for you to get the hell out of there. It's usually a good idea to not get into a situation to utilize the Distress Call. I think I had to utilize it around 3 times. Once on stream. But yeah, that would be the idea. You can also have multiple bars, but just 1 bar of abilities should suffice. Okay, on the bottom right corner, you got a little bit of a mini-map that you can see. In the top left corner, you're going to be able to see the date and cycle. As you're going through the game, you'll see a little bar build up. Once that bar fills up, that means a day has passed. You'll see it in a sec. From March 16th to March 17th. So a day has passed simply by me doing that little semicircle going all the way back to Jingala. Okay. I think it's time for us to discuss... Oh, right. Let's go check that Wayfarer class combat freighter right there. There we go. Explore. We begin the salvage of this freighter. Our resource recovery effectiveness is 100%. We find supplies, fuel, heavy machinery, and metal. We take it all in our inventory, and we move on. Sometimes you'll be able to recover the ship itself. Okay, now let's go through each and every button, starting with character screen, and also this way we're going to go through every ability. Buckle up, people. We're doing character abilities and character builds. So let's start off with top to bottom. Yeah, sure. Let's go top to bottom. So, wait a sec. Maybe I shouldn't do this yet. I shouldn't do this yet because some of the terminologies over here will not be familiar for you until I explain to you ship abilities and fleet abilities and stuff like that. And just terminologies on the ships themselves. So yeah, for example, flux or flux dissipation. I need to explain that first so you guys can get it. So we're going to go with the character in a sec. Let's go to the fleet screen, the second button. Now, in the fleet screen, it will show you your fleet, your current fleet composition. These are all of the ships that we start off with. We have the Hammerhead that I'm currently flying. We have a, I think this is a drover that currently has a officer, and then 3 other frigates. Well, 2 frigates and a support ship. Over here on the left side, you're going to be able to see the supplies needed to bring your ship to full condition. Currently, our ship is at full condition, mint condition, so we don't have to. This is 0. You can also suspend all repairs in case you're running low on supplies and you really just want to have that minimum of maintenance to keep you going. You can suspend all repairs, but you would only do that in case of emergencies. You also have a auto-assign idle officer, but you'll usually take care of your officers quite a bit. Okay, now looking at the UI over here, you're going to be able to find some different types of information. The ship's name, if it's manned, so this is currently the flagship, how many demods it has, so how many negative perks the ship has. So currently this ship has 1 demod, 1 negative perk. It's not in complete mint pristine condition. Then you have multiple buttons over here that'll either give you more information or let's see what they do. So the question mark will give you the full details of this ship, and we're going to be going through those once I go into in-depth on how to re-equip a ship. But all of the information is there. You have scuttle. So in case of emergencies, in case you no longer need a ship, you can scuttle it. You can destroy the ship, and it's going to give you some supplies, some fuel, and some heavy machinery back. It will always depend on the condition of the ship, size of the ship, and type of the ship. So for example, a frigate lasher will give you less than if you scuttle a hammerhead. When would you like to scuttle? In case of emergencies or when you don't need that ship anymore. Mothball. So mothballing a ship, let's see, can't be used in combat or repaired and did not provide any fuel. Okay, so practically, I just wanted to read the tooltip so I remember exactly what it does so I don't give you false information. Mothballing a ship will result in stripping down the combat readiness and just having a skeleton crew on that ship. Well, what does this mean? It also means that you don't have to maintain it anymore. You're practically tugging the ship around. You're pulling it around with the other ships with the idea of equipping it at a station. So for example, I currently have enough supplies and fuel to maintain my fleet, but I find a capital ship, a capital size ship, the big boy ship. I sadly do not have enough supplies and fuel to maintain that ship and take it back to the station. So what do? I mothball it. I mothball it so it doesn't cost me anything to tug it back to the station, but that means I won't be able to utilize it in combat. Again, this is a good way. You will be utilizing that button when you just don't need that ship in the fleet right now, but you still want to tug it, you still want to bring it with you somewhere. Okay, Next button, suspend repairs and recovery. So for example, you are running low on supplies. You want to save as many supplies as you can, but you know you're going to be getting into a fight. You know you're going to be getting into a fight. You are in the star system, and you know that you won't be needing your support ships for combat, or you know that you're not going to be utilizing, for example, I'm not going to be utilizing this a Centurion class frigate. I'm not going to be utilizing it in combat, so I can suspend the repairs on it. I can just put it to the side and repair it later. I just need the hammerhead and the drover for the next fight. So again, if you want to micromanage your supplies, I'm going to be honest with you, I never utilize the suspend all repairs and suspend repairs of individual ships, because I make sure that I have enough supplies on me at all times. It's rare occasions where I run out, and yeah. Okay, then we got refit. So the refit button will practically take you to the refit screen, this one, and we're going to go to it in a bit. What else can you find over here in the fleet section? Combat readiness of each individual ship. Combat readiness can go up depending if it has an officer or not, and if those officers have a certain special ability. And then if you press F1, it'll also show you what are the modifiers for the combat readiness. So 70% is standard. If you have above 70%, the ship will have some bonus stats. It will be faster, it will be more resistant to damage, it will have better auto-fire accuracy, and so on and forth. Practically, having a ship above combat readiness 70 will make that ship overperform. It's going to be better at everything it does. Problem is, the other way around, the reverse, it also applies. So if it's under 70% combat readiness, the ship's systems will start to degrade. Slowly, it will start malfunctioning even in combat. By the time it's around 40 to 30% combat readiness, it's time for that ship to leave the battlefield. Combat readiness degrades as battles progress. It's kind of a safe-way system, so people just don't spam capital ships and just have them permanently on the battlefield. Because you can find some very overpowered ships, but they have very fast degrading combat readiness, so they're balanced out that way. You can stall the enemy's high-tech ships, so their combat readiness starts degrading, their systems on their ships start malfunctioning, their guns can't shoot anymore, and then they're sitting ducks, and you can take them out. And that's a strategy that you would employ. Under it, you'll see the hull and the armor, which I'm gonna be discussing again further in depth during combat. And then between the two bars, you also see the supply consumption per day. So our hammerhead costs 0.3 supplies, the drover costs 0.5, and so on and so forth. Also, at a glance, if you start learning how weapons look, at a glance you can tell what type of equipment there are in that ship, what type of weapons are on that ship, but we'll be able to see that better in the refit screen. And also you'll be able to see fighters, fighter wings on the carriers. The drover, in this case, is a carrier. It has fighter wings on it. Now, one more thing that I need to talk about the fleet screen. The fleet screen changes a little bit if you go at a station, so at a station or at a planet. So for example, let's go to Jingala, and if I press F, it's now going to take me to the station market. Over here, we now have multiple tabs at the top. We also have storage. Practically, we still see our fleet, but now we can also buy and check out the fleet market on the station itself. And then we can buy the ships from the open market, from the hegemony military, if we are commissioned with the hegemony, or if we have high enough relations with them, or we can check out the ships on the black market. We can also check the ships in the storage, but you have to pay a little bit of a fee for that in case, and if you don't have your own colony. Okay, now let's get back out there. Well, since we're at Jengala, let's go into the refit screen, and I'm going to be explaining what's going on over here. Now, with the refit screen, we're practically going to get to the nitty-gritty of individual ships. And I'm going to start explaining what we're looking at right now. So, well, let's go with something... No, I guess the Hammerhead is the simplest design. So, first of all, this is the entirety of the Hammerhead. Front, center, backside. You'll be able to see the ships will always be facing northwards, upwards on the screen. Mousing over the ship will highlight the weapon slots of the ship. In this case, we have 2 medium slots, and then 4 small slots, and then 2 small missile slots on the front. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to explain the difference between all of them. Right-clicking on these will remove them. Any change that you make will be saved if you go to another ship. We can undo all changes by pressing the undo button. But I'm going to go through the UI first, and then we'll discuss about each and every little thing. Buckle up and grab something to drink. Okay. So, I think the best way to explain this is to show you guys combat a little bit. Yeah, I think this is the best way. Let's run a simulation. We are now in the simulator of the refit screen. We are now in combat. This is our ship. We move around by pressing up, which will accelerate the ship in one direction. It's going to keep on going in that direction. You don't have to hold down the W key. You can set the speed of the ship by pressing W and S. You'll see the exact speed of the ship in the bottom left, right here. Okay, to bring it to a halt, you hold down the C key, and it's going to stop. Alright, you can rotate the ship by pressing A and D. And you can already see the direction of the current weapons that we have selected. In the bottom left corner, I'm actually, since we're here, I'm going to be explaining the combat, and then we're going to explain the nitty-gritty of the ships, because I think that's easier to understand. In the lower left corner, you're going to be able to see the passives of the ship. You'll also be able to see the stats of the ship depending on the combat readiness of the ship. So, for example, right now, the combat readiness is standard, is at 70%, and you'll be able to see that there's peak active performance, and we're still going to have peak active performance for 360 seconds. After 360 seconds, the combat readiness of the ship will start going down. Over here, you're also going to be seeing the silhouette of the ship, and it's going to show you practically the armor coverage. As you're being hit on different parts of the ship, this green will start going dark gray. And once it's fully gray, that means there's no more armor on that side. So if you're getting hit on that side, it's hitting directly your hull. Which is a good segue to explain how a ship will survive. Enemy shoots at you. Projectiles hit the armor. If they go through the armor, they hit your hull. Think of the hull as the HP of the ship. If the hull number, this 4,200, reaches 0, the ship explodes. To stop projectiles from hitting you, you have that armor, but you also have shields. The shield is activated by pressing the right click. Now, shields, this is where flux comes in. You see there's flux, you see there's hull, this is where flux comes in. Having the shield active consumes flux, generates a certain amount of flux. You can think of flux as heat. Having the shield on generates heat. Shooting your guns generates heat. Filling up the flux bar will cause the ship to overheat and overload, which is going to cause the shields to go down and the guns to stop firing for a while. You're going to go into an overload state. Depending on the amount of damage that you receive when the bar peaked, the overload state will be longer or shorter. If you just received a teensy amount of damage, it's going to be a shorter overload. Okay. Currently, ships do have a passive flux dissipation. As you can see, our current flux dissipation is causing the flux it's causing the shields to maintain at 0. But if I start shooting, flux is going to go back up. And it's going to go back down depending on the amount of heat. You can also manually vent the heat by pressing X. Oh no, it's actually V, not X, my bad. Let me see if I can generate enough heat. No, I can't generate enough heat. I'm gonna make a enemy appear, because that's gonna cause me to generate enough heat. So an enemy's coming in. I'm gonna aim towards it. We're gonna start shooting it. I press the R key to target the enemy. Pressing the R key will give me more information on the enemy, but we'll first of all go through heat. Okay, so as you can see, we have a little bit of flux. Venting will cause the flux to go down faster. It's practically going to double your flux dissipation, but it will also deactivate your shields and stop your guns from firing. So think of it as a self-inflicted overload, but it's going to be much faster, and afterwards you're going to be able to fire again. So that's the idea. Try to cause the enemy, and actually this is a good moment to explain the UI on the ship itself. So make sure that your flux bar doesn't go overboard. If it does reach, big, if it's close to max, there we go, that's the expression. If it's close to maxing out, stop shooting, or get away from the enemy, or deactivate your shield. Usually, if you want to stop shooting completely on the ship, you press the X key, and that's going to cause all of the weapons to hold fire. Thus, no more flux will build up, and it will also strengthen the shields in the sense that the flux dissipation is not going to build up as fast, and you're going to be able to rely on the shields holding for a little while longer. But it's a good idea to start getting away from the enemy if the flux reaches critical conditions. Okay, right here, as you can see, you see the flux bar, you see your hull bar, your HP, and then you also see your combat readiness, 70%. Keep an eye on that. If it reaches around 30%, 40, I would say. 40 is a safe time to start thinking of retreating the ship from combat. But if it's starting to reach danger levels, weapons will start deactivating, malfunctioning on your ship, and also engines will start deactivating. So some parts of the engine will start going out, or a flame out will occur completely when the shield just goes out and you no longer have thrust and you just drift through space without being able to control your position. Okay, and then if it reaches combat readiness 0, all systems on the ship go offline, including shields. And that's, you're a sitting duck, your ship is going to get destroyed. There's no way around that. Unless you see ahead, you prep ahead, you see that it's at combat readiness 400, and you start telling the ship to retreat. You either use the retreat command or the direct retreat command, but I'm going to get to that in a bit. Okay, continuing with the tooltips, in the bottom left corner, you see the name, the type of hull that you have, and then you see the weapon groups. Now the weapon groups, you arrange them on your own in the refit screen. In this case, we have the heavy mortars on 1, we have the harpoon MRMs on 2, which are rockets, we have the railguns on 3, and then we have the PD lasers on 4. I'm going to be explaining what each one of these weapons do in a bit. You also can see if they're in linked mode or they're alternating. So for example, the heavy mortars, if they're in linked mode, so if I click, they'll both shoot at the same time. The harpoons are alternating, so if I click, one side will shoot, and then the other side will shoot, and then it's going to go back to the other one, and so on and so forth. That would be the idea. Also, you'll be able to see if they're in auto-fire mode or not. So, for example, currently the heavy mortars and the railguns are in auto-fire mode. They will shoot automatically if they have an enemy in their sight radius. This is a very good way of leaving the AI to shoot when it sees fit. So, for example, the AI knows to utilize weapons that are good against shields and will hold off on shooting the weapons that are good against armor, and they're not as effective on shields, and vice versa. When it comes to rockets, I recommend that you have them on manual fire, and you decide when to launch the rocket. Sadly, the AI is not that good at judging when a situation deems rockets are the option or not. Also, another reason why you want to have rockets on manual is because you usually have a limited amount of ammo when it comes to rockets. But we're gonna get that when we get there. Okay. And then in the bottom right, you're going to be able to see details on the weapon that you have selected. So, for example, the railgun, if I shoot it, it's going to show the charge time. On the heavy mortars, it's going to show the cooldown, so they can fire again. And then on the harpoons, it's going to show you how many harpoons you have left available. So in this case, I have 9 more harpoons. The enemy ship is within range, so I can launch it, but as you can see, its point defense weapons are shooting my harpoons out of the sky. In this case. Now, there is something that I need to mention. If you have a weapon on auto-fire, it will not fire if you have the weapon selected. So right now, I have the heavy mortar on auto-fire, but even if I get in range of the enemy ship, you'll see that it will not manually fire. They don't go off unless I click. So what do you want to do? If you want to have a good idea of positioning for your ship, you want to press 1, and then press a number that is not a weapon group. So in my case, 5. It's going to deselect the weapon, but it's still going to show the range of the weapon that I had selected. So now I know that I need to keep the enemy ship within this range, and that way we'll be able to fire, or the AI will know to fire. So what happened right there is we kept on firing. We applied enough pressure on the shield to cause the flux bar to max out. The ship went into an overload state. You can hear it by the electric sound. You can see the lightning going off on the ship itself. And that caused it to not be able to keep the shield up anymore, and it can't fire its guns. It can still fly away. The engines and propulsion system still works if you're in an overload state. If you want to flame the ship out, it's called a flame out state, where your engines on your ship are not working, you have to hit the engines themselves. So in this case, I would have to attack this flasher from the butt, from the back, hit it directly on its engines, and eventually that weapon will deactivate. Oh, sorry, those engines will deactivate. That's also the case with other systems like weapons themselves. If I receive multiple hits directly on this mortar right here, there's a high chance for that mortar to malfunction and go offline for a few seconds. And it won't be able to fire. Again, if I receive rockets on the butt, my engine is going to flame out, and I will drift through space for a little bit of time. Won't be able to accelerate, I won't be able to turn around. So right now, we're in overload state. The best thing that you can do is try to show the enemy the part of the ship that has the most armor until your overload state goes away. We walk away, we vent, and now we're ready for combat once more. All right, let's see. Right, the targeting system. So you can target any ship by mousing over it and then pressing R. This way, it will only give me more information. That's all. It will just give me more information, but it also does one more important thing. Your rockets, the ones that have a guidance system, will focus the ship that you have selected. They will always do this. If you have a friendly ship selected, it will focus the nearest enemy ship. Hey, Marty. So, for my harpoons to lock in on this lasher, I have to mouse over it and press R, and that's gonna target the ship itself. Besides that, it's also gonna give me information on the armor status of the ship. So, as you can see, the front side is grayed out, so that tells me that the front of the ship no longer has armor. So, as long as I hit the enemy ship from the front, I will be hitting its hull, and it will slowly deplete. And once that hull reaches 0, yeah, let's take it out. Once that hull reaches 0, the ship is gonna blow. I am. Okay, is there anything else that I need to... Yes, actually there is the F button, the special ability. All ships will usually, most of the times, around 90% of the time, will have a special ability that it's unique to that ship. In our case, it's the accelerated ammo feeder. That will cause my ship to be able to shoot faster for a certain amount of time. Right now, we literally just use it, so now it's on cooldown. If you look at the enemy, you'll see that the enemy... Okay. It's actually gonna die. But right now, you'll see it's in a ready state. I pressed F, and there's those little lights on the weapons themselves. That's also kind of a physical indication that the ability is on. If you see an enemy that has lit up guns like that, stay away from it. It has an accelerated ammo feeder. Some ships have limited uses, just have some charges on their special abilities. Some special abilities of ships are completely passive and you don't have to press anything. But it all depends on the ship. Okay. I think that's it. Right, in the top right corner, you'll be able to see deployment points. So the deployment points are the amount of ships. So each ship costs a certain amount of deployment points. For example, a hammerhead costs 10 deployment points. If I want to deploy it, I need to consume 10 deployment points. That's how it works. There's a limited amount of deployment points that you can have at all times on the battlefield. You can get back to those deployment points if your ship gets destroyed or if you retreated from combat. So you can rotate ships out of combat constantly to recycle those deployment points and keep the ships fresh. There we go. Ship is destroyed. Just the husk remains that's going to be floating in space. And it can be used as an obstacle. Okay. Then you also have command points. Those command points are utilized to give orders to the other ships in the strategic screen. You can access the strategy screen or the map by pressing the tab key during combat. And then the clean disengage. If you're fighting against overwhelming odds, if you destroy enough of the enemy's ships, the clean disengage bar will fill up and it's going to allow you to leave the battle early. So even if you get caught with your pants down by a more powerful fleet, if you inflict enough damage to the fleet, you're going to be able to run away. So that's the clean disengage button. In this case, we're in the simulator, so that's not the situation. Now, going to tab, you're going to be able to see 2 extra buttons, full assault and full retreat. This is practically a generalistic order of telling all of your ships to be hyper aggressive. Usually you'll use this button when you want to chase or clean up on the battlefield. And then a full retreat will tell all of your ships to retreat, disregarding the safety of their own health. So they will directly retreat, and the ships will always retreat to the south. Enemies will always retreat to the north. There are no exceptions to the situation. Sadly, if you use the full retreat option, and you have enemies on the south side of the map, your ships will disregard the enemies and they will try to fly through them, most likely getting killed. So be careful how you utilize that full retreat. Also, be careful how you utilize the full assault button, because that's going to cause the enemy to be hyper aggressive and disregard its own safety. Again, it's just for scenarios where usually the enemy won't fight back, as in when it's trying to run away, or when you're literally fighting floating cardboard, some hounds or something like that, that will be easily destroyed by your ships, by the superiority of your ships. Okay, still in the top right, we'll see the reinforcements button. So if you haven't deployed the entirety of your fleet, you either press G for George or reinforcements, and it's going to give you the reinforcements panel where you can bring in. I can bring in the drover, I can bring in my centurion, I can bring in my lasher, and I'm going to be consuming several deployment points. This is your deployment bar. If this fills up, if you reach 160, you won't be able to deploy more ships until either one of them gets destroyed or retreated from the battlefield. So deploy. Your ships are going to be appearing from the south side. Because of the simulator, they appear from here, but if you're in an active combat, they will come off the map into the battlefield. And let's go say hi to our ships. Hello, ships. There they are. And I guess this is a good moment to discuss the orders. Okay, so, like in any RTS, you can drag box, select any ship on this map. Not here. Practically, this is selfish mode. This is control only your flagship mode. But over here, you can control everyone. And this is where the command points come in. You can give orders to the ships depending on the amount of command points you have. So for example, I can tell this ship to go here by right-clicking, and that's going to consume one command point, but it's going to keep the command frequency open. So in this amount of time, so this bar is going to start decreasing, but in this amount of time, I can give as many orders as I want to the fleet, or I can cancel as many orders as I want. The game is pausable by pressing spacebar. For example, I want this particular location, waypoint delta, that I created by left-clicking. I want this particular location to be defended. And then you have some different buttons over here. For example, defend. And now all of the ships in the fleet will automatically try to defend that waypoint. Waypoint epsilon in this case. I no longer want that location defended. I can select it by clicking on it, and then I press the N key, the cancel button. I can also designate as a rally task force location. So for example, I can select these guys and I can right click on it, and now everybody's going to go there. I can also designate a location where civilian ships will gather up. So let's say you're trying to run away from a fleet, but you can still fight. You feel like you can still take the enemy on, but you don't want your civilian ships, your non-combat ships, in the way. So you create waypoint sigma, and then you click rally civilian craft. And all civilian ships, in this case we don't have civilian ships, but all civilian ships will go there until ordered otherwise. Okay, besides that, we also have, if you select an individual ship, you're going to be able to see different buttons. In this case, you'll see the escort buttons. So for example, I want my Hammerhead, my flagship, to have a light escort. I click the light escort. The lasher is automatically designated to my ship. This lasher will now follow me around and support me in combat directly. It will try to target anything that attacks me and target anything that I attack. I can also select medium escort. It's going to give me more ships. I can select heavy escort, and it's going to give me a big contingency of ships to help me out. But there's also a easier way. I can select let's say I want just the drover to follow me around. Actually, no, I want just the Centurion to follow me around. I can right-click the Centurion on my ship directly, and it's going to automatically set that ship to escort me. Why this is easier and better is because if you utilize the LMH buttons, the light, medium, and heavy escort buttons, if the Centurion gets destroyed, another ship will replace it. So if the Centurion blows up, the Lasher will automatically get assigned as the new escort for the escort duty. And most of the times you don't want that. You won't want that. For example, there's going to be wolves fighting on the other side of the map, and then suddenly your Centurion blows up, and one of those wolves will start walking away from its assignment or from its current combat and try to catch up to you to be able to provide escort. And sometimes you won't want it. In this case, I just selected the Centurion and the Lasher and right-clicked on my ship. If those two ships explode, no other ships will be assigned as escort for my ship, which is mwah. Now, there's a different type of interaction if it's a carrier. So this drover has 2 fighter wings. We're going to deactivate that escort mission. If I tell the carrier to escort my ship, it's going to send in the fighters to escort me. So, for example, we're going to walk away. The carrier is going to be coming in. It's going to follow me around, but it's going to stay further back. And if I go into combat, these little fighter wings will attack what I'm attacking. And if they only have... So, in this case, they have a bomber wing and a support wing, so a fighter wing. These fighter wings automatically act as escort for the bombers. Those bombers need other ships to provide safe passage so they reach their target. But if, let's say, both of these wings were simply fighter wings, were simply broadswords, then these broadswords would shift and travel and stay around my ship. And they would attack anything that comes towards me or attack any of the enemy ships. Okay, what other buttons do we got? So there's no button if you don't select anything. You also have the defend button, so anybody in the vicinity will defend this ship with a priority. You also have the transfer command button. So currently, I'm commanding the Hammerhead class balanced destroyer. But let's say I'm about to retreat the Hammerhead off the battlefield because it can no longer fly. I want to transfer command to the Centurion class. I can press the X key, and a small little ship will fly out of the Hammerhead, and it's going to go inside the Centurion, where I will take command. And now I can fly this ship. And you can do this as many times as you want. Maybe nice to mention that it's not like an RTS where the ships will follow the orders exactly. They will do so to the best of their abilities based on the officer flying the ship personally. That is a ship's personality. That is correct, yes. So the orders that you give the ships are not absolute. They will try to fulfill those orders to the best of their capabilities. For example, if you tell a officer that it has a hyper-aggressive personality to defend a point, it will most likely start attacking the closest enemy to that point, and then will keep on chasing that enemy, and then eventually they're going to come back to the defense point, but it's going to be a while, and maybe they lost that defense point. So keep that in mind when giving out the orders. What else do we got? We got a show video feed option, which will simply jump the camera. It's not going to jump the control. It will just jump the camera to a ship that I select. So, for example, I want to see what's going on with this ship. I've used the video feed. This is useful when you don't have a flagship on the battlefield. For example, my flagship got destroyed, or I retreated it from battle, but I am not familiar with the other ships on the battlefield. So I don't know how to fly a Lasher. I don't know how to fly a Centurion. I can just witness the battle by pressing the video feed button, And that way, I'll see what's going on while the ship flies itself. Okay, what else we got? Show detailed information about the selected entity. So, bup. Opens a screen. Practically opens the codex. Hey, Spectre. Explaining the game. Opens the codex, which gives you information, all of the information that you want on said ship. We're going to be discussing these into details after the combat phase. Okay, what else do we got? Search and destroy. Practically tell this ship to start being a little bit more aggressive, to search anything on the map and destroy and attack the nearest target. Usually ships are set by default in search and destroy. A good strategy at the beginning of the battle is to set multiple defense locations, like this, and the ships will divide between the 3 defense locations, and they're going to form a line. They're going to hold position. It's like ordering your soldiers to form a line in battle and telling them to wait to see the white of the enemy's eyes. Once the enemies start trickling in, you deactivate the defense positions, and the ships will automatically go into their search and destroy function, and they're going to start advancing and engaging the enemy in combat. The reason why I'm ordering multiple defensive positions is because, let me show you. Look at the positioning of the ships on that point. They'll practically gravitate around that one point, and some of the ships will have their backs turned towards the enemy. Yeah, they're not really in a good formation, right? But if you tell them to defend multiple positions, they will pan out. They will form a line. They will spread out and not impede each other to target the enemy. Okay, now, what Marty said right now is actually quite important. One sec, good sirs. I just want to make sure on something. Game capture, display capture. Okay, I think it's fine. So Marty mentioned about autopilot. Yes, some people will find this overwhelming. Will be like, but I can't fly the ship. I'm a new player. I can't do this. What am I gonna do? You have the option of setting the ship into autopilot. By pressing the U key, U for Utah, you activate the autopilot of the ship. The ship is no longer within my control. It will fly on its own. It will engage on its own. It's like having the video feed of the ship. But any button that I press, any control that I touch, will automatically give the control of the ship back to me. So, let me show you how it would work. Run simulation. We would fight against, again, that one lasher. So let's say I'm not familiar with the Hammerhead. I don't know this ship. This is a new ship that I've never touched before. It's the first time that I see it. I don't know how to fly it. I will utilize the autopilot to give me an idea of how this ship works. Also, you can use the autopilot if you simply don't want to learn right now to fly. It's going to automatically manage its shields, it's going to manage its flux, it's going to fire its own weapons, it's going to think for itself, including missiles. It will utilize all of its weapons, even the ones that you've set to manually fire. It will utilize it in the autopilot state. Positioning, everything. You just sit back and relax and watch the show, maybe get an idea of how the ship is utilized. I'm going to explain to you how to figure out a new ship further, well, actually right now, because I think we're done with, oh no, we still have two buttons left. Well, 3 buttons, but that's practically the cancel order button. You have 2 retreat buttons, retreat and direct retreat. So retreat will tell the ship to get off the battlefield, but it will get off the battlefield in a keeping its safety into consideration. So it's not going to fly through enemy lines. It's going to try to go around enemy lines, dodge enemy fire, and then reach the bottom side of the map where it's safe to retreat, where it's safe to get off the map. The direct retreat option will literally turn your ship to the south, and they're gonna engage their engines 100% in the direction of the retreat point without caring about what they're gonna be seeing or facing on the way there. You'll usually tell the direct order button when the ghost is clear on the bottom side, and they can just have a clear shot towards the bottom of the map. That's the difference. In this case, for example, if this lasher was mine, and I told it to go for a direct retreat, it would try to fly through the hammerhead and get itself destroyed. But if I click on the T button, the retreat option, it's going to take into consideration the hammerhead. It's going to try to avoid it and go around and then go to the south. I think it's self-explanatory how those two buttons work now. And that's kind of it. That's it when it comes to combat. I guess I can explain how damage works. Yeah, I can explain how damage works now. It would be a good time since it's still a part of combat. Now, perfect scenario. The enemy ship has a certain amount of HP. It has the hull. For me to reach that HP and start decreasing it, I need to go through its shields, and then I need to go through its armor. Good. There are different weapons for different situations. There are weapons that are specialized in taking down shields. There are weapons that are specialized in taking down armor. There are weapons that do equal amount of damage to everything. And then there are weapons that do bonus damage to hull only, but do less to shields and armor. Okay. Take it from the top. Let's just break this ship open like we're peeling an egg. First, we have to strip its shields off. Usually, you'll employ kinetic weaponry. So, on my ship, on the Hammerhead, we have those two railguns. The damage type of those railguns is kinetic. That's a damage type that does bonus damage to shields. It does less damage to armor. So usually, if the lasher would deactivate its shields, and it would be able to take very little damage from the railguns because it would hit on the armor. It does very little damage to armor. But the reason why it's not deactivating its shields is because we have those mortars that are doing anti-armor damage that's threatening it. Lasher knows that if it deactivates the shields, I shoot the mortars. Good. So, we use kinetic to take down the shields. Now we have to deal with armor. Armor usually is dealt with high explosive damage. In this case, the heavy mortars. These heavy mortars do high explosive damage. They do bonus damage to armor, but they barely scratch a shield. The problem is, the heavy mortars will do damage to the shield, but the flux bar will not fill up as fast as if I would use the railguns. The railguns will cause a higher buildup, a higher overload of the shield. But once the shields are down, that high explosive damage will do stupid amounts of damage to the armor, and it's going to strip the ship of its armor. Once we get through the armor, we reach that delicious goodness of the hull, the HP of the ship. Now, both the railguns and the heavy mortar will be equally effective against the ship's hull. It will do the same amount of damage. There are certain weapons, like the Thumper, for example, that do fragmentation damage. Fragmentation damage is a type of damage that does bonus damage to hull, so to HP of a ship, but it does very little damage to both shields and armor. So think of fragmentation damage as a type of finisher, but it's mostly and usually employed as a PD weapon. So, for example, there's going to be certain types of PD weapons like Vulcan cannons that do fragmentation damage, and those are very effective against missiles, enemy missiles coming in, which you can intercept, or enemy fighters that you can intercept. Okay? And then there's a fourth type of... Wait, 1, 2, 3... Yes, so there's a fourth type of damage that's energy damage. So that's beam weaponry. Beam weaponry does equal amount of damage to shields, hull, and armor. But the problem with energy weaponry is that there's certain type of energy weapons that do less pressure on the shield. Usually energy weapons will be more useful when attacking under the shield, for example. There are exceptions to that. Usually energy weapons are more specialized, and it will depend from weapon to weapon. But it's there. All you have to know is that energy weapons do equal amount of damage to shields, armor, and hull, but they're not as effective. They won't be able to build up flux on the shield as well as a kinetic weapon, as these railguns, which are doing a great job. Okay. Those are the weapon types. Now, the weapon types come in different sizes. Never knew that energy weapons did equal damage to armor and hull. Yep. Yes, they do. I think we can exit the simulator. And now I can explain to you what type of weapons we're going to be able to get, and explain to you what are we seeing over here. For the sake of this tutorial, of this guide, I'm going to show you guys a little trick. Go into the mission section, select any mission that you want, and then click on Refit. And that's going to cause you to be able to refit any ship that you've selected, and it's going to give you access to all of the weapons of the game that could fit that slot. So, for example, I can select this giant capital ship, the Paragon, and look through all of the energy weapon specifics and stuff like that. Yep. Okay. But let's take it... I already overwhelmed you just by showing you this ship. You have no idea what you're looking at. So let's take it down a notch. Let's go back to familiar territories. Let's go to the Hammerhead. I'm gonna teach you the Hammerhead. It's a good starter ship, and we'll go from there. Okay? So, from top to bottom, I'm gonna go through what we're seeing over here, and then I'm gonna go to the nitty-gritty of the individual stats on a ship. I'm also gonna talk about ship sizes in a bit, but for now, let's go from top to bottom. So, top right corner, you're already familiar with combat readiness. You can manually modify this inside the simulator to give you an idea of what extra stats it would receive if this ship were at combat readiness 100. So in this case, it would have 10% extra speed and maneuverability, which is different. Speed is how fast the ship goes into one direction. Maneuverability is its rotation speed. How fast can it turn around towards a point. Speaking of, oh man, I forgot about that, and it's very, very important. Let me show you something. So, on the map, you can turn the ship around by holding A and D, but you'll find out very, very fast that it's very hard for you to maintain the reticle on an enemy target that's moving very fast. So what you can do is you hold down the shift button, and that's automatically going to turn around the ship towards your mouse cursor. So wherever your mouse is, your ship is going to rotate towards it. You can still fly. You can press the W key to fly towards any point, and it's always going to go towards your mouse cursor if you hold down the shift button. This is much easier to maintain target. It's going to save your life, trust me, and it's going to make you want to fly ships manually. For example, I always utilize the autopilot before I learned about the hold down shift to target. Incredibly important #1 tip, combat tip, that's gonna make the game 10 times more fun. Yeah. Oh, and that is true. Yes, thank you, Aeronator, for reminding me. Also, if you press A and D, which were rotating your ship before, now it causes your ship to strafe. It causes your ships to fly to the right without rotating in that direction, or fly to the left without rotating in that direction. Very important. Makes combat just amazing and incredibly satisfying when you pull it off. Okay. Also, you can manually turn off auto fire while in combat by pressing Control 1. Press Control 1 again to reset it. I don't really remember what was the D-Link button, but it's fine. That's okay. That's not that important. Okay, now, back to the refit screen. We're gonna reset combat readiness to left. So, from the top right, we're gonna go downwards, and then we're gonna get into the nitty-gritty. I'm gonna be explaining the weapon systems. I already explained the weapon types, but then weapons come in different shapes and sizes, and it's pretty crazy. Okay. So, this is the... Oh, this bar is called Ordnance Points? Yes, Ordnance Points. Yeah. So, Ordnance Points is the maximum amount of random assortment of stuff that you can fit on the ship. So, every weapon, every hull mod, and every capacitor and vents cost Ordnance Points. In this case, capacitors and vents only cost 1 Ordnance Point each, but depending on the rarity, sophistication, and price of the weapons, they're going to be coming with different Ordnance Points costs. For example, if you see inside the heavy mortar, in the brackets, it has 7 OP. So to have it on the ship, I need 7 Ordnance Points to be able to fit it. This is practically to limit your ship to not be able to put the most powerful, most destructive weapons in the game on just one ship. It's to balance things out. Okay, you'll usually want to... You'll always want this bar to be filled up. If you have space in this bar, that simply means that you're not utilizing the ship to its maximum capacity. So in this case, we're just going to put vents on it and capacitors, which I'm going to be explaining in a second once we reach them. Now, top speed is the maximum amount of speed that the ship will have in combat. Not on the world map, in combat. These are only the combat stats. Armor is the maximum amount of armor that the ship has on one side. So it's not the total amount, it's literally this little piece right here. If it gets hit, it has 500 armor that the enemy needs to go through before it reaches its hull, the HP of the ship. Under that, we have the capacitors. This is your flux bar. So, you can have your shields on, you can take damage on your shields, and you can fire on your guns within 4,400 units, in this case, of flux, of heat. If your ship reaches 4,401, your ship is going to overload. Simple enough. Capacitors are practically you converting ordnance points into extra flux capacity. So now it's going to be able to shoot more. It's going to be able to take more damage on the shields. It's going to be able to take more damage on the shields before it will overload. That's kind of the idea. Vents and flux dissipation are how much heat you dissipate, you get rid of passively without doing anything. So for example, let's say you have your shield turned on, that in this case it's causing 100 flux per second, but because you have flux dissipation 450 units per second, you can practically maintain your shield on indefinitely without it taking damage. So flux dissipation is the passive amount of heat of flux that you can vent at all times. If you press the V key, the V for vent, or for Victor, but in this case it's vent, your ship will turn off its shields, will turn off its guns, and will double the flux dissipation rate for that amount of time until the flux capacity reaches 0, and then everything's going to come back online. Okay, then we got shield arc. Practically you right click and it's going to start activating the shield. This is going to form a circle, and it has a 300 degrees coverage. So it's not 380. Your engines will most likely be exposed, so the bubble shield will come all the way over here. I'm going to do this. All the way over here, and then it's going to leave your shields exposed. To show you exactly what I mean, in combat, we right-click, shield is going to slowly activate, and it stops right there. 300 degrees coverage. There are ships that have 380, there are ships that have just 60 degrees coverage that move their shields in the direction of your mouse. Those are omnidirectional shields. It all depends on the ship that you're flying. You can even modify the shields on your ship by adding an extra mod. Yeah, it's a pretty in-depth game, but once you understand everything, you'll be able to... I'm trying to set you up to explore on your own, and then you'll be on your way to learning the game. Oh, I said 380? My bad. 360. Yeah, 360 degrees. I'm an idiot. Okay. Haven't done math in a few years. Alright, so, next to the shield arc, you have shield flux per second. So this is just having your shield turned on. To have your shield just turned on, it costs you 100 flux per second. So your flux bar is going to start to build up. But because you have your flux dissipation for 50, it's going to seem like it's not building up at all. Then you have shield flux per damage. For every, in this case it's 0.8. For every 1 point of damage you receive, it generates 0.8 units of heat. So the smaller this number, the more powerful the shields, I think. Yeah, more efficient shield capability. Then under that you have weapon flux per second. So this is the flux generated per second if all of the weapons on your ship are constantly firing. If your PD lasers, if your heavy mortar, if your railguns are right now shooting constantly, they will generate 740 weapon flux per second. Because 740 is bigger than 450, your flux bar will start building up towards, in this case, 4,400. If it reaches max, your ship will overload. Now, usually, a rule of thumb is to have a ship that has weapon flux per second to be at least equal to the flux dissipation, because that way you'll know that you can shoot your guns as much as you want without risking the ship going overload. Of course, this is not taking into consideration the shield and the shield damage that you're going to be receiving. If you want to be flux efficient or flux neutral, I would call it, or if you want to have the idea, if you always want to know how much flux dissipation you want to aim for, do this simple calculation. You do weapon flux per second plus shield flux per second. So if I want to be, if I want my hammerhead to be as efficient as possible in terms of its weapons and shield, I will want the flux dissipation to be as close to 840 as I can, because that way I can keep my shield on at all times and I can fire my guns all the time, all day long. As long, of course, as I'm not taking damage on the shield, because as soon as I'm taking damage on the shield, that's going to start building up. But again, it's going to build up much, much slower the more flux dissipation you have. Now, there are two types of heat. Just so I finish explaining everything that is to do with flux. There's hard flux and soft flux. Your shields and the fire of your guns generate soft flux. This is flux that can be dissipated while you have your shields on. And then there's hard flux that gets generated when you receive damage from enemy fire. The heat generated from enemy projectiles on your shield is called hard flux, and that cannot be dissipated, or it's dissipated at a lower rate as long as you have your shields turned on. So and you'll be able to see this hard flux by seeing a little bit of a bar, a little bit of vertical bar on your flux bar as it builds up. I'll show you exactly what I mean by employing an enemy hammerhead. There we go. An enemy hammerhead is coming. It's right in front of us, actually. Never mind. I will let my guns fire. I'll let the enemy fire. And stop. Okay. You see that there's a vertical bar, little vertical bar on my flux bar. The heat to the right of the bar is soft flux or soft heat, and that amount can be dissipated while I have my shields on. But to dissipate the amount left of the vertical bar, left of this little thingamajig over here, I have to get away from the enemy. Oh, in this case, I overloaded myself and I got destroyed. I have to get away from the enemy and turn my shield off. The flux is going to slowly deactivate afterwards. I'll show you again now. Observe. So, another fight is going to occur. Enemy is outranging us in this case. It's going to start firing on us. Now, we're going to try to retreat. You see, the flux is not going down, but as soon as I deactivate the shield, it starts dissipating. If I want it to dissipate even faster, I press the V key. There we go. Reactivate the shields, we're ready to go again. That's the idea of hard flux and soft flux. So, you know, in case you're wondering, wait, I have all of the flux dissipation of the world. Why is my bar not going down? It's because you've generated a lot of hard flux from the enemy fire, and you have to deactivate your shields to bring that down. Okay, there's also ships that are shieldless. For example, this Hound doesn't have a shield at all. So, getting into the fight, if I try to right-click, doesn't do shit. No shield. This ship will only rely on its armor to be able to survive. Its armor and its speed and its PD to dodge and attack. There are certain ships that just specialize on tanking everything on armor. You can make giant armored bricks that can just solo the game without having to rely on shields whatsoever. It is possible. Okay, so let's go back to here. Then we got whole features and mods. Now, at any space station, you can add a lot of passives to your ship. These passives range from better shields to longer range to more missile ammo to more capacitors, more vents, more HP, any passive that you can think of. Even some abilities that completely change the doctrine of the ship itself. I'm gonna go through the entirety of the list after we go through the stats over here in this bar. And after I explain a little bit on the weapons. Okay. And then bottom side, you have the name of the ship and the type. It's a destroyer size ship. And now this is a good segue to talk about the ship sizes. We have frigates, destroyers, cruisers, and capital ships. I've told them to you from smallest to biggest. Exceptions to those rules. Exceptions to those rules are fighters, fighter wings. These are literally small ships that need to be carried by other bigger ships, and carriers. Carriers can come in all different shapes and sizes. There's frigate-sized carriers all the way to capital-sized carriers. Okay, those are the ship sizes. In our situation, this is a frigate. This is a destroyer-sized carrier. This is a normal destroyer. If we go to the mission briefing, I'm sure, yeah, refit. This is a cruiser. This is a cruiser-sized carrier. This is a capital ship. Big boy ship. It has all of the guns. In this case, it's a broadside type of ship. Yeah, as I said, they come in all shapes and sizes. Good. Now let's go back to the hammerhead. Going back here, you have the name of the ship. If you own this ship, you can rename it as you see fit. But because we're in a specific mission, a specific scenario, we can't rename it. But you can easily rename your ship. Then you have quite a few buttons over here. Weapon group will literally set the weapons as you see fit. You know, I don't want my heavy mortars to be on 1, I want them to be on 5. I can move them there. I want my heavy mortars to be manually fired. I deactivate that, or I want them to shoot on their own. I activate it. I want my 2 harpoons to be on 2 separate keys, and I also want my heavy mortars to alternate fire instead of being linked. I want them to shoot separately automatically. Pretty straightforward, that's how it works. You can also auto-assign, and the game is going to set things to a default state, but usually you'll want to have things going. The idea is that the AI is better at aiming the gun than you, unless you practice a lot. You'll usually want to have your weapons on auto-fire, with the exception of the missiles that you'll want to manually fire yourself. Because missiles will have a limit, you will usually have a limited amount of ammo with very few exceptions. Okay, then auto-fit. Auto-fit button is your friend. The auto-fit button will give you some default ship templates. So for example, I have no idea what this ship does. I have no idea how to build it. I just found it and now I need it in combat because I'm desperate. It happens. Or I just want an idea of how to build it. It will give you different variants, different setups of the ship that you can mouse over, and it's going to be able to try to fit it to the best of its abilities by the goods inside the market. Right now we're in the scenario menu. We have access to all of the weapons, so all of these variants will be present here and you can access them. Okay, and it's also going to show you some options, for example, to utilize only weapons from the black market, or only weapons from the armor market, or only the stuff from the inventory, and so on and so forth. This is also an incredibly good way of giving you an idea of how a ship is utilized. So for example, I just found a new ship, this Hammerhead. I've never seen this ship before. I have no idea how it works, but I do have knowledge of weapons. I do have an idea of weaponry. So what I can do is I can go into the auto-fit screen and I can look at the different templates. I can mouse over it. Okay, this balanced variant has 2 heavy mortars on the medium slot and 2 railguns on the small slot. Okay, so it can be used like that. The support variant has both a kinetic weapon on the medium slot and a high explosive weapon on the medium, so I can use it as that as well as a long-range weapon flatboard. And it's going to give you kind of a starting idea how you can play around with the ship. Or you can slap a safety overrides on it and just, you know, fly it to town. But again, we're going to get into that later. Good. That's the auto-fit. Remember, if you're inside a market, you utilize the auto-fit button, it will try to mimic the normal template, and it will equip only the weapons inside the market. So for example, if let's say I want to have the support variant, but there's no maulers in the market, it'll probably replace the mauler with a counterpart, an identical weapon counterpart, like for example the heavy mortar in this case, but it's a subpar selection for that slot for this template. Okay, strip takes everything off. And you can play around with the ship from scratch. This is also a good way to show you exactly what slots you have, and just pick up from scratch. If you want to undo any changes you did, you click undo button. Be careful if you did any changes, don't switch to another ship, because all of the changes you made will be saved at that point, including purchases of new weapons or removal of certain hull mods that you can add back afterwards. Hey Gulf, welcome back to the end, man. Alright. Also, you will have the restore button. Now, remember when I said that some ships have D-mods on them? D-mods are accumulated by that ship being destroyed in combat, but then you recover it. You know, you save it from combat, you repair it, you bring it back to fighting condition. Being destroyed in combat can sometimes you just lose the ship outright. You can't recover it anymore. But when you can recover it, it will most of the times come with a new D-mod. The D-mod is a penalty to one of the ship's stats. For example, it will consume extra fuel. It will have weakened armor. The shield is not as powerful. Stuff like that. Depending on the D-mods, you'll be able to understand if that ship is worth utilizing or if it's worth saving. It's very expensive to remove those D-mods from a ship at a station, unless you have an ability which makes it incredibly trivial, that I always get because it's awesome. Okay. Besides that, you have the run simulation button, which I'm going to be talking in a bit. The next with free ordnance points, practically, if you click this, it will jump to the next ship in the list. This is the list with all of your ships in the fleet. That has free ordnance points that you need to add. So, for example, I just found a new lasher. I click on the new next with free OP. It's going to jump at the lasher, and I'm going to be able to fit it with what I need. All right, now, run simulation. Run simulation is your friend. You are God in the run simulation. This is where you test your builds. This is where you test your ship. This is where you test the capability of your fleet. In the run simulation, you can fight against almost all of the ships of the game. I can pit my hammerhead against a onslaught, a capital size ship, or I can pit it against several onslaughts. And a paragon, I can pit it against as many or as few enemies as I can, or I want. How fast will I get destroyed by these guys? Let's see. That fast. Oh yeah, this is clearly death. Yes. You can also call in your allies, or you could just be alone in the simulator. The idea is, this has no repercussions on your ship. Your ship doesn't blow up. You don't use your credits to re-equip it. You can test your build out in a safe environment. I spend hours upon hours in the simulator trying to squeeze as much performance as I can from a ship. It's one of the main features and fun things you can do in the game. For me, I like to find new ship designs, I like to find new weapons, and I like to spend hours just slapping things on it. It's like playing with Legos. I love it. The idea is, spend your time in the simulator. Don't be afraid of it. It's a safe environment where you can figure shit out. You can practice how to fly the ship manually. You can understand certain abilities. You can fight and pit yourself against overwhelming odds or underwhelming odds. You can test the performance of the ship against multiple types of enemies. See how it does. Does it have enough PD? And so on and so forth. Just so we're all on the same page, PD stands for Point Defense Weapons. Point Defense Weapons are utilized anti-missiles to shoot down missiles, and anti-fighters to shoot down fighters that are coming your way. And usually the PD weapons are these small little bits, but they come in all shapes and sizes. Okay, I guess I should talk about weapon slots now. PDs are based. Yeah, they're sexy. They're sexy, they're cool. Okay, let's talk about weapon slots. So there's ballistic, energy, missile weapons. Let me see. What else do we got? Am I misremembering something? Okay, ballistic, missile, and energy. I think those are it, if I remember correctly. Mount type, medium ballistic. Okay. So, first of all, weapons come in 3 sizes: small, medium, and large. Weapon slots come, again, in different sizes: small, medium, and large. And then there are slots that will only accept ballistic weapons. There are slots that will only accept medium energy weapons. And there are slots that will only accept missile weapons, or a combination of all of the above. In this case, this slot where the railgun is sitting can accept. It's a small hybrid turret. It can accept either an energy weapon or a ballistic weapon. The ones on the front will only accept ballistic weapons, either medium or small, but not large. Let me go to a bigger ship. Sure. Refit. This ship, the Odyssey, has several, well, 2 in this case, 2 large energy weapon slots. And it also has a large missile slot. And it can also be converted into an energy weapon slot. So this is a, what's it called? A synergy turret. There are certain ships that can have all 3 types of weapons on that point. Besides that, what you'll need to know is that there are hardpoint slots. So these locations will only fire forward. Where was it? There we go. Blah. So for example, this is a medium ballistic hardpoint. This weapon will not be able to rotate. It will always be facing in that direction. So I need to manually turn the ship towards my target so I can fire that weapon. But then we have this railgun, for example, this small hybrid turret that has a arc. This turret can rotate from here all the way over here. It will be able to cover the northwestern part of the ship. This PD will cover the southwestern part, and so on and so forth. Different weapons have different hardpoints or different turn rates. But the turn rate depends on the weapon itself. Okay, now let's get into the nitty-gritty of what information you can see on this panel when it comes to the gun, and afterwards we're going to go into this location to be able to see what type of information you can get here. Okay, so information on, in this case, the railgun. Let's start off with taking down shields. The railgun. Primary role, anti-shield. It's practically to give you an idea of its general purpose. It costs 7 ordnance points, so 7 points from this bar, to equip it on this ship. The range is 700 units. You'll usually want your weapons to have kind of the same range to reach a certain target. For example, the heavy mortar is at 700 range. The railgun is at 700 range. You'll want to have these at around the same ballpark. Just to add, weapon placed in hardpoints have reduced recoil compared to identical weapons placed in turrets. Oh, that's cool. Alright. Recoil works as kind of like a delay in this game. Or recoil affects not shooting rate. It affects accuracy, I think, right? Just to make things clear and we're on the same page. Accuracy, yeah. So the more it fires, the more recoil it produces. Thus, it's less accurate. Okay, so hardpoint guns have better accuracy. Nice. Actually, didn't know that. Okay, under range you see damage. So that's damage per 1 hit. If 1 projectile from the railgun hits the enemy, it's going to do 100 damage. What type of damage? In this case, kinetic. You'll be able to see that information further down. What was the way to... to hold or keep the information there. That's fine. It usually isn't a concern for weapons that fire single shots, but you can feel the difference in burst fire weapons. Yeah, for example, the more this railgun will shoot, the less accurate it's going to be. Okay, so that was damage per one projectile, and then it has damage per second. This is the DPS. It's practically the amount of damage that it's going to do if all of the projectiles hit the enemy. So it's going to do 167 damage per second. Under that, you have flux per second. So while it's doing 167 DPS, it's also causing 150 flux per second. Flux per shot, so just firing one projectile is going to cause 90, and then it does flux damage 0.9. So it's acting better on shields. If you go to the heavy mortar, it has just a 0.82. If you go to the PD, it has a 0.53. The smaller the number, the less effective it is against shields to build up flux. Alright, and then under that, it has the damage type. You'll really want to be interested in the damage type of a weapon, because it's going to tell you automatically what that weapon is used for. Is it anti-shield? Is it anti-armor? Is it anti-hull? Is it an energy weapon, which practically does a little bit of everything? And then, literally under the kinetic, it tells you the bonuses it does versus different types of targets. On shields, it does 200% damage. On armor, it just does half damage. In case of high explosives, it does 200% versus armor, but just half damage versus shields. And then, let me just find a Vulcan Cannon. Vulcan Cannon does fragmentation damage, which just does a quarter, 25% damage against shields and armor, so it just tickles an enemy ship. But if the enemy ship is exposed, it does full damage to hull. No worries, Gult. All's good, man. In this case, the Vulcan Cannon is a point defense weapon. That's its general purpose, and it's utilized to shoot down enemy missiles and fighters. We go further down, you can see accuracy. Accuracy is poor, but this weapon makes up for accuracy with simply volume of fire. This is kind of like a machine gun style gun that will constantly fire a stream of bullets towards a missile, and it'll most likely take it out with ease. Okay, turn rate is excellent, and then refire delay 0.05. It shoots one bullet every 0.05 seconds. Quite a fast boy. Okay, in this case, the railgun has a slower fire rate, but the accuracy on it is perfect. Turn rate, not so good. Again, you'll be able to... you'll test out weaponry, and you'll be able to see which one benefits your playstyle or which one you prefer best. I'm probably going to go and discuss in depth about each and every weapon by category, but I think that's going to be in another video. By the looks of the time, I'm probably just going to go through the basics today. Alright, let's go a little bit to missiles, because the card on missiles is a little bit different. So in this case, we have the Harpoon. This is a high explosive rocket, so it's meant to be utilized once the enemy's once the enemy's shields are down. This is a finisher type rocket. It has the range 2,500 units, so it'll take a while until you can shoot it from quite far away. It has no flux costs to fire, but it has a limited ammo of 3. So without any modifiers, like, for example, the expanded missile rack, or a special type of a special passive on the ship, you will only be able to fire 3 of these, exactly practically like how you see on the weapon itself. Interestingly enough, when you fire one, you'll actually see it leave the pod. There we go. And once you're out, you actually no longer have any fingers, any rockets in those slots. You always found the Harpoon to be one of the best missiles in the hands of the AI due to their excellent tracking. That is correct. Hey, Makara. How you doing, man? Welcome back to the end. Anything else that I should mention? Yeah, has medium tracking capabilities, speed is medium, will do a shit ton of damage on armor, practically useless if it hits the enemies on the shield. So it's going to cause some heat, some flux, but you're better off waiting for that one moment where the enemy ship is overloaded, and you will just finish it off with the harpoons. It's going to do stupid amounts of damage. Okay. Now, there are other types of missiles, unguided missiles, missiles that do kinetic damage, like these sabos. And further, when it comes to these sabos, they're also called the shotgun missiles, because these are missiles that will fragmentate into kinetic pellets as you're firing them. So let me show you. It's gonna fly towards a target, and then as soon as it reaches a target, the proximity of a target, it automatically gonna blow into pellets. There was no target, it didn't blow up. Let's bring in a lasher as a test. As a target practice, we lock on the ship, we launch the Sabo. The Sabo is positioning itself, and as you saw, it just dispersed into pellets that will go into the general direction of the enemy ship. AI is not stupid, it will back off, but if it gets close, it will still blow. They're literally used to overload shields. That's literally their purpose. If they hit the armor, they also do some EMP damage, which is a good thing because I forgot to talk about EMP damage. There are certain weapons that will just do EMP damage. For example, the ion cannon. Now, the ion cannon, besides its energy type, the energy type damage that it will do, which is 100% versus shield's armor and hull, also does EMP damage, which you can see under the damage per second section. Each hit does EMP. What does EMP do? It will turn enemy systems offline. Against shields, it won't practically do shit, unless it has a very high flux. Well, there's a chance sometimes for the EMP to arc through the shield if the enemy has a high flux rate, high flux heat. But if it hits the armor, anything the EMP projectile hits can deactivate either a weapon or a shield or any of that sorts. Practically, it's a support weapon. Yeah, it just applies like normal damage. I feel like Sabos are still OP even after they nerf the EMP damage. It still hits like a truck. I mean, they're still reliable. The idea of nerfs is not to, make the weapon unusable. It's still your go-to anti-shield missile when it comes to Sabos. Okay, what else? Yeah, there is a dedicated EMP missile called the Salamander. In this case, the Salamander has infinite amounts of missiles. You can shoot as many of them as you want, but it has a long cooldown to prepare the missile back. It has a refire delay of 25 seconds. So you can only fire so many in a battle. But these are guided missiles that will try to aim for the enemy's engines. Okay. Let's see. I guess I should just show you guys a beam weapon as well. Let's try to find a Sunder somewhere and play around with it. Actually, no, there's a Tempest here. We can refit a Tempest. EMP damage doesn't do anything to shields, to my knowledge, only weapons and engines. It can arc through shields if it's at a high flux rate. Fridge. So over here we have a Tempest class frigate. This Tempest has 2 medium energy slots, and when it comes to energy weapons, they're either a straight laser line towards the enemy, or they're pulse fires. So, for example, let's show the Graviton Beam. The Graviton Beam is a shield pressuring energy weapon. the idea is that this kinetic beam will try to overload the enemy's shields. And it looks like this. In the lore that they are assembled in the launcher, the salamander, I'm not exactly sure. So it's a constant stream of energy that's coming from the graviton beams that's applying pressure to the enemy shields. The fact that this Tempest-class frigate also have the means to go through to further attack the enemy when it doesn't have shields, that's another situation. Okay, then you have high explosive energy beams, like the Phase Lance. So the Phase Lance will provide a stream of energy that does high explosive damage, or well, not really high explosive damage, just an energy beam. It does normal damage, but it does burst fire damage with a cooldown. It goes on cooldown, it needs to reload. It also causes a lot of flux. And then besides that, another type of energy weapon is the ion pulser or pulse laser. And these are practically the pew pew Star Wars guns. Pew pew pew. Yeah. Okay, the ion pulser is a little bit different. It shoots faster. So, blah. But also has a very short range. Practically, it's a machine gun energy turret. I think they made ion pulsers OP. And then you also have the heavy blaster, which is just one bolt of energy that does a massive amount of damage in one location. Practically, it's like a heavy mortar, but it's super, super thirsty for heat. Okay. But again, I'm going to be going through all of these weapons individually at their own moment. Okay, so I gave you guys an idea of the weapons that you'll be able to find, the weapon types, and what type of damage that you do. Usually with a ship, you'll want to have a means to go through shields, a means to go to armor, and then to finish off the enemy ship. It needs to fulfill these three conditions without that ship overloading and blowing itself up, without causing too much weapon flux per second. You will, of course, this rule doesn't need to apply all the times. For example, you can set up a ship that is just a long-range support ship that only does anti-shield damage, while other ships around it will be going in to capitalize on the shields being down. Or vice versa, it will only do high explosive damage, on other ships will deal with the shields, and so on and so forth. Or maybe a gimmick ship that has only rockets. The situation will vary depending on the ship that you have, the weapons that you have, the mods that you employ. And speaking of mods, no, still not yet. Still not going to go through the mod list. I'm going to go through the information over here. I'm going to go back to the hammerhead because I've accustomed you guys with the hammerhead. And now let's go through the list. So, CR per deployment. Combat readiness per deployment, 12%. Okay. We're going to go through all of the information. I don't really remember what was CR per deployment. Recovery rate per day. Oh, right. Now I remember. Yes. So, after the battle, your ship is gonna go down 12 points of combat readiness. So each consecutive battle will cause the combat readiness to go further down and further down and further down until that ship will just not be able to fight anymore. It's just gonna start off the battle with just 20% combat readiness or 0 combat readiness, and you won't be able to do shit with it. So that CR per deployment section, literally the first one in the top left, it gives you an idea of how many times you can use the ship consecutively. Fight after fight after fight. It shows the recovery rate and the recovery costs. Recovery cost and supplies is when the ship gets destroyed, but then... Wait, no, recovery cost supplies... No, that's literally to recover the combat readiness to its initial value to 70. It'll cost them that many supplies. Okay, deployment points, literally the amount of points this ship is worth on the battlefield. So, for example, if I have 100 combat points, 100 deployment points, I can field 10 hammerheads. Alright. Peak performance in seconds. So, the peak performance in seconds is this one has 360 seconds. After 360 seconds in combat, the combat readiness is going to start degrading slowly. Crew complement, it can have up to 50 crew on the ship, so 50 humans, 50 people on the ship maximum. But it will only require... No, wow, seriously? The crew complement, so it can have a maximum of 50, but the skeleton crew requirement is still 50. There are certain ships which are bigger. Their skeleton crew is smaller, so practically what's the skeleton crew requirement? The amount of crewmen that you need to have on that ship so that that ship performs at peak efficiency. There are certain types of transport ships that are dedicated to carrying crew, so they will have a crew complement of 1,000. What the hell? And what's the... Oh, no. Okay, so then the crew complement is what it currently has, I guess? Yeah. It's what it currently has. Alright. No, the skeleton crew required is under the maximum crew on the second column. So I think it's what it currently has, based on the numbers that you have in your inventory, I guess, or in your fleet. Anyway, maintenance, we're on the second row. First option, maintenance, supplies per month. So we'll take 10 supplies per month to keep this in tip-top shape. Cargo capacity is the amount of units that you can carry. Anything has a certain weight in the game. A weapon will usually have just 1 unit of cargo. This can carry up to 100 units. The maximum amount of crew is actually 100, so you can have 100 dudes, but you just need at least 50 so that this ship fights at peak performance. Yes, if you have less than the skeleton crew, practically it's going to be slower, it's going to fire less, it's going to heat up faster, it's going to receive penalties. It's like losing CR. Alright, under skeleton crew, we have fuel capacity, the maximum amount of fuel that this ship can carry. Its maximum burn is 9, so this is the maximum amount of speed that it can have on the world map, in space. It's different from the top speed, which is literally the last section, the last thing on the third column, the last bit, the last row. So burn speed is its speed on the world map and in hyperspace. And then under it, it has its consumption. So fuel per light year and jump cost is 2. So for every light year, it will consume 2 units of fuel. Okay. Under that, we got ordnance points on the left, the maximum amount of things that you can put on the ship. Sensor profile, how far this ship can see. Sensor profile, how far you can be seen by other ships, and sensor strength is how far the ship can detect, can see. Yeah, I need to make sure not to mix those up. Then hull integrity, maximum amount of HP. Armor rating, maximum amount of armor that it has on one pixel. Defense, front shield. So the shield deploys from the front. Some ships will have a omnidirectional shield. Practically it's a shield that follows your mouse cursor, or it doesn't have a shield at all. Could mention that campaign map speed goes from 1 to 20, and I already talked about it. So yes, in this case, maximum burn is 9. The ship will travel with a maximum speed of 9. If you activate sustained burn or you're in hyperspace, that's gonna double. It's gonna go to 18. If you have the navigator skill on your character, it's gonna go to 10, like in our case. So even though it's a maximum burn 9, I can fly this ship with a 10, like it were a 10. Okay, under defense, under shield, we have shield arc, the degrees of coverage, shield upkeep per second. So each time it's turned on, it will generate, in this case, 100 flux per second. Shield flux damage, it's the shield efficiency. The smaller the number, the better the shield. Flux capacity, so the amount of heat that the ship can build up before it goes haywire, before it goes overload. And flux dissipation is its passive flux dissipation per second. Per second, it gets rid of 450 units of heat. Top speed, 90. Good. There was actually one more thing that I wanted to mention in combat. When you have your shield turned off, and you're not firing your guns, the speed of your ship goes up. It has that 0 flux engine boost of plus 50 to top speed. So we're going with 140. But as soon as I shoot, that speed goes down to 90. I stop shooting, goes back up. I activate my shield, goes back down. As soon as you have anything that generates flux, practically the vents start working. They stop focusing on the engine, so they go to the top speed of the one on the info card. If it doesn't have flux, the vents focus on the engine can overcharge, I guess, and thus you receive a plus 50 bonus. Alright. And that's going to be, it's an important information to catch up to enemy ships. You know, if you're chasing a ship, make sure that you're not firing your guns until you're in enemy range, or until the enemy is in your range, and don't have your shield turned on at all times because that slows you down. Alright, what else? Over down at the system, it will show you the passive of the ship. So in this case, it has accelerated ammo feeder, provides a flux cost reduction and a brief boost to the rate of fire of all ballistic weapons. Specifically, ballistic weapons, so anything that is in a yellow slot. Is that right? Yeah, it's anything that's in a yellow slot. Yeah, that's right. Green is usually associated with missiles, and blue is associated with energy weapons. There's also white colored slots. Those can fit any type of weapon, missile, ballistic, and energy. There's this orange that can fit both energy and ballistic. And there's also teal, I think, the teal color, that can fit either energy or missile. I think one of the ships that can do that is the No. Is it the Apogee? Can't remember. Oh, Harold. Hello. This one. So this balanced cruiser, this Aurora class cruiser. Yeah, this Aurora class cruiser has a slot, a hard point on the front that can fit either a missile or an energy weapon. And as you can see, it has the teal color. It has multiple slots like that. So practically, you can test out different types of builds with that setup. Okay, I think that's it when it comes to the info card. There's also composite, which is both. Yeah, that's true. What color is the composite one? You're right. So practically, you can have slots with all of the combinations of the weapons. One type, two types, or all three. Don't remember the color of the composite ones. Remember a ship that has a composite slot? In the meantime, I guess we can go through all of the hull mods, because now that you understand flux, weapon types, a greenish yellow, sure, it's okay. Practically what you can do is you can just mouse over it, and it's going to tell you small hybrid, and if you click on it, it's going to show you exactly what types of weapons that you can put. In this case, ballistic and energy. The Pirate Falcon has a composite? Okay, I'm not exactly sure if there is a Pirate Falcon somewhere around here in the mission scenarios. But it's gay. I think people get the idea. Okay, so back to... We're going to be talking about hulls. So, no, sorry, hull features and mods that you can add to this ship. So at the cost of ordnance points, you can add different types of abilities to a ship, different passives that can change the ship's behavior. So let's go through the list. So we got accelerated shields, increases the turn rate of the ship's shields by 100%, and the rate at which the shields are raised by 100%. So in case you have a ship that has a omnidirectional shield, this will cause the shield to move faster and deploy faster. Usually, I guess it would work on a Tempest. Although I never really found myself in a situation where I utilize this. Maybe on a Paragon it could work. But again, it's going to give you an idea of what it does. Additional berthing. This simply increases the amount of crew that you can fit on the ship. Advanced optics increases the range of beam weaponry, but reduces their turn rate. They're good for Paragons? Okay. Advanced turret gyros increases the turn speed of turrets. So for example, if I put advanced turret gyros, this railgun will now have a faster rotation speed. Thus it's going to be able to attack fast targets better. Alright, armored weapon mounts, so this will increase the durability. Only the weapon on the ship will need to take more damage from enemy fire before it can be taken offline for a little bit of time. But as a compensation, it will have a decreased turn rate by 25%. It also increases the ship's overall armor by 10%, and it reduces the recoil by 25%, thus it will be more accurate. So armored weapon mounts are usually utilized on ships when you want to stack as much armor as possible, and the ship will most likely not have a shield. A ship that will take damage directly on the weapons, you'll want those weapons firing as much as possible. So armored weapon mounts will be good. Okay, augmented drive field will increase the maximum burn level by 2. I usually add augmented drive fields on civilian ships and on big boy cruiser size and capital size ships. To maintain a fast fleet, I want to add augmented drive field. As I said earlier in the guide, I would recommend that you have at least 16 speed on the fleet. Best case scenario would be 20, but a minimum of 16 is where it's at. Okay, Makara. Automated repair unit. Reduces the time required to repair disabled weapons and engines in combat by 50%. A weapon or your engine gets taken out by a rocket or enemy fire, it's gonna be offline half the time that it's usually offline. I've never utilized this mod. Not really that useful. I would rather prioritize, for those 6 ordnance points, I'd rather put 6 events or 6 capacitors on the ship. So, kinda useless. Auxiliary fuel tanks, this will increase the fuel capacity. So, this is not fuel consumption, this is fuel capacity. The total amount of fuel that a ship can carry. I usually add auxiliary fuel tanks on fuel tanker ships or on other civilian ships. This is not a combat mod, don't utilize it on combat ships, because those 10 ordnance points can be used on something much more valuable, like vents, capacitors, more guns, better guns, rather than just extra fuel. You'd consider automated repair unit if ill-advised mods and critical malfunction. Yeah, a critical malfunction is like it's an overload, right? Okay, auxiliary thrusters increases the ship's maneuverability by 50%. So it will increase the rotation of the ship. It doesn't increase its speed. Its top speed, it's forward momentum speed. It increases the speed at which the ship rotates and follows your target. This is practically a penalty on ships that already have a faster rotation rate, especially if they're in the player hands. So, for example, if I put auxiliary thrusters on a Tempest, the ship is gonna rotate so fast that this is where your mouse is. This is where your mouse is. Well, I'll use this pencil. This is where your mouse is. The ship is gonna rotate and it's gonna go past the mouse, and then it's gonna come back. Weirdly enough, because of the momentum, because of the speed that it went for the rotation. So, horrible on smaller, already fast ships, but the auxiliary thrusters are more utilized for big boys, for an onslaught, a capital ship that's heavy, that's slow at turning around, and it's actually vulnerable if attacked from behind. So it can work on those types of ships, but I would say that auxiliary thrusters are only useful if you're flying the ship. In the hands of the AI, it doesn't matter, because the AI is going to be able to handle itself without auxiliary thrusters. You never had a ship really overshoot like that? I had a Tempest. I had also controlled or tested it out on a Vanguard, I think, and it did the same. Okay, Ballistic Rangefinder. This is the same as Advanced Optics, but it's specifically for ballistic weaponry. And it only applies a bigger bonus if the ship currently has a large ballistic slot, a big gun slot. If not, it'll simply increase the maximum range of all your weapons by 100. So in this case, I can increase the range of the heavy mortar from 700 units to 800 units. Do you think auxiliary thrusters also make ships accelerate and decelerate faster, so they're not useless on smaller ships, just overkill? Well, that's the idea. They're overkill either way, so it doesn't matter if they accelerate or decelerate faster. Okay. Rangefinder works very good in combination with integrated targeting unit and other range mods that stack. Okay. And of course, it's going to be useless on a ship that only has energy weapons. Okay, blast doors. This will simply increase the HP of your ship by 20%. And as you're receiving damage on the hull, the crew on your ship will start dying. These blast doors will cause the casualties to your crew 50%. To be 50% less from sustained fire. I don't usually utilize blast doors because I try to just strengthen my shields as much as possible so I don't have to receive damage on the hull. I try to make it as much as possible so that the enemy doesn't even reach the hull. So I never utilize it. Maybe if you have too many ordnance points and you're making a brick ship, as in a shieldless ship that just stacks armor, maybe. But again, you would prioritize on increasing the armor as much as possible on that ship. So practically you would do something like armor, full capacitors and vents, and then if you still have ordnance points, you would add the blast doors. Which is a good thing, by the way. The order in which you want to add things to your ship is weapons, and then depending on the weapons that you have, you want to add mods, and after mods you fill up the rest with vents or capacitors, depending on what you need. Blasters okay on those armor tanking, yeah. It's really stupid at older like contingent. I'm sure it was. Alrighty, next, converted hangar. A converted hangar will transform any ship into a carrier. It will give you a fighter wing slot. So as soon as I added converted hangar, I can now add a fighter to the ship, practically transforming it into a carrier. There are drawbacks, big penalties to having this. So it increases the minimum crew required on the ship. The ship itself, the bombers are much more expensive. now, so you would probably just add a fighter wing that's for defensive purposes. The fighter speed is reduced by 25%, and the damage taken is increased by 25%. So in only specific scenarios, you would convert the Hammerhead to be a carrier in this case. So, for example, a strategy is to go Hammerhead and add maybe some Talon Interceptors for extra PD, or add a Sipho. But how the hell would you get that many ordnance points for the Siphos? I don't know, dude. Yeah, there's certain scenarios or certain ships that you can play around with. You have the option. Play around with Experiment. Okay, then we got ECCM package. You've used Siphos on strikes? Sounds cool. Alright, ECCM package. Reduces the chance for missiles launched by ships to be affected by electronic countermeasures and flares. Okay, so in case you have guided missiles, those missiles can be distracted by flares or by other types of weaponry. This ECCM package will prevent that. This will also increase the missile's top speed and missile maneuverability by 50%, and it will improve its guidance algorithm. Reduces the weapon's range reduction due to superior enemy electronic warfare by 50%. Okay, so practically the ECCM package is a buff to missiles. If you have harpoons, if you have a Hurricane MIRV launcher, if you have big boy rockets that you really want them to get on their target without being distracted, you'll want ECCM package. There are certain ships, like the Griffin, that are missile boats that literally, well, not really required. It's mandatory to have the ECCM package on them. Sipho is crazy strong for converted anger. Okay, then we have ECM package. So this adds a extra percent to the ECM rating of the combat. Okay, I guess I should explain ECM rating now. Each ship will be able to provide a certain amount of ECM rating, depending on the ship size. There are also some specialized ships that will provide more, but the idea is, if your fleet has more ECM rating than the enemy ship, the enemy fleet is going to receive a penalty to its range. That's how it works. That's the idea behind ECM rating. The ECM package practically adds some extra rating to the ship. And it depends on the hull size. If it's a capital ship and it has the ECM package, it's going to have a 4%. I don't really focus on the ECM package, or I actually never utilize it on ships, because the ECM rating is quite insignificant. It can only decrease the range of the enemy weapons by, I think it's 15%. That's 15%, not 50, 15. So yeah, you find the ECM package not significant once you have the skill. Yeah, exactly. And you also have a skill on your character that can compensate for the ECM rating. Okay, efficiency overhaul. So the efficiency overhaul, this reduces the supplies, fuel usage, and minimum crew requirement on a ship by 20%. I usually install this on civilian ships. Oh, and of course, the ships also fix faster. Right. And you'll usually want the efficiency overhaul on as many ships as you can. Most likely your support ships will have efficiency overhaul because it won't cost as much. You would also might consider installing efficiency overhaul on high-tech ships that are known to have higher monthly supply costs. So if you have some spare ordnance points, might want to slap this on. You know, spare ordnance points, and you can't really further improve the combat capabilities of the ship, slap this on. Expanded cargo holds increases the cargo capacity of all ships. It's a non-combat hull mod. I put this on any cargo freighter to further increase its cargo capacity. Expanded magazines increases the ammo capacity or number of charges for ballistic and energy weapons by 50%. So, there are certain weapons that have a certain amount of ammo capacity before they go on cooldown. After they go on cooldown, they have to wait for that ammo capacity to be refilled, and then it's going to fire again. For example, the Ion Pulsar. The Ion Pulsar indeed has quite the burst damage, but eventually it's gonna run out of charges, and then you have to wait for that Ion Pulsar to recharge. Let me show you. So this has Ion Pulsar. I'm gonna set 3 Ion Pulsars on it so I can show it to you much better. If you mouse over it, it will show you max charges 20 down below in the ancillary data, under turn rate, above seconds per recharge. So it has 20 charges. After it shoots 20 bolts, we have to wait for the seconds per recharge, so 1.5 seconds for the bullets to come back up. So, let me show. Let me show against... sure, a hammerhead. So it's gonna go in. It's gonna fire its load all over the enemy's face. There, 20 charges. Now it has a slower fire rate. See, it has to stop. It needs to wait for recharges to come back. And that's the idea. That expanded missile blah will cause... let's add it. Let me show it to you guys. Expanded magazine. Add more capacitors, that's fine. Run simulation. And the difference is now it's going to shoot 30 charges instead of 20, so it has a higher burst damage. There are certain ships that you want to go in, alpha strike, fire all of your shit, and then walk away. Okay, let's force it a little bit. In there. There we go. And now it ran out of charges, and now we gotta wait for them to recharge. So higher burst damage. In this case, we would want to back off as fast as possible. Wait for the charges to come back. You can actually verify the charges individually by selecting the weapon. You see that 12, 15, 18, it's coming back up slowly. Once it's back up fully, we go back in. And so on and so forth. You can also see the difference between hardpoint turrets here. That's true, yeah, the spread is probably bigger on the turn turrets. But that's how expanded magazines work. Usually it's going to be useful only for these types of weapons. So be careful, check the weapon, see if it has maximum charges. If it doesn't have maximum charges, expanded magazine is going to be useless on it. Okay? Alrighty, let's see. Expanded magazines, expanded missile rack doubles the amount of ammo that you have. So if you have missiles on the ship, expanded missile rack is going to double the amount of missile ammo that you have. The expanded missile rack would be completely useless on this ship if it would not have a missile slot, if it wouldn't have any missiles. So let's say I don't want a Sabo over here. I want a mining blaster, because, I don't know. If I slap expanded missile rack on this, it would be completely useless and a waste of ordnance points. So be careful. Alright, undo. Let's see. Also, if you just have salamanders, which have salamander missiles, which have infinite ammo, expanded missile racks will again be useless. Extended shields will increase the degrees coverage of the shields that you currently have by 60%. So, 60 degrees. I think that would cause the hammerhead to be almost fully covered. Let me have a look, because that sounds interesting. So, blah, take that off. As you saw from before, currently the shield goes all the way up to almost cover the engines, but not quite. if we add expanded shields, now it's going to look something like this. Oh, full coverage, 360 degrees. Correct. Bubble. Not 380, 360. So now we have a bubble shield. We're completely safe in here as long as our flux bar holds. There are certain ships who already come equipped with a fully bubble shield. With a full bubble shield coverage. Okay, flux coil adjunct. Now, this increases the maximum flux capacity by a fixed amount depending on the hull size. So since in our case it's a destroyer-sized ship, it would increase our flux coil adjunct by 1,200. The thing is, be careful. If you are to decide, what should I invest in? Should I invest in 8 capacitors? Or should I invest in the flux coil adjunct? The investing in capacitors directly will always yield more flux. In this case, 8 ordnance points worth of capacitors give me 1,600. If I would add the flux coil adjunct, it would only add 1,200 for the cost of 8 ordnance points. Idea is, if you have maximum amount of capacitors and you want more, damn it, that's when you add the flux coil adjunct. Okay? It's practically something to add on top of your maximum capacitors. Same thing applies to the flux distributor, only in this case it applies a certain amount of flux dissipation. In our case it would apply 60, but again, it's much more efficient to add 8 vents. 8 vents would provide us with 80 flux dissipation. Same situation applies if you have maximum vents and you just need to squeeze that little bit more, just a bit more. You can add the flux distributor, to make your ship more efficient. Of course, you have to understand, maybe sometimes it's more worth it for you to just invest those extra ordnance points into capacitors instead of flux dissipation. But you'll have to decide that in your own testings. It will depend on the situation. Okay, hardened shields reduces the amount of damage taken by shields by 15%, and it also reduces the chance of EMP damage arcing through the shields. This is notice a situation where 10 capacitors are better than the hardened shields. So it's a situation where if you have maximum capacitors and you still have 10 ordnance points, you slap that hardened shield on the ship. But again, it's one of those situations where if you have nothing else to do with those ordnance points, you can't add any more guns, you can't add any more vents, then you put the hardened shields on it, or you built in the hardened shield with the story point, which I'm going to be discussing story points once we get into the character screen. Alright. Then we got hardened subsystems. Now with hardened subsystems, this will make your ship fight longer. Remember, we read on the information card the peak performance in seconds. That's 360 seconds, which is 5 minutes. No, 6 minutes. Yeah, it's 6 minutes. So the hardened subsystems would cause the peak operating time. Does it cause the peak operating time, or let's see? Peak operating time ensures that suffer degraded performance from extended deployment by 50%. Okay, so it's gonna decrease the combat readiness slower, and then it reduces the rate at which combat readiness degrades by 25%. So the ship will stay in peak operating time more than it usually would by 50%. So probably the 360 will transform in, let's see how much, 540. You see that the info card has been modified. These numbers do modify in real time based on the mods that you have. So we've jumped from 360 to 540 seconds. It's going to stay in tip-top condition. Afterwards, it's going to start degrading. the combat radius is going to start going down. Eventually, it's going to start malfunctioning, and once CR reaches 0, engines go offline, shield go offline. The ship is a sitting duck that can't do anything. Usually, you'll want to add hardened subsystems on high-tech ships. I have no idea if the hardened subsystem stall strat is remotely viable. Has only anyone tried it? I guess you could set up some very fast, tanky ships that have hardened subsystems that would just stay away from enemy fire and just outlast the enemy. I personally have not tried the CR stall tactic. Might be interesting to try a playthrough like that one time. I usually add hardened subsystems on ships that have safety overrides or high-tech ships that usually have a because they're high-tech, they require more maintenance, thus they have a lower peak operating time. Alrighty, what's a safety overridden ship? We'll get to that in a bit. Alright, what else do we got? Heavy armor increases the armor of the ship. It also reduces its maneuverability by 10%. So it rotates slower, but it has more armor. If you're building a brick, which is a tank it's a tank ship that just face tanks everything with its armor, you'll definitely want heavy armor on it. You can't imagine it to be that strong because pirates have fairly robust ships that last a while. I don't know, maybe a Tempest that has no guns and has safety... No, not safety overrides. Not even a Tempest. I don't know. Well, we'll think about that another time, how we would make that work. High-resolution sensors. This increases the range of your fleet. How far can you see with... out in space. This is also the way for you to find hidden objects like weapon caches or random salvage or derelict ships. It all depends on your fleet sensors range. I usually add high resolution sensors on support ships, and that's it. Simply increases your range. I don't really find it as a mandatory stat. I'll usually get an explorer dedicated support ship to have in the fleet, but after I finish the exploration part of the game, I just remove the ship. Okay, then we got high scatter amplifier, another... Oh no, this just increases the damage of energy weapons by a flat 10%. And those energy weapons now deal hard flux damage to shields. Are the resolution sensors more for stealth ships or stealth fleets? I guess. So remember when I said that energy weapons just don't do as much heat and much shield pressure, and they only and any damage from an energy weapon will just do soft flux. So they can dissipate that whenever they want, even with their shields on. This transforms any energy weapon into a hard flux weapon. So any energy weapon that you do, any energy weapon damage that you do on a shield will stick on the flux bar. For the enemy to get rid of that shield, that damage, that heat, they will have to deactivate their shields. Off. Please don't mix energy and beam weapons. That's true, because practically beam weapons are just graviton beam, phase lance, tachyon lance. This would not apply to an ion pulse or a heavy blaster. It would not apply to a pulse laser either. You are correct, it is quite an important distinction. So it would only affect beam weapons, a weapon that fires a continuous stream of energy. It also reduces the range, I think. Reduces the portion of the range of the beam weapon that is above 200 units by 50%. Yeah. So for example, if you have a graviton beam and you slap the high scatter amplifier on it, it's going to do hard flux damage and a 10% more damage, but it's going to only have a range of 500 units. Alright. So Usually you'll utilize high scatter amplifier on a shotgun style ship. So you'll most likely have a very fast short range ship that's going to get into the enemy's face, blow its load all over its face, and then retreat, vent, and then go back in. That would be the idea. Okay, insulated engine assembly. Increases the durability of the ship's engines by 100%, and the ship's hull integrity by 10%. And it decreases the ship's sensor profile by 50%. I usually slap the insulated engine assembly on civilian ships because I smuggle a lot. So sensor profile usually comes in handy when you want to be a stealth fleet, when you want to hide and try to infiltrate locations without being seen by the patrols. That's where insulated engine assembly comes in handy quite a bit. I usually slap insulated engine assembly on all of my civilian ships. Civilian ships are non-combat ships, but they have a specific civilian mod on them. All right. I think I'm gonna stop here. I feel my throat has been shot to shit. I think this is a good moment to stop, and I'll continue exactly where we left off. For those on YouTube, we're not just gonna see any difference. I'm just gonna make a cut here. I'm gonna write down where I'm at in alphabetical order, and I'm at the integrated AI, PDAI. Good. So those on YouTube will just see a small little fade to black and back, and I'll practically continue where I left off. Okay, jump cut has been made. We're going to continue with integrated point defense AI. Off screen, I've decided that I'm going to go fully through the hull mods and through the weapons in the game, and then there's going to be a separate video with individual ship discussions, because that's going to take me ages. But by that point, you guys are going to be familiar with hulls and with weapons, so it's going to be much easier to understand. Right, so integrated point defense AI, this makes all ships, all weapons, small weapons that are usually not PD weapons, to act as PD weapons. So for example, a railgun, which is not a PD weapon, if the ship has integrated point defense AI, will actively seek out and prioritize fighters and missiles. So it's going to act as a PD weapon. And that's how integrated point defense AI works. They will also ignore flares, if I remember correctly. Let me have a quick look-see. All small non-missile weapons, the ability to automatically target incoming enemy missiles and identify and ignore decoy flares. Yeah, so there will be ships whose special ability will be to launch flares, or they will literally have a flare launcher equipped. That usually flares attract PD fire and missiles. No worries, man, go for it. And in addition, all point defense weapons get the best possible targeting, leading, regardless of combat readiness, and all damage to missiles is increased by 50%. Simply juices up the integrated point defense AI. I haven't really found a situation on a ship where it was, you know, essential to get this, but I did play around with a Paragon that had tac lasers that were juiced up into integrated point defense AI for the ultimate disco ball extravaganza. So yeah, it's a fun mod to play around with. You guys might want to check it out. Then we get to ITU, one of the, if not the most powerful mod or hull mod for the ships. This is what people literally try to find as soon as possible so they can replace the dedicated targeting core, which is the weaker version that is only capable of being equipped for cruisers and capital ships. The ITU simply increases the range of ballistic energy weapons by 10, 20, 40, and 60%, depending on the ship's size. It's not really that significant for a frigate, but for a destroyer and up, the range of it is quite good. Usually, it can be your entire fleet doctrine can revolve around integrated targeting unit. You can just make a firing line that will bombard the enemy fleets, and by the time the enemy fleet is in range with their weapons, you've already crippled half of them or something like that. It's pretty powerful, and usually your best bet is to go with a strategy of killing the enemy before they even reach you, or, well, like usual, before they kill you. Also, this does not stack with a dedicated targeting core, but it does, if I remember correctly, stack with the ballistic rangefinder. There is some weird interaction over there that you could utilize. But do remember that the ballistic rangefinder will have a maximum, so practically up to 800 maximum. So only if you plan on making a short-range shotgun type ship to increase its range. For example, assault cannons, you could increase them with ballistic rangefinder and ITU. But again, only up to 800. Okay, further down, nav relay. When deployed in combat, increases nav rating of your fleet by 2 to 3 to 4 to 5%, depending on ship size. Nav rating. Total nav rating increases the top speed of your deployed ships. I see. So regularly, this is a fleet-wide buff that increases the top speed, so the maximum speed in combat. This only affects the ships in combat. This is mostly installed on a support ship, or if you have a lot of ordnance points available, relying on a ship, you could add this. But usually those 15 ordnance points are better invested into the combat capabilities of said ship. And I haven't really seen the nav relay just being, this was the edge that my fleet needed. But I guess, or I assume, there can be certain fleet builds where you just rely on speed. It could work. Alright, then we go for a neural interface. Links the flagship with another ship, allowing switching between ships without using a shuttle pod. Both ships must have a neural interface and not be commanded by an officer or an AI core. The transfer is instant into the combined deployment point with the ships are 50 or less. Okay, so I am going to be honest, I haven't really played around with neural interface. This is dependent on one of the skills of the character creation screen. Sorry, in the character sheet on your captain. The idea would be there are certain ships that can only be controlled by the AI, by a artificial intelligence. I'm not talking about the AI as in the computer controlling ships. I'm talking about literal artificial intelligence, which is a thing in this game that is highly illegal. The idea is, with a neural interface, practically a chip that you put in your brain, in the character sheet, you can control these ships with your mind. The neural interface would allow you to transfer your control between two ships. Again, neural interface would only be good if you're going to be playing around with that system. If you're not going to be playing around with that system, if you don't plan on utilizing any, or flying personally, any AI ships, then you're not gonna care about that one. Okay, Operations Center. Increases the command point recovery rate by 250% when installed on the flagship. Now, command points, remember, were literally the points that you utilized to give orders to your fleet during combat by pressing the tab key, and then drag selecting them and then right-clicking and giving them orders. The Operations Center simply gives you a faster rate of command points. Those recover faster. It's not good. It's not that useful. Now, it depends. It depends how micro-intensive you are. How much do you want to micro your fleet? Usually the AI, and this time the computer, is smart enough to control the ships on its own. You can just give some minimal orders of escort and defend and chase, which are enough for you not to have an operations center. Of course, if you want to roleplay and have a capital ship with an operations center built in because it feels badass and it is your the flagship of your fleet, sure, go for it. It is interesting, but from a RP perspective. And of course, again, if you are micro-intensive, if you're inclined towards just micromanaging every little goddamn thing about your fleet, then operations center will be good for you. Again, it needs to be on the ship that you fly for it to take effect. Okay, reinforced bulkhead. This increases the HP of the ship by 40%. That is a hefty amount of increase in HP, and it usually is utilized with in combination with heavy armor, armored weapon mounts, and other things that increase survivability for brick builds, for ships that don't usually rely on their shields and just rely on tanking with their armor. So once the enemy goes through the said armor, they have to go through the HP, and reinforced bulkhead will simply increase that survivability by a little bit more. Hey Zendar. Then we got resistant flux conduits. This actually goes hand in hand with the brick build as well, because a ship without a shield is more susceptible to EMP damage. This decreases the EMP damage taken. It makes the weapons on your ship more, and the engine, more resistant to EMP damage. So again, reinforced bulkhead, resistant flux conduit, heavy armor, armored weapon mounts, all of these work together in making this big bricky ship that will need a lot of firepower to take out. There's also polarized armor on the character sheet, which also further enhances and buffs up this build. But I'm going to be discussing that more when we get to the ships. Okay, now safety overrides. Safety overrides is a big one, and you will meet players who will slap safety overrides on all ships, or you will meet players who never utilize safety overrides because it's dangerous. But the idea is, safety overrides turns a ship into a short-range, fast-hitting brawler. Practically any ship that usually would have very, very slow long-range capabilities can be converted into a faster, more shotgun-style ship. Speaking of, one such build is applicable for the Hammerhead. The idea is, currently, the build that you see here, the railgun heavy mortar combination, is kind of a mid-range brawler. There's also a long-range build, and then there's the short-range heavy weapons build, which I can show you guys. I think there's even in the auto-fit section. Yeah, the overdriven variant. The overdriven variant practically has some short-range weapons because the safety overrides do decrease the range of your weapons drastically. So practically any weapon that's above 450 units range has a drop-off in damage significantly. So you are forced to utilize short-range weapons. The idea behind this build is you have the light dual machine guns and the heavy machine gun over here that are going to be overwhelming the enemy's shields, and then the assault chain gun will be able to provide with some very, very powerful, fast-hitting, high-explosive damage. There is another little variant to the safety overrides where you add another assault chain gun, and then you just add the normal light machine gun, just to make it a little bit softer on the flux cost. But both can work, and both can give you a good time. So yeah, that's practically the idea with safety overrides. It increases the speed of the ship. It decreases the range. It increases the what's it called? The flux dissipation. So the passive amount of flux dissipation that the ship has, but there are some drawbacks. It removes the manual vent option, so you can no longer manually vent the ship. You have to get away and wait for the flux to go away. But trust me, this is very fast. So that the lack of a manual vent is not really that big of a deal. But what is a big deal is the fact that the ship will lose its combat readiness much faster. Safety overrides means there's a lot of accidents or problems or malfunctions happening, thus explaining why the ship will decrease in combat readiness a little bit faster. So it's kind of like a berserk thing that you put on the ship. Very interesting, and I found a lot of success with this hull mod on a lot of interesting ships that you really wouldn't expect it would work. But again, we're going to get to that once we talk about individual ships. Okay, shield conversion Omni. Converts frontal shields to omnidirectional, reduces the shield's arc by 24%, and decreases upkeep by 25. Now, the upkeep that it refers to over here is literally the shield flux per second, so this would go down. But the shield conversion Omni is not really that good. What does this mean? So, for example, a frontal shield will simply be converted to omnidirectional. It'll be smaller, and then it will move and follow your mouse. That would be the idea. The thing is, you'll usually utilize the mouse to direct the ship itself. So having either a frontal shield or a bubble shield will be much easier to manage. But again, if you do, this is again kind of a flavor thing. If you do want to go for omnidirectional, you like micromanaging the shield and just catching those cheeky missiles at the last second, you can do that with a shield conversion Omni. Okay, shield shunt. This completely removes the shields off a ship. There are ships who just have weak shields, and you're just better off stripping the shield emitter down, and that's going to be increasing its armor by 50% by a flat bonus. Again, it works very well for building that brick, that unstoppable brick that needs to take a stupid amount of punishment to even reach its core HP hull. So that works towards that direction. Solar shielding. Getting close to a sun will cause combat readiness to decrease rapidly on your ships. This can fix that, can alleviate that. There are certain star systems, for example, the Sindrian Dictat star system, Asconia, that has a very powerful sun. That's even one of the stories behind the Sindrian Dictat, that all of their ships have solar shielding. But the solar shielding part isn't the thing that we're interested in when it comes to this mod. It's the reduce in energy damage taken by 20%. That's the thing that is really good here. There will be a lot of enemies in the game that will have that will rely on energy damage. Having that solar shielding will really help alleviate that problem, will really help your ships withstand some of that overwhelming punishment, because you're going to be facing them whatever you want to or not. It's like there's pirates, there's going to be energy users, trust me. So yeah, keep this in mind. Solar shielding is not really a must, it's not really a priority. You'll want this to be installed once you have, some spare ordnance points on your ship. It's not a, now I must get it. Unless you do plan on just engaging, for example, if you plan on waging war against the Tritachyon Corporation, which is a major faction in this game, then you'll really want soldier shielding. It'll practically become a higher priority because you're constantly going to be fighting against high-tech ships, which usually rely on energy weapons. Alright, stabilized shields. Now, stabilized shields is quite good. Was there a shield conversion front? Or is that from a mod? Or maybe is it further down? Let me have a look, see. Oh yeah, shield conversion front. Okay, because shield conversion front is practically the better version of stabilized shields. We'll get to it in a bit. In fact, I'll talk about it as soon as I finish with this one. So stabilized shields reduces the amount of soft flux by 50%. So it halves the shield flux per second. If I put it on, it will only generate a 50 shield flux per second, which is not that big on a destroyer, but it really adds up if you have a capital ship. There are capital ships that their shields generate a whopping 400 flux per second, which is quite insane. Bringing that down to just half, to 200, is quite substantial, and definitely more worth it than just slapping 6 extra vents on the ship. So what's better, 60 flux dissipation or a cut in shield flux generation by 200? Yeah, so stabilized shields is a mwah. Right, surveying equipment. This is a mod for support ships. This will make exploring. Surveying, there's no way around it. Surveying planets easier. It's going to require you less supplies. and it does stack. It does stack. It does have a certain diminishing returns eventually, but having at least one ship with serving equipment in your fleet is good. 2 is better, but don't go overboard, don't go with 3. And a lot of your support ships can handle some extra civilian and support mods. So for example, a freighter could have serving equipment if you are going to be focusing on exploration, instead of giving it extra cargo capacity. Okay, then we got Unstable Injector. Increases the ship's top speed in combat by 25, 20, 15, 15, depending on, again, the hull size. It always go from the smallest to the biggest ship. But this will decrease the weapon range of the ship, and it will also increase the fighter replacement time. So, what's fighter replacement time? This will only work for carrier ships or with ships with converted hangar bays. If a ship has a fighter, it will chug out, let's say, 1 fighter. If that fighter gets destroyed in combat, the time it takes to bring that fighter back in action is increased by 25%. That would be the idea. Again, Unstable Injector would work hand in hand with safety overrides, but do you need the extra speed? Another question you could ask is, would just Unstable Injector be enough if you want that extra speed instead of going for safety overrides? It's kind of like a baby safety overrides. That's how you should think about Unstable Injector, and you would have to decide which one is enough for your build to take effect. Hey, Mr. Bitch, what's the best flagship and why is it Fury? Okay, we're not going to ship discussions right now, Mr. Bitch. Right now we're going through hulls. We'll get there when we get there. Adaptive Phase Coil. Right. So there are certain ships with a special ability that makes them go... they phase out of existence. They practically become phantoms. Missiles, guns, ordnances, ships go through them. For example, the Doom class phase cruiser is literally the epitome of this technology. It has the phase field. So for example, if I run a simulation and fight against a hammerhead, it no longer has a shield. If you right click, the ship will go in its phase state. I'm just going to wait for the enemy to shoot something at me. And we right click, and thus time slows down a little bit. The ship is now in this phased state. And it's going to remain so, but as you can see, the flux builds up. So I have to be careful on how much I utilize this. We're going to step it back a little bit, just so we allow the ship to vent, and then we're going to go in again. The idea is, it's quite a powerful gimmick. I know players who can solo entire fleets with just having one Doom class phase cruiser, and it can get pretty insane. Me personally, it's not that I'm not a big fan of them. They are cool ships, but I just haven't practiced enough for them where I can say that, yeah, I'm cool with them. I'm good. I'm fine. I can do this. I can't. I still need to practice with the phase ships. But as I said, if you practice with them, they have the potential of just being incredibly overpowered. And that Adaptive Phase Coil is simply a mod to improve such ships. So practically, it can stay in a phase state for a longer period of time. No, that's it. That's all what Adaptive Phase Coil does. It's actually a good training wheel mod. So if you do plan on practicing with phase ships, the Adaptive Phase Coil will make it so that you staying in a phased state is more forgiving, easier. You can stay in prolonged periods of time and then wait for the good opportunity. Okay, then, what else do we got? We got Assault Package. So Assault Package, let me see. Assault Package, Escort Package, and is there another one? No, I don't think so. Assault Package and Escort Package are for civilian ships. So it's to make civilian ships, which are usually non-combat ships, into combat ships. It's usually used for role-playing purposes. For example, you know, you're a merchant fleet, but you also need some oomph, need some combat capabilities. Thus, you slap on assault and escort package on them. Only one can be installed. The assault package in this case increases the ship's HP by 10%, armor by 5, and flux capacity by 10. Simply makes a civilian-grade ship into a simply transforms it into kind of a combat ship. Not by much, but it's a flavor. It's a little bit there. It also modifies the behavior of the ship. So if the computer controls this ship, you know, if you're not the one running it, these ships will try to engage the enemy, opposed to civilian ships usually having the mentality of running away from anything that has a gun. So, for example, a fuel freighter with an assault package will turn around and start fighting instead of running away. So be careful what you're slapping assault package on. Okay, converted fighter bay. Let's see. How is it different from converted hangar? Converts the ship's fighter bay's housing built-in wings into improvised cargo holds. Ah, I see. Okay. I know. Apparently this is the opposite of converted fighter wing. This makes a carrier into a freighter. All the hangar that's usually utilized to keep your fighters has now been converted into a cargo space. That's all. So if you don't want your carrier, you know, to be a carrier, you can make it into a freighter. But I would recommend to just not have a carrier in the first place and just buy a Colossus or buy a freighter. Yeah. Now, dedicated targeting core. I mentioned it before. It's the poor man's ITU, the integrated targeting unit. It's only utilized for cruise. It can only be installed on cruisers and capital ships, but it is quite a significant boost to range. Do install this, and you can install it from the get-go, while the ITU, you need to find the blueprint, you need to buy it or procure it from somewhere in the world. But yeah, still utilize it. It's good if you don't have ITU. Escort package. Increases the ship's maneuverability by 10%, so it turns faster. Increases the range of all point defense weapons by 30 units, you know, practically space range, and then increases the damage dealt to fighters and missiles by 10%. Again, it transforms a civilian ship into a fighter ship, but this time with more focus on point defense. It's literally what it does. Okay, expanded deck crew will reduce the rate at which the fighter replacement rates. This is another dedicated carrier mod. So it will make fighter wings rebuild faster, but it will also increase the crew requirement for the ship by 20 per fighter bay. So for example, if an Astral, which does the Astral have the 4 fighter wing bays, fire wing slots? Okay, Legion definitely has 4. So the Legion with 4 fighter wing slots would need an extra 80 crew if you would install expanded deck crew on it. Okay, makeshift shield generator. So as I said, there are ships who don't have shields. This will give it a very weak, poor shield. But hey, it's better than nothing. It's gonna make a Hound survive for a few shots longer. So, you know, you can install it. Then, militarized subsystems, which is the way to turn a civilian ship into a kind of a stealth ship, to be honest. So, what does it do? Usually civilian ships... let's go to a civilian ship. Yeah, let's do it like that. No. Hegemony converts. Does it even give me any civilian ships in any of these missions? Okay, yeah, I see a Colossus over there. Perfect. So the Colossus is a cruiser-sized freighter. It automatically comes equipped with the civilian-grade hull. what does a civilian grade hull do? It increases the sensor profile by 100%. So the ship is easier seen, detected by other fleets. And it has a reduced sensor strength by 50%. So it sees less. It doesn't have the sensor range that good. So it's a big brick that can be seen from a long away, and it's blind. That's the civilian grade hull. Now, you can install militarized subsystems which remove these debuffs. So it removes the sensor problem, so it practically makes the ship more stealthier. It increases the flux dissipation by 10% and adds 10 armor for the damage reduction calculation, so it makes the ship itself tankier. It also increases its speed on the world map. So for example, the Colossus, who has a current maximum burn of 7, with a militarized subsystem is going to go to an 8. So it nullifies this stuff. And having the militarized system is a good idea if you don't have the navigator. Or is it so the civilian bulk transport? Oh, let me have a look-see. If to give you the correct information, let me see exactly which is the one ability from the character sheet that does benefit civilian ships. Let's see. Is it navigation? Terrain movement penalties increases the burn speed. No. Is it bulk transport? Yes, it's bulk transport. Okay, so with bulk transport, practically militarized subsystems becomes obsolete because bulk transport, which I do recommend that you get, increases the burn level of all non-militarized civilian grade ships by 2, so that Colossus becomes a burn 9 without the militarized subsystem mod. In exchange, to compensate for the lack of that mod, you know, to deal with the sensor problem, okay, you need to do this mission. So let's go back to that Colossus and show you. Nothing personal. Where was it? Oh, come on. Ah, there it is. Okay. Refit. And go back to the blah. So if you have bulk transport, instead of militarized subsystems, you just add insulated engine assembly. This will increase the durability of the engine by 100%. But what we're interested in is the ship's sensor profile is reduced by 50%. So it practically brings it within normal range. It's still blind as a bat, but you will probably be relying on other ships for you to detect things and not on a freighter. So yeah. But Rev, why do I want my ship to have its sensor profile lowered? For smuggling, my dear sir. For smuggling shit. For your fleet to be stealthier so they don't get detected by those pesky patrols or those giant militarized fleets that are gonna curb stomp you into a sun. That would be the idea. That's why decreasing the sensor profile of your fleet is a good thing. It simply comes in handy to be stealthier than you already are. Okay, so back to this guy. Let's go back to the hull. We were at militarized substance. Okay, we got neural integrator. So this is a augmented version of neural interface. And works with automated ships. Links the flagship with another ship. Destroyed. Establish a neural link with another ship with a neural interface. After transfer is complete. Can only install on automated ships, install neural interface instead. I'm sadly not sure. I haven't really seen neural integrator in action. It is something that I still need to practice with, I guess. I'm simply going to assume that it has a lower cooldown and it's just a better version of the neural integrator, neural interface from above here. Yeah. It most likely decreases the limitations. Transfer is instant, combined deployment of 50 or less. But yeah, sadly I can't really give a lot of information on it. What I can say is you're not really going to be utilizing it much unless you specifically go for that build. Phase Anchor. Reduces the phase cloak activation cost to 0. Increases the soft flux dissipation and weapon recharge rate by 2 times while phased. When suffering critical damage that will otherwise destroy or disable the ship, able to initiate an emergency dive deep into P-space. The ship counts as retreated and will emerge into a normal space when combat is over. Wow, that's cool. Practically, it makes your phase ships invincible. Well, invincible. They get, if they're on the peak, the moment of destruction, they just phase out of the combat and they come back at the end of the combat, thus being saved, and you recover them back. But that's not really the only benefit. The fact that it reduces the cost of the activation of the phase shift to 0, and it increases the soft flux dissipation. So, what does the soft flux dissipation? Your guns fire. The guns firing cause soft flux. Soft flux is the heat that you can dissipate even if you have your shields on. While phased, the soft flux is has a double effect. Your weapons will cool down that much faster. Your ship will cool down that much faster. So that's how the phase anchor works. So for example, the Doom comes in, launches everything inside the enemy, phases out, and then it will cool off much faster. That would be the idea. Okay, then Recovery Shuttles is another carrier mod. This reduces the casualties suffered by fighter pilots by 75%. A fighter will be piloted, usually. There are also AI-controlled ships, for example, Wasps. They just have a targeting computer on board, and they don't really have a human pilot, so Recovery Shuttles would be useless on a carrier that only has Wasps. But you're really not really... You're not really going to be in a situation where you will only have Wasps on a ship. I'm pretty sure. There are other fighter ways that you can utilize better. But there are also fighter ways that you can utilize, again, that only have an AI on them. For example, like Sparks. But we'll get there when we get there. The idea is, if you have human-controlled fighters, Recovery Shuttle is going to be good. If you have non-human controlled fighters, Recovery Shuttles is not going to be good. There. Shield Conversion Front. Now, what I consider Shield Conversion Front to be an upgraded, a better version of Stabilized Shields. Shield Conversion Front makes any omnidirectional shield, so again, the shield that follows your mouse, into a frontal shield. But it extends its arc by 100%. It doubles its coverage, which can mean to most ships, to most shields, that it just becomes a bubble. Besides that, it also decreases the shield's upkeep cost by 50%. Yeah. Oh, and as with all frontal emitters, the shield will also deploy twice as quickly. So just all around faster bubble shield. Mwah. If you want a ship that has powerful shields, Shield Conversion Front plus max capacitors plus hardened shields will make you a hard bubble to crack. Yeah. So yeah, those are the whole mods. There are mods that you can install on the game that add a lot more toys to play around with on the ship. Besides hull mods, it will add ships, it will add weapons, it will add wacky systems. But these are the ones in the base game, and these are the ones that I'm going to be tackling. I will tell you guys how to install mods in Starsector as well, and where to find them, because they're very easy to find. There's a nice, beautiful list on their forums that's like, mwah. Okay. Now, I think I'm going to go for guns. I think I'm going to go real quick and discuss about each and every weapon. We're going to go through small ballistics, medium ballistics, large ballistics, then small missiles, medium, large missiles, and then small energy, medium energy, large energy. Those are all the categories. Fair warning, I do recommend that you skip the weapons explanation, because one of the cool things of the game, one of the main features of the game, is exploring and finding how these weapons work on your own. Just exploring ships, exploring builds, exploring systems, exploring weapons is one of the main things that really attracted me to this game. But I do admit, figuring shit out can be very confusing and can be a bit frightening. So for those who don't want to go through the struggle of understanding which guns are good and which guns are bad, welcome. Stick around. For those who want to explore them on their own, please skip this topic. Okay, let's go with ballistics. Small ballistics first. I'm going to select a ship that has a small ballistic slot, just so I have a full list of all of them. There we go. Alright, full list of all of them. They're not really that many, but they will also... You'll most likely see a situation where you have the low budget variant and then the high budget variant, and I'll explain which ones to keep an eye out for and which ones to kind of stay away from. Now, the light mortar, I'll take it from bottom to top. We're going to go from the cheapest weapon to the most expensive weapon. So the light mortar is a medium range, high explosive damage weapon. So this is meant to take out armor and hull. This will constantly offer a bombardment of high explosives at a low flux cost, but the projectile of the high explosive is quite slow, and the accuracy is not that good. So this is a very on the budget, poor high explosive damage. You'll most likely get into situations where you're outranged or outgunned, but it is, as I said, a reliable weapon because it will saturate the enemy with projectiles, especially if you use them in bulk. If you have a ship that has multiple slots of small weapons and you have the means to get in close and personal, it's going to be... Okay, then we got the light machine gun. This is the smaller variant of the light dual machine gun. Now, the light machine gun is a kinetic PD weapon, a point defense weapon. So the weapon is meant to be utilized against missiles and fighters. This particular weapon is very useful against fighter wings with shields. So you'll usually find fighter wings with shields on high-tech ships. So equipping light machine guns or light dual machine guns, which is a little bit above, on your ship as a PD or as PD options will be that much more effective against those high-tech fighter wings. The light machine gun can also be utilized for safety override builds because of that bonus anti-shield capability. So, for example, a hammerhead or a manticore or no other ship comes to mind. With a safety overrides build, being equipped with light machine guns will shred shields, will make short work of them, and it's going to allow other high explosive weapons to start bombarding and stripping down that armor. And once the light machine gun goes through the armor, it would also help quite well against that HP to just whittle it down incredibly fast. Why would you go for the light machine gun over the light dual machine gun in any situation? Besides being cheaper, it will also generate less flux. So they will pew away, but this is practically like the budget version. It's not gonna overheat your ship. So you will be able to decide exactly in which scenarios you're gonna go for. For example, on the hammerhead, if you go double assault chain guns, and I would recommend that you go normal light machine guns just so your ship doesn't overheat. But if you go one assault chain gun, one heavy machine gun, then you can get away with having light dual machine guns because the heat's gonna be manageable. Okay, the Vulcan cannon. This is your go-to ballistic PD. This is your as the description says, rapid-fire weapon that is especially devastating to missiles and fighters at a point-blank range. This is your pew-pew. It does fragmentation damage, which does excel against missiles, which just have a certain amount of HP. They don't usually have armor. And fighter wings, which don't usually have a lot of armor. The Vulcan Cannon is a reliable PD weapon, even though it's a little bit short range, that will keep your ship safe. So you can't really go wrong with Vulcan Cannon, unless, as I said, you're going to be fighting against those specialized shielded fighters, in which case the light machine gun kinda takes the lead there. Okay, then we go with the light autocannon. Now this is the baby railgun. This is your first on-a-budget anti-shield weapon. It's medium range, and it will be able to do some decent amount of damage against shields. It's anti-shield. And what can I say about it? You'll usually want to increase, you'll usually want to go for the railgun, or again, if you feel like the ship can't handle the flux generation of a railgun, you can go with light autocannon. This also has a light dual variant, so probably double the DACA, but also doubles the heat. I'd say if you only have one slot, like a kite, for example, you're better off with having the light dual autocannon. But if you have a hammerhead with multiple slots with 2 frontal slots, I would just go with 2 light autocannons. Again, if you're on a budget, if you don't have access to railguns. Okay, standard bomb bay. The standard bomb bay, I think it simply launches... Yes, velocity. So, this will simply launch slow-moving, unguided bombs towards the general direction. Anything that will be caught in that general direction will usually receive a lot of damage. These need to be manually fired by you, because these will do friendly fire. They also have a limited amount of ammo. I wouldn't really rely on these. They're quite dangerous. Again, maybe if you're on a budget and you really need that anti-capital solution. These are kind of an anti-capital solution in the sense that the capital ship is a big target. So throwing a bomb, a mine in its general direction will usually hit it somewhere. If it doesn't get shot out of the sky, of course. But yeah, instead of standard bomb bays, I would definitely just rely on a bomber wing. Okay, light dual machine gun. I kind of explained this weapon in the light machine gun section. The light dual machine gun runs hotter, of course, does more damage, especially more damage on shields. And again, I would utilize this if you have a limited amount of PD slots and you really need that point defense. If you feel like the ship is just doesn't have the defense it needs to withstand fighter wings or missiles, you just find yourself in a situation where the shield is just not covering it. You just have a 1 PD slot or 1 slot that you could utilize as a PD, then you would slap this light dual machine gun on. It's a bit hot, but if I had 2 slots, I would probably go for either 2 light machine guns or 2 Vulcan cannons. It's all about the situation. It's all about the ship. Okay. Meaner but hotter, or a little bit more light and but still does the job done in the numbers. Okay, light dual autocannon. Kind of the same story with the light autocannon. Very few slots, light dual autocannon. And you can handle the heat. You can handle the heat, and multiple slots, light autocannon. Also, don't be afraid to leave empty slots on your ship. Sometimes you just can't have those 50 Vulcans, and you can just go with 20. I'm exaggerating. But it is a strategy to leave some slots empty. For example, I think the best example is going back to the Hammerhead. The safety overrides Hammerhead usually doesn't have any point defenses on its butt because it relies on the speed to avoid damage and stay safe. And plus, all of the heat can be concentrated on the guns on the front to keep on firing and be more reliable. Alright, then we go to the light assault gun. Now this is kind of the high-end light mortar. It has a longer range, it's much more reliable, it has better accuracy, and it will keep constantly firing. It is a little bit more expensive and it runs a little bit hot. But this is your go-to high explosive solution when it comes to the small slot ballistics. Yeah, that's it. Although I've noticed a trend where usually people go with anti-shield on their small slots, like the railgun and light needler, and then use medium explosive ballistics to strip the enemy of its armor. And I kind of tend to go with that trend as well, simply because the railguns and the light needlers are so powerful. But yeah, if you are in a situation where you need high explosive offensive capabilities on your small slots, the light assault gun is to go. If you're on a budget, if you just don't have the ordnance points, you can get away with a light mortar as well. Again, light mortar works well if it has multiple light mortars that they can work off each other. Okay, then we get to the railgun, which is the community on the internet is a little bit divided on this one. They're either railgun fans or light needler fans. I'm a railgun fan. It is expensive. It is hot, but it has very good accuracy. It has a decent range, and it will overload shields with constant pressure. So yeah, having one or two is more than enough, because these are hot. They're quite flux hungry, but they're reliable. They'll do the job. They will cause shields to... They will put pressure on shields. Okay, then we got a light needler, which is kind of a burst variant of the railgun. They are 1 ordnance points more expensive, and they do, I think, more... Do they do more DPS? No, they don't do more DPS, but as I said, these are a burst variant. They are here to strip the shield fast. They will apply a lot of pressure in a very short amount of time, and as soon as they go off, you can most likely rely to just hit it with the high explosives as well, because they're gonna go through. Again, it's a bit expensive. I personally prefer to go with the railgun, but please test out the light needler. It's quite powerful. I even admit that it's powerful, even though I don't utilize it much. And it's very good for shotgun style builds. Shotgun style, where the ship goes in, alpha strikes, as in shoots all of its weapons, and then comes back out to cool down, and it's getting ready for another run. Okay, those are all of the small ballistics. Let's go for medium now. I'm just going to go on the hammerhead. I do have to mention that in almost all medium slots, you can also put medium or large slots. You can put these smaller variants as well. So we're first going to go with the heavy mortar. Interestingly enough, well, if the name doesn't give it away, the heavy mortar is the medium-sized light mortar. Although it does more DPS and it causes quite a big saturation of projectiles, even though the accuracy is not that good, it's more of a spray and pray kind of situation. But yeah, if you're on a budget, this is the high explosive solution for you. Then we got a thumper, which is a oddity. You'll usually find thumpers on pirate ships, and if you do have a thumper, I would recommend that you use it as a manual fire mode. The problem with a thumper is it's a fragmentation type weapon, so it does less damage on shields, less damage on armor, but it does a lot of damage on a hull. It just strips the HP off of enemy ships. How I would utilize the thumper would be have it manually fire, and then just utilize it as soon as you see that the enemy armor has been stripped off, to just spray all of that damage on the hull directly. So use it as a finisher weapon. It does have a general role, so practically a general role means that it can be used against shields and armor, but not really that effective. It does have a satisfying thump, though. It does have a satisfying thump. It just goes boop, 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 boop. Anyway, let's go to the Arbalist autocannon. Now, this is the anti-shield solution. has quite a slow fire rate. So it's similar to the light autocannon right here. Or the light, well, actually the light dual autocannon has its own variant. So it's kind of practically a medium slot light autocannon. Not that reliable, very low budget. Again, if you don't have anything else, or if you feel like the ship's not going to be able to handle any extra heat, you'll have to go with the Arbalest autocannon. I would stay away from it. It's quite a bad weapon. Okay, flak cannon. Now, the flak cannon is a PD weapon. It's anti-missile, anti-fighter, but it's quite good at it because the projectile, as soon as it reaches its general target, it explodes and does AoE damage. So it can handle clouds of fighter wings with ease. It's a sexy solution, and it's your go-to PD weapon for bigger ships. So, for example, the Dominator over here can actually utilize the flak cannon and the dual flak cannon to great effect. Okay, then we got the heavy machine gun, which is the medium scale machine gun. It's the dual machine gun's big brother. And it can be utilized, again, it's the same like the flak cannon, as a PD solution, or it can be used as a shield stripper. It will go in and just strip the shield off of anything with ease. But the problem is its range. It's very short range, so you'll most likely need a very fast ship to get in there, to get deep inside the enemy's perimeter before taking too much damage. So you need a fast ship or a ship with incredible defense to get in range and do the damage, do the dirty. But besides that, heavy machine gun is just a reliable PD solution. Again, excels against things with shields, fighter wings especially. Then we got the heavy autocannon. Heavy autocannon is the big brother of the dual autocannon. This will have better range, but it also runs quite a lot hotter, but reliable on taking on shields. There's something much more reliable and usually my go-to, which we're going to be talking in a second. But for what it is, it's a good weapon. It's just good to have one, especially if the ship can take the heat. Also, it looks cool as fuck. It reminds me of dreadnoughts, ships in the Navy, just firing their cannons. Looks cool. Good. The assault chain gun, a short range, high explosive, do a lot of damage type weapon in a very short amount of time, but it runs very hot. So the thing with this is you would have to utilize it kind of in a shotgun style. So safety overrides, brawler ships for close quarter combat. Again, you have to get this weapon in the enemy's face, but it is beautiful to look at when it does its job, and interestingly enough, it's quite reliable against shields as well, even though simply because of the high DPS this weapon does, it can be quite devastating against the shields as well, especially if it has another assault chain gun next to it or a heavy machine gun. It's gonna do delicious stuff. Okay, dual flak cannon. Now, the dual flak cannon is, of course, the big brother or big sister of the flak cannon. The problem with it is that it has a slower firing rate, but it does cover more area. So, and it's a more expensive option. It does heat up a little bit faster. So you'll have to kind of judge if the normal variant is enough. If you feel like kind of needs a little bit extra PD, we need a little bit extra defenses, you can go with the dual flak cannon. Again, it does fragmentation damage, so it can't really be used as a offensive gun. Okay, then we get to the heavy mauler. Practically, we're going to the long range family right now. The hyper velocity driver and heavy mauler do sweet love. They're amazing weapons, and your go-to weapons if your doctrine is long range, which mine is. Yeah, the HVD and the hyper velocity driver, the HVD, and the heavy mauler go hand in hand. The HVD is the anti-shield solution, while the Heavy Mauler is the anti-armor. The Heavy Mauler actually received a buff in the latest patch where it has a three-shot burst. So it shoots 3 projectiles in short succession, and afterwards it goes into a refire delay. But if the projectiles hit armor, it's going to do a lot of damage, plus AoE. It does cause an explosion. So, love it, long range. This in combination with ITU is just awesome. And it's incredibly satisfying to hear it fire. This is practically the anti-explosive solution. It is the big brother of the long-range big brother of the heavy mortar. Okay, then we get to the HVD. Now, the HVD, besides the fact that it does besides the fact that it does stupid amounts of damage on shields, in short bursts. So practically it just shoots a projectile that will do a lot of kinetic damage on the shield, and then it goes into a refire delay, and then it shoots again. But the thing is, if the enemies deactivate the shields, this will also do a significant EMP damage. So wherever it's gonna hit, it's gonna cause problems. And just between you and me, I've seen this thing do decent amount of damage to armor as well. So I think in some way, shape, or form, you can just spam HVDs and you will be marginally successful in your endeavors. I still have to test that. I do want to test out at one point just having a full fleet and with only HVDs on it and just see how it's going to perform. But it's my go-to anti-shield solution for medium. Then we got the Heavy Needler. Now, the Heavy Needler is, of course, the big brother of the Light Needler, blah blah. The problem with the Heavy Needler is that it's very hot. It runs very hard. Does a stupid amount of burst. It will most likely take shields offline. But if the enemy is smart, it's going to turn off its shields when the Heavy Needler goes off, just so it doesn't take that kinetic pressure on the shield. Because the Heavy Needler on its own won't really do much against armor. So usually, if you're going to be utilizing the Heavy Needler, you need to use it in combination with a high explosive right off the bat, where you shoot the Heavy Needler and the high explosive at the same time. This would work hand in hand with, I'd say, the Heavy Mortar or the Thumper. Should experiment with that. Kind of a Heavy Needler Thumper combination. That might be interesting. Good idea. Right, but the cheap cost of the Heavy Mortar, where it just sprays and prays, with the high cost of the Heavy Needler that has directed shield pressure, would cause some devastating damage. Plus, they have the same range, so you're going to be able to reliably shoot your salvo on the enemy. Whew. Alright, let me just grab a quick drink. Let's go for the big boys. Let's go for the big guns. Let's go for the large ballistics. Ooh, man. The big dogs. Speaking of big dogs, let me just make sure. There we go. We're starting off with the Hellbore Cannon. That's the cheapest large, ballistic weapon, heavy weapon. Hellbore Cannon is kind of like a Mauler. Slow fire rate, short speed projectile, but if it hits on armor especially, it doesn't do shit against shields, but if it hits on armor, it's gonna do big boy damage. It's gonna make things go boom. So, and it's also quite easy on the heat. More like a torpedo to you. Yeah, it is, but it has infinite ammo, so you can shoot it as long as you have heat. But yeah, it is on the cheap side. It's the budget gun. There are definitely other high explosive guns that will outperform it, but it's still a reliable gun. It's still a reliable weapon. If you have, for example, a Manticore, a Manticore will easily handle the Hellbore Cannon. It will reliably handle the Hellbore Cannon, and you will be able to add anti-shield capabilities on the rest of the stuff. Okay, let's go to the Mark 9 autocannon. This is, I'd say, kind of the large variant of the heavy autocannon. It will provide a constant barrage of kinetic projectiles. It runs quite hot, but if you want, and it doesn't have the best range, but if you want constant pressure on the shields, the Mark 9 autocannon is for you. I'm gonna jump over the Devastator Cannon real quick because I do want to talk about the FSS Assault Gun, which is the high explosive variant of the Mark 9 autocannon. They kind of work in the same way, only in this case, it's a constant barrage of high explosive guns. So having an FSS and a Mark 9 on a same ship, on a cruiser and a capital size, does work well, but they do run a little bit hot. Practically, it's going to be this constant pressure, maybe a faster capital ship that can get in the face of the enemy and just cause that powwow would be the solution. But yeah, good. Now, the Devastator Cannon. The Devastator Cannon is a fast-firing flak cannon, but there's a big difference between this and the dual flak cannon and the flak cannon medium variants. This does high explosive damage, so besides being good against missiles and fighters with no shields, this is pretty good against stripping armor on enemies, and it has a decent range. I've found that the Manticore with a Devastator Cannon works very well, and it also passively provides a lot of point defense, a lot of PD for the ship itself. So, do give the Devastator Cannon a chance. It will surprise you in a aggressive... In certain aggressive maneuvers. Decent range 900 is nothing to scoff at, and it will shoot. The bullets will explode closer and closer to the ship that fired it. The bullets will explode closer to closer ship that fired it. I think so. If it keeps on firing in long bursts, it will... Yeah, the burst size is 12, so most likely the 9, 10, 11, and 12 projectile will be... shot closer to where the ship is, but that's with the idea that something is approaching your ship. So for example, if a fighter is going to be coming in or a frigate is going to be coming in, it's going to be able to predict its trajectory and shoot it on its way in. So not to be underestimated, simply because of that high explosive damage that it has over there. Like, mwah, beautiful gun. Okay, then we get to the big boys, the big contenders. The Mjolnir Cannon, the general gun, the I don't have to think about what type of damage I do, I have the Mjolnir. So, Mjolnir Cannon does energy damage, so it does equal damage to everything, to shields, to armor, to hull. It doesn't give a shit. It does enough damage to not give a shit. The Mjolnir is kind of the solution against anything. If you're going to be having a capital ship with only Mjolnirs, you can reliably destroy anything, if your heat can manage it. The Mjolnir is quite hot. Yes, it also does EMP. Yeah, put some sprinkle some EMP on top of that shit, because it's not powerful enough. Yeah. But it runs quite hot, so be careful how many Mjolnir cannons you utilize, because you will feel it on the flux. But yeah, the Mjolnir cannon is just a sight to behold. It's beautiful to shoot, but be careful about that heat management, okay? Don't go overboard. Might be a good idea to maybe add a Gauss cannon or something that's a bit cheaper in terms of heat. Speaking of Gauss cannon, this is the big sister HVD. This has the biggest range. This is the longest ranged gun in the game, the Gauss cannon. Besides the fact that it does just strips shields, just burst fire shields. Sorry, not burst fire. Burst damage, because it only shoots one projectile, a very fast flying projectile. It does a lot of burst damage to shields. It's also quite reliable at doing damage to armor as well, because of its base projectile damage. So a projectile from a Gauss cannon, as you can see on the info card, does 700 damage. So that would be half to armor 350. it's still a decent amount of damage besides the EMP cost. Does it still do EMP? Or did they remove that? I think they removed it, but even so, reliable gun that will do stupid amounts of damage. It will strip shields, and it has a satisfying to it. Yeah. Go with long range. Love it. Okay, now Storm Leader. The biggest burst fire anti-shield weapon. It is incredibly hot. It will generate flux like it's nobody's. It will generate flux the same as an entire fleet, and you don't really need that much anti-shield stripping power. You can get away with a medium needler, and not the Storm Needler variant. You could get away with just having a heavy needler or 2 heavy needlers to strip the shields away, and you could replace that Storm Needler with a Mjolnir or a Hephaestus or a Devastator Cannon to do the high explosives. I haven't really found success with the Storm Leader. It is incredibly satisfying to see it fire, don't get me wrong. Please play around with it. It's a big toy, and toys are meant to be played with. But not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea. I prefer the long-range, reliable Gauss cannon. All right, and that's all with the ballistics. Let's go with missiles next. We have small missile slots on the Hammerhead. Now, usually missiles are... The main characteristics of missiles are that they have limited amounts of ammo. I recommend that you have, with a few exceptions, I recommend that you have the missiles on manual fire mode. You have to shoot them manually because you, as a player, will understand the best moment when these can be utilized. The AI can utilize missiles effectively, but they have a tendency of overusing them and wasting ammo. I guess that's the best and nicest way of saying it. Yeah. Okay, let's start off with the Otropos class torpedo. So we'll usually see kind of the same thing with missiles like we saw with the ballistic weapons, as in there's going to be small sisters and bigger sisters, but usually it's also going to be a difference of having just one missile on the weapon or having multiple in the same slot. So for example, the Atropos class torpedo single also has a Atropos class torpedo rack, a double variant. But yeah, the Atropos class torpedo is a high explosive, so it'll strip armor. It's a finisher type weapon, and it has a guidance system, so it will go on target. Quite a reliable little missile, and it's usually it is for me, my go-to when it comes to bomber wings. I love the daggers that utilize the Atropos class torpedoes. They're very reliable, and good missile to have. I do have to mention, I wouldn't utilize the single variant because you're better off utilizing the double rack. But yeah, if you don't want to aim, the Atropos class torpedo is for you. Now, exactly on the opposite end of the spectrum, we have the Hammer class torpedo, which has no tracking system whatsoever. This is a dumbfire rocket. It will go in the direction that you shoot it, and it will do high explosive damage. The Hammer class torpedoes and the Hammer class torpedo racks in general, so for example the bigger sister, are very well utilized with other Hammer class torpedoes. So if you have a ship like the Dominator over here, or some other ship that has a lot of missile slots on the front, like the Hammerhead, having a double Hammer class torpedoes on the front can cause a lot of burst damage. But again, be careful, these are unguided rockets. They will go in the direction that you shoot them from. They're not going to turn left, right. So you'll most likely need to be in the face of the enemy. The enemy is going to be here, and you need to shoot so you can reliably hit. Okay. But they'll do damage. They'll definitely do quite a bit of explosive damage. Then we got the Sabo SRM. Now, the Sabo SRM, also hidden mechanic, there's a small distance before they arm themselves. Oh, right, I forgot about that. So they can't really be touching your cheek. They still need to be at a COVID acceptable distance. Right. Okay. Thanks for mentioning that. I forgot about that. I forgot that the Hammer class torpedo has an arming mechanic. The reason why I forgot about it is because I don't really utilize Hammer class torpedoes. If I want a reliable unguided rocket, I go with a Reaper. But we'll get to that. Okay, so the Sabo SRM, I never utilize it. I never utilize it because I always try to find the bigger sister, the Sabo SRM, that has 3 missiles. This one has just a single missile, and it's just not worth the cost. In any situation, you're better to having 3 of these. This is the rocket that's the shotgun rocket. It launches, and it has a guidance system, so it'll go in the general direction of your target, and once it's close, it will burst into EMP damage. Sorry, not into EMP. Into EMP damage and kinetic damage, into kinetic projectiles. This is your go-to anti-shield missile. It did receive a nerf in the last patch, but it's still your go-to. It's still your old reliable Sabos that will be able to just cause enemies to either overload or deactivate their shields. So do you need anti-shield capabilities? The Sabos got you. The Sabos taking care of that. Ah, yeah. Okay. But not the single one. Sorry. I guess I went and talked about the triple stack, but no. The single one, not really worth installing unless you really have nothing else to put in there. You know, kind of like the budget bottom of the barrel. Okay, Reaper class torpedo. Got one shot. This is a unguided missile that does a ridiculous amount of high explosive damage. It's will do half the damage, but it does 4k damage. It's gonna make things go boom. Double, it actually has, 1 sec. It has 2 shots. Oh, it does have 2 shots. I'm still gonna go with a 3, okay? Sorry, I'm still gonna go with a 3. Yeah, nah. Give me 3 Sabos, dude. Give me expanded missile racks and Sabos, okay? Alright. Now, the Reaper class torpedo, unguided, same style like the Hammer class, but this makes a big boom. This also does AoE damage, and it does a decent amount of damage on shield. So if you really need that extra oomph, this is your missile. It is easy to miss it though. It's not really. It doesn't really have a very fast travel time, so be careful how it is. But if you manage to hit it, it's incredibly satisfying to see the big boom. Okay, already talked about the Hammer class torpedoes, good for close encounters. The Harpoon MRM. So this is practically the high explosive variant of the Sabo. Again, this has 2 shots. There's also the 3-shot variant. I would always go for the 3-shot variant. The Harpoon MRM is your go-to finisher rocket. It has a very good tracking and guidance system, and it will do reliable high explosive damage. So if you don't want to aim, you just select the target by pressing R and you can launch it. But be careful, it doesn't do shit against shields. So you have to make sure that the enemy shields are down. Going against ships with Reaper torpedoes is a horror game waiting to happen. Yeah, you gotta dodge. Okay, afterwards we have the Breacher SRMs. Breacher SRMs are practically baby harpoons. You have more of them, but they don't do as much damage. Again, they don't do shit against armor. Sorry, they don't do shit against shields. These are anti-armor. Okay, Swarmer SRM launchers. These are anti-fighter dedicated missiles. They have a very good guidance system. They're very fast, and if you see those pesky fighters or maybe even some frigates, the Swarmer SRM launcher will be able to do short work of them, decent damage. Again, kind of shit against shields, so be careful against those fighter wings with shields. The Tropos class torpedo rack, beautiful, delicious, high explosive damage, guidance system that will go on target, fast-moving rocket, so it's a little bit hard for the enemy to shoot this down before it reaches its point, its target, its intended purpose. Go for it. Harpoon MRM, we already discussed about this. This is the 3-shot variant that is my go-to high explosive solution. If it's not a Tropos, it's Harpoon. And then anti-shield SRM with 3 shots. Mwah, beautiful anti-shield solution. Okay, then we got the Annihilator rocket launcher. Now, this is quantity over quality. This will fire a spread of unguided rockets. This will shoot. It will practically shoot a fan of rockets in multiple directions, and it's gonna do damage. But it's not gonna do concentrated damage. Again, it's kind of similar to the hammer rack. You have to get in close and personal and just keep firing to do stuff, and it's not gonna do shit against shield. Remember that you can shoot through allies with the homing missiles and torpedoes, but not with the non-homing kind? That is true. Yes, that is true. I should have mentioned that. Thank you for reminding me, Triple Strike. But yes, Sabos, Harpoons, Atropos, anything that's guided will just glide and phase through friendlies. No friendly fire. But the Reaper, the Annihilators, the Hammers, they can do friendly fire. They will touch your own ships in ways that you don't want, in ways that they will ask for an adult. So yeah, I would still go for the guided over the unguided, unless you're going for shotgun builds. If you're going to go for a shotgun build, for a close quarter Alpha Strike build, that's when you need the Reapers, the Annihilators, and the Hammers. That's when they're going to be shining really, really good. Then we got the Salamander MRM, which is the one of the few, if not the only, missile that has unlimited amounts of ammo. This is a EMP rocket. This is a guided rocket that will specifically target enemy engines. It will literally circle the ship around and go way up its butt, Morty. Way up its butt. They're a little bit hard to shoot down. They have a decent amount of health. And they're the only missile that you can put it on auto fire and just forget about it. Just let it do its thing. It will practically cause a certain type of control on the battlefield. It'll cause the AI to be always aware of them and kinda misposition and rotate towards them and stuff like that. It's to cause disruption in enemy formations. And interestingly enough, they're, I think, my favorite missile in the game, just because of this disruption that it can cause. I really like them. Long range, and they do good. First favorite or second favorite? Nah, we'll get to the medium slots and we'll see. Alright, so undo that. Let's go to the medium slot. The Dominator over here has 3 medium slots, so let's go through them. Now, the cheapest medium slot, the Pylum LRM launcher. This is, I think, the longest range missile in the game. Now, these are slow-moving guided missiles that once they reach the proximity of the target, similar to a Sabo, it's going to go into its second stage where it's going to increase its speed towards its enemy. So practically, it's going to travel slowly through the air at a massive range of 4,000 units. And then once it reaches its proximity, it's going to speed up. It does fragmentation damage, so not really that much damage, but it does have a decent amount of EMP on it, which was added in the latest patch. Usually with these, you want to cover the skies. It's cover the skies or don't utilize at all, I would say. But yeah, it's hilarious to see just a entire battlefield covered with slow-moving guided missiles that are going to be going towards the enemy, and they're going to be chasing for a long fucking time. These combined with the ECCM package, which it further increases the missile maneuverability and speed. Very sexy. They're not really going to be incredibly, let's say, they're not gonna destroy everything, but they're going to cause a lot of disruption to enemy formations. Practically, they're going to buy a lot of time, they're going to cause enemies to dodge and move around and cause a lot of PD heat to take them out, and it's going to buy you a lot of time to get in and hit them with the other weaponry. But yeah, I have a soft spot for Pylum LRM launchers. I think they're my favorite rocket, even though they're not the most powerful. You know, by far, I think they're on the weaker side. But still, so they're my favorite. I like their style. Okay, Breach SRM pod, medium variant of the breachers. It has a lot more ammo and it fires 5 breachers at the same time. Again, I do consider these the baby harpoons. Typhoon Reaper launcher, the medium Reaper slot. It has 5 missiles, but it still fires only 1, and it does have a refire delay of 15 seconds. But hey, you got 5 Reapers, so 5 chance to fuck somebody's day up. Use it wisely. Of course, you can also further double the amount of ammo by utilizing expanded missile racks. The hull mod expanded missile racks. For a lot of these, actually for all of the missiles, except the Salamander, expanded missile rack is very good. Just more ammo that you can fuck shit up with. The Annihilator rocket pod, medium variant of the Annihilator rocket pods. It'll fire a stream of unguided rockets, and it's going to do a lot of damage and a lot of pressure. Practically, it's definitely going to keep the enemy on its toes, and the enemy's going to be forced to keep its shield up, because the speed of the rocket is quite big. It's quite fast, and it's not really easy to dodge, so most likely you're going to be relying on your shields to keep you safe. While you're getting peppered with Annihilators, maybe that Dominator is gonna be having 2 Mjolnirs or 2 Gauss cannons just stripping your shields down, prepping you for a nice Annihilator rocket pod barrage. Just saying. Okay, Salamander MRM pod. Now this is where I don't utilize the Salamander MRM, because in the medium slots you have rockets that are much better, just much better, a bigger finishing power or bigger disrupting power than the Salamanders. Having just one flying around and causing the AI to shudder is good, but having 2 is not really that, I don't know, worth it. So I would probably stay away from the Salamanders. Of course, everything that I say here is a certain playstyle that I usually employ. I do try to be as diverse with my tactics as possible, but do play around with those weapons. You know, test it out. Prove me wrong. Maybe the Salamander MRM pod is hidden OP. Maybe it shoots sparkles when it hits the engine of the enemy, if there are 2 of them. I don't know. So yeah, take everything that I say with a grain of salt. Test these weapons out on your own and have fun with the game. Okay, then we got the Sabo SRM pod. 12 Sabos that you can double with expanded missile racks at 24. This is your go-to anti-shield solution when you have a bigger ship. It will shoot 2 Sabos at the same time, and it's reliable. It's reliable, it's going to do a lot of burst damage to shields, and it's your go-to anti-shield solution, which I think I already mentioned. Fuck. Okay, Harpoon MRN pod. Medium variant of the Harpoon, a finisher anti-explosive weapon, your go-to solution if you already have the shield stripping capabilities covered. Then we got the Proximity Charge Launcher. Low velocity proximity charges with an impressive blast radius and ability to shrug off point defense weapons, especially devastating against fighters, but also effective versus armored targets. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think I've utilized this weapon before. Give me a sec. Give me a goddamn second. I don't think I utilized that very much and very well. Let me have a look-see at this proximity charge and put them linked. Okay, proximity charger. Decent range. I think that's around 1,000. So they're bigger variants of the Piranha bombers. Unguided. What's the pressure that it's going to do? Let's have a look-see. I need to guide these a little bit to the right. Okay, they can still be shot down, so most likely I gotta get in close and personal. And only then they're gonna be a little bit more reliable. So there we go. Boom. I have to guide them a little bit to the left. Even more. Yeah, I don't like them. Maybe the AI is going to be better at utilizing them. They kind of give me the vibe of Annihilator rocket pods or hammers. I'm not exactly sure why I was only shooting 2. I started off shooting with 3, but whatever. They can be shot down. So again, I think it's just a close range boom boom gun. If you're going to be having a safety overrides, I think it's in that style when it's going to be devastating. I guess it's going to be devastating against fighters as well because of the AoE damage, but I definitely see other rockets being more reliable. Oh, I noticed that there's no Swarmer. No, there's no Swarmer SRM launcher in the medium slot. Okay. Alright, let's go for the big guns. Let's go for the big, large missile slots. Let me just find a ship that has one. I don't think the Astral has one of those. Let's see. No. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we got the Conquest, who does have 2 large slots, so we can utilize this one. Okay, not really that much to choose from. The Locust SRM launcher is just the big sister, the big senpai of the SRM launcher. It will just cause a huge burst size 40. It will shoot 40 missiles of SRM guided fragmentation rockets in the general direction of your target. It's gonna follow a lot of fighter wings, and it can cause a lot of problems to PD weapons on the enemy. But overall, it's really not really going to do that much damage because of the said fragmentation. So I guess it would be best utilized against clouds of fighter wings, which are not really going to be meeting a lot unless you're 1v1ing a player or something like that. And by 1v1ing, I mean you're pitting... There is the tournament mod where you can pit your fleet against another player's fleet. And that's kind of how it works. Hey, Seta. Just making a guide for Starsector. Then we got the Hammer Barrage. The Hammer Barrage is the... I guess just close-range shotgun. Most likely, if you're close enough and you shoot this, it will do stupid amounts of high explosive damage. And I've discovered that they work very, very well on one of the the big boy Remnant ship, which we're going to be discussing when we talk about ships. But yeah. If you plan on having a ship that's going to be going in your face and you want it to do high explosive damage fast, the Hammer Barrage will do the job. Then we've got the Squall MLRS. Now, the Squall MLRS is a anti-shield rocket battery that will fire 20 missiles in quick succession. This will be on YouTube, yes. And this is for long-range shield pressure. So practically you have this artillery platform. I usually utilize Squall MLRSs on carriers, on capital-sized carriers, because you don't want these carriers to be in the thick of it, but you also want them to provide some long-range pressure. So having squalls on them will do the trick. It will strip shields, or at least pressure shields, very, very well. Then you got the Hurricane MIRV launcher. Now this is a big rocket that splits into 20... Is it 20? Or is it... How many? Splits into multiple warheads. Is it 8? 12? Something? The idea is, it's a guided rocket that will go on target and cause a lot of AoE high explosive damage, or more concentrated high explosive damage if you combine it with the ECCM whole mod package. The Hurricane MIRV launcher is the go-to guided high explosive damage for the large missile slots. And it's quite reliable. And it's quite pretty to see it go off. And then the Cyclone Reaper launcher, it's just a big boy Reaper launcher. It shoots 2 Reapers at the same time, and it has a limited amount of 20. So, again, if you really like the Reapers, you can get in close and personal, and you can use a Cyclone Reaper launcher. By this point, I'd say, I don't know, keeping the capital ships long-range support artillery platforms is the way to go. But hey, there's always that dude that really likes to push his conquest up the enemy's ass and shoot Reapers up in it. I don't know. But yeah, you have that option. You have the option of doing a whopping 8k damage with one shot from this. And since the Conquest has 2 of these, so that's 4 Reapers, that's, 1,000, no, 16k? Yeah, 16k damage, holy shit? Yeah, okay, that's a lot of damage. Insert, that's a lot of damage guy meme here. Alright, I think we went through all of the ballistics, we went through all of the missiles, we still need to go through the... Come on, focus guys, we're almost there. We just need to go through the energy weapons now. Speaking of energy weapons, I think I have some energy slot right here, so we can get right into it. Now, energy weapons they go into 2 categories. They're either projectile weapons that are pew-pew, Star Wars style, or they're a high-intensity beam, a constant stream of energy that goes from point A to point B, and it's going to constantly do damage until the target goes away, or until the ship gets out of range, or it selects another target, or it just wants to turn it off. Mining Laser is the poor man budget PD weapon. It does very little damage, but it does have a decent range of 600. So it will slowly take out missiles that are coming your way. Probably just going to be tickling fighters, but it will reliably take out missiles. But definitely upgrade as fast as possible to the PD laser. Now the PD laser is your typical, standard, reliable energy point defense system. This will do damage. This will do damage and take out fighter wings and missiles reliably. It also has a decent range of 400. Okay, then we got the tactical laser. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, I like the tactical laser. This is a long-range beam, but it does tickle damage. It doesn't really do much. It's there to provide some shield pressure, but I like to combine the tactical laser with the integrated point defense AI because it gives you this long-range PD beam that is quite fun to watch. So I like this, but it's really not going to do the damage. It's going to provide some pressure. That's it. If you have a lot of tac lasers focusing on one thing, it'll work decently, but it's gonna run quite hot. So yeah, I'd say the smaller variants, with a few exceptions, are more for PD. Then we go to the IR pulse laser. Now this will shoot pew-pew style bursts, so it'll shoot energy projectiles, and think of this kind of like a laser machine gun. And it's not for defensive purposes, not for PD. It is for aggressive maneuvers. It has short range, but it does consistent DPS. It's not really, and it will do actually some decent pressure on the shields. Usually, energy weapons have a problem with shield pressure because they can only generate soft flux on the enemy side, not hard flux. Again, as a reminder, soft flux can be dissipated with your shields turned on. Hard flux cannot be dissipated unless you turn off your shields. That would be the idea. That's why kinetic damage is more reliable to put pressure on shields, because the heat, the flux that's generated from the damage taken on the shields sticks. It's hard flux. But yeah, the IR pulse laser together with other support weapons or other pulse lasers do a decent amount of damage to the enemy. Okay, then we have the long-range PD laser. Now, the long-range PD laser has a whopping 800 range. It doesn't do as much damage as a PD laser, but it is your go-to point defense, I'd say, on capital ships. I definitely would utilize this on the capital ships, because the capital ships being bigger will have a more difficult time to respond to missiles. So practically, if I have a capital ship with Vulcans on it that only has a 250 range, it's not really going to be as reliable as dealing with that missile menace from all the way from 800. So I would probably try to employ the long-range PD lasers on the capital ships while utilize the normal PD lasers on destroyers, cruisers, and the frigates and the smaller variants. Yeah. Then we got the ion cannon. This is your EMP weapon. This is a dedicated support weapon that will provide CC for your fleet. This weapon will turn the enemy's systems offline. It will turn off weapons offline and engines offline reliably, as long as the projectile hits on the armor, or if it's a heated up shield, and it will arc through the shield. But yeah, the ion cannon is very good for as a support weapon for ships that are close range brawlers, because usually close range brawlers will take hits. So having that ion cannon deactivate some of the weapons of the enemy and stop some of the hits from coming in the first place will definitely increase the brawler's survivability. Okay, then we got the burst PD laser, which is the more expensive variant of the PD. It's at a whopping 7 ordnance points, so it's at the same price as a railgun. It also is a little bit more hot, and it has a longer cooldown. It has a longer cooldown than the PD, but it does more damage to... It has a longer range, and it does more damage to missiles. It's very good against fighters, I'd say. Excellent against fighters. So it's your anti-fighter solution. Although I would probably still utilize PD lasers and long-range PD lasers. Burst PD lasers are good when you have a limited amount of PD slots. You know, you have only 1 or 2, then you slap burst PDs because you know that they're going to be enough to handle anything that the enemy's going to throw your way in terms of missiles and fighters. Okay, then we got the antimatter blaster, the meme PP shooty energy variant Reaper. So it's a limited charge weapon that does a lot of burst fire. It has a 1,400 damage per projectile. So this is an energy shotgun. The problem with it is it's limited charges. So this is good on usually I've seen a lot of phase ships utilize the antimatter blaster, and I definitely recommend that you manually fire these things. So for example, the Doom has a few antimatter blasters on the front. It phases in, goes in the enemy's butt, comes out of the phase and just shoots a volley of antimatter blasters into its engines, and then phases out and it's going away. It's not a shotgun, it only fires 1 bullet at a time. When I say it's a shotgun, I'm referring to the fact that it does a lot of burst damage at once. It does a lot of damage in one shot. That's when I refer to shotguns. In this case, you know? And usually you'll want multiple antimatter blasters working together to act as a shotgun. Burst speed is more for phase ships who need that Reaper missile dead ASAP. That's a fair point, yeah. Hey, Zegrid. That is a fair point, yeah, that could work that way. Practically, if it's multiple projectiles or if it's one projectile, if that one projectile does a stupid amount of damage, I will call it a shotgun. Or, I guess the better term would be a revolver or a cannon. I don't know, or a sniper rifle, but again, it doesn't really have the range. So because of a combination of the range and damage, in my books, this is a shotgun, even though it has an only one projectile, you know? Okay, let's go to the medium variant, which is right here. One shoot long ass reload, so I guess it qualifies. Yeah, I guess. Alright, so the medium variants we start off with the Graviton Beam. Now, a lot of people hate this weapon. Hate this suppression energy beam weapon. I like it. Practically, this is one of the only, if not only, kinetic beam. This is your go-to shield pressure weapon. One Graviton Beam won't do shit. I'm gonna say it right off the bat. What it's gonna do is gonna keep the enemy have its shield turned on. That's all it's gonna do. But having multiple Graviton weapons will start build up the pressure on the shield from a long way away. So I like them. They're not as reliable as, let's say, a good Sabo to the face, but they will provide pressure. And I've noticed that one of the more memeier ships, the Tempest, seems to work very well with Graviton beams now. Just saying, just because they overwork the Terminator drones. But we're gonna get that when we get to the ship talks. But yeah, long range, constant beam weapon that provides pressure on the shields. It's not really as reliable as a railgun or a light needler or a Sabo to the face, but it's there. It will provide some support. Useful on carrier ships that are not really going to get in close range with enemies, simply because of that 1000 range. Okay, then we got a phase lance. This is a burst beam. It practically does a continuous beam of energy that does a lot of damage, and then it turns off for a cooldown, and then it shoots again, and then it turns off, and so on and so forth. Very good for alpha strike situations. For example, you have a fast ship, you put 2 phase lances on it. I'm talking about the Tempest again here. Fast ship that can get in there fast, shoots 2 phase lances, and then while it's on cooldown, it gets out of there and waits to cool off, and it gets ready for another run. It's also very good at melting armor and hull once you go through the shield. Not that reliable on shield since it's just an energy weapon that will only generate some soft flux that the enemy can get rid of shortly. Pulse laser. It's the medium slot of the IR pulse laser. A reliable, high damage DPS weapon. It will shoot a constant stream of laser bullets, Star Wars style, on the enemy's hull. It has medium range, so it's usually utilized on kind of brawler type ships, medium range brawler or short range brawler ships, but reliable damage. Then we got the Mining Blaster. So I have to take the Mining Blaster and the Heavy Burst. Sorry, no. The Mining Blaster and the Heavy Blaster kinda as sister weapons. Mining Blaster is the cheaper, less hot budget variant, while the Heavy Blaster is the big, shinier, hotter variant. Now, when I say the less hot and hot, I'm literally talking about flux generation. You'll be able to probably shoot, let me have a quick check. Flux per shot 720, while the Mining Blaster is 600. That's not even that big of a difference. But yeah, if you want to have burst damage, just one projectile that does a stupid amount of damage, the Mining Blaster and the Heavy Blaster are the way to go. Although, if you can afford this weapon, definitely stick with the Heavy Blaster, because it's just that much more reliable. It's Reaper shots, because kind of the speed of the projectile is kind of the same, maybe a little bit faster. But they don't do shit against shields. Again, they're there to ruin an armor and a hull's day up. Very, very powerful for a short range safety overrides builds. Especially if you can handle the heat. Alright, then we got the Ion Pulsar. Remember the Ion Cannon? Well, this is its big sister, the Ion Pulsar. It does a stupid amount of EMP damage in very long 20 charge bursts. It's quite similar to, I'd say, it's a faster shooting pulse laser to begin with, but it's quite similar to the Phase Lance, where you get in the enemy's face, you unload the Ion Pulsar's charges, and then you back off while you're still shooting off some of the recharged smaller bursts. Once the maximum charges are back in, because you can see there the seconds per recharge is 1.5, then you go in again and you just unload all of the Ion Pulsar's charges. Having multiple Ion Pulsars working together is also super good. Sadly, they don't do very, very well against shields, which is kind of the case with all energy weapons. Okay, Heavy Burst Laser, a medium slot point defense. It's gonna make short work of missiles and fighters, and it's quite a bit expensive. I would probably utilize in a medium slot more offensive weapons, but it does fit as a PD solution for capital ships, high-tech capital ships. Well, we talked about the Heavy Blaster, stupid amounts of damage, very hot, most likely for a safety override style ship that can handle the heat. Then we got the Ion Beam. Now, the Ion Beam is a constant stream of EMP damage, similar to the Graviton Beam, but it won't do anything against shields. But as soon as if it has the chance, if the Ion Beam has the chance to go through the shields and hit the armor, it will do massive malfunctions and take offline a lot of guns, a lot of weapons. So I think the Ion Beam would be the ultimate CC solution for your problems. You want those guns on that enemy ship silenced? If you can strip the armor and get the Ion Beam, which is usually an auto-controlled weapon, you let it shoot on its own. If you can strip the shields and let the Ion Beam do its work, that ship will be silenced, maybe even flamed out in a matter of, I want to say seconds, but with 2 Ion Beams, seconds. I said shields, not armor? Okay, sorry. If you manage to hit that Ion Beam on armor, it's gonna take its weapon systems and engine out. But you have to strip the shield first for the Ion Beam to do its thing. The only way the Ion Beam is gonna cause CC and malfunctions is if the enemy ship is already running hot with a lot of pressure on the shields. So if its flux bar is over 75%, I would say, it's going to start arcing through the shield. Okay, then we got the large energy slot. Ion Beam is the Fertrix support beam, I would say. 2 Graviton beams and 1 Ion Beam on an Eagle are fantastic. They are. Actually, no, I did see a ship there. The Sunder. Yeah, the Sunder has a large energy slot. Okay, large energy slots. Well, first we're gonna start off with the the large energy slot that almost nobody uses, the Paladin PD system. This is a long-range 4-beam missile and fighter destroyer. I do have to admit, it just clears the sky of fighters and missiles, but being a large slot, you'll mostly find that large slot utilized better with another weapon, unless the ship that you're using has a very big lack of a small or small or medium PD slots. You can use the Paladin PD system. For example, there's the Remnant Radiant. Yes, the Remnant Radiant ship has a large energy slot on the middle. I've noticed, with one of the help of my viewers, with Eric Nader, I've noticed that the Paladin PD is quite reliable on it because it provides the PD necessary to keep it alive for a very, very, very long time. Besides the fact that that ship is goddamn OP. So, yeah, if you want PD on top of your PD with a little bit of PD sprinkle on top, the Paladin PD system is for you. But you could utilize that slot for quite a lot of offensive capability. Speaking of offensive capabilities, we got the Auto Pulse Laser. Now, the Auto Pulse Laser is I'd say the big boy ion pulsar, but it doesn't do ion damage or EMP damage. It's just simply pure do energy damage. This is a DPS gun. It gets in there, it just unloads all of its 30 charges that you can further upgrade to a 45 with expanded with expanded magazines, and it's gonna do deep damage. It's stupid amounts of burst damage. But the range is kind of lacking. So again, you have to install it on a fast ship to get in there and cause the problems. Also, not that reliable against shields because, again, energy weapon. Then we got the High Intensity Laser. Now, the High Intensity Laser is I think it's the only high explosive beam. This is devastating against armor and hull. This will just tear armor up. It's a constant stream weapon, even though it's a bit on the hot side. If you manage to strip the enemy's shields, the High Intensity Laser is going to strip the armor and clean up the rest. It's pretty. It is a constant firing weapon, and it's, I guess, my third favorite energy weapon because the first weapon is the Tachyon Lance, and the second is the Plasma Cannon, which we're going to be talking in a second. But if you're on a budget and your ship can't really handle heat that well, High Intensity Laser is for you. Even though it runs hot, it's the least hottest of the other options, if that makes sense. I maybe could have utilized a better phrasing for it, but yeah, if you want anti-armor on a budget, High Intensity Laser, it's also very pretty. Then we got the Tachyon Lance. Now, some say that the Tachyon Lance is the best weapon in the game. I'd say it's situational, and it definitely is a contender for it, but the Tachyon Lance works in combination with other weapons, I'd say. It can't really do much on its own, because, again, it's an energy beam, and it does burst damage. This is the big sister of the Phase Lance. It has a whopping 1,000 range that you can further upgrade to 1,200, and it does a burst beam that has a refire delay of 6.5 seconds, but it does a lot of burst damage. If you manage, it also does a stupid amount of pressure on shields, so it's reliable there as well. And it's also incredibly satisfying to see it go brrr. Just weapon. Beautiful for alpha strikes, a sight to behold. Again, very good if you can reliably have support in taking off shields, or if you have other systems that are dealing with the shield situation. But yeah, Tachyon Lance is a great gun. Auto Pulse Laser wipes the floor with shields actually, but not as great versus armor since it does small damage per bullet, and armor calculation equivalence favors high damage per shot. Gotta say, you're very surprised at how good it does versus shields for an energy mount. Interesting. Okay. Maybe I simply didn't have that much success with it against shields. I would practically utilize the Auto Pulse Laser in combination with Needlers to supplement that shield stripping capability. And it felt okay on armor. Probably not against bricks, but does okay against standard armor. Alright. Good to know. Then we got the Plasma Cannon. Love the description. A large arcane weapon that's one of the most devastating sustained damage dealers in the sector, provided the ship it's mounted on can handle the flux it generates. So what does that tell us? It's a big, hot, devastating weapon. It's going to generate a lot of heat with each projectile hit. It has a shorter range, but you practically rely this as a bombardment weapon. You just keep shooting until the enemy goes away. Slower projectile, but it does stupid amounts of damage per hit. And there are certain It's also kind of a close-range weapon, so the capital ship that it's going to be on, it should be fast. It should get into the enemy's face, and it should just pepper it with plasma cannon shots. But yeah, it's a sight to behold. It's pretty, and it does the job. Okay. Oh my god, I went through all of the weapons. Dopey is free! Dopey can drink some tea now. Okay, we're gonna go into individual ship discussions in another video. Let's go to the next section. Let's get back into the game. We were discussing about some of the UI. And I think the next thing that we're going to be discussing on will be the crew and cargo, including the crew and cargo on top of a station or a planet. And I'm also going to be discussing the market a little bit with that in that way. So first of all, crew and cargo, this is your inventory. This is your typical RPG inventory. Wait, the only reason you don't use it as much is because it looks so ugly compared to the plasma cannon. Ah, right. Okay, Zagred. So this is your typical inventory in any RPG. Over here, it's going to show you every little piece of junk or every essential thing that you have in your inventory. You can also sort it by category. In this case, we have crew. You can also check the number of your crew down here. We need a minimum of 40 to fly our fleet at maximum performance. We have 70. Keep a bigger number of crew because usually crew dies in fights. Hits on armor, and I'm not exactly sure if armor, but hits on hull will usually mean that some crew will also die. So having an extra, having quite a few crew above that number is a good idea. Okay, and then we also see the supplies and fuel, which we've already discussed. The heavy machinery is utilized for salvage operations and for surveying planets, so it's also a good idea to have them in the inventory. And the heavy machinery is also consumed by certain production buildings on colonies. But the idea is, this is your inventory. You have a sort button over here that's going to arrange everything in order of importance. It's usually going to go supplies, fuel, crew, heavy machinery, then other commodities, and then weaponry. And at the end, it's going to be fighters, and then blueprints. That's usually the order. And you can also eject things into space, you know, in case you gotta get rid of contraband or stuff like that. But it's ill-advised because the AI is smart enough to find it in space. But yeah, if you do eject it, the objects that you throw out will actually appear in space, which is fun. Now, there's a different variant of the inventory inside a colony. So as you can see, it's a little bit different, and indeed, for a new player, it can be a bit daunting. There's a lot of information that you have over here. First of all, let's start off with the familiar. This is your inventory. This is what you have on your fleet. If you look further up, you see some goods that are not within your inventory. So this must be the market of the colony. Indeed, we are currently in the open market, the government-controlled market, where all goods, all weapons, all crew come attached with a tax price, a tariff. So if, for example, if I buy one fuel, I'm also going to be paying a tariff of 30% over here on the left side. Over here is going to show you the transactions that are taking place as soon as you have some items selected. No transaction will take place until you press the confirm blah blah. So no worries there. Okay, some explanations on what do we got over here. So we got crew. These are only utilized to fly your fleet. Fuel only utilized in between star travel, so in hyperspace. Supplies to repair and maintain your fleet. These always need to be on you at all times. Then we got Marines. Now Marines are not your crew. They're not there to fly your ships. They're there to fight. They're there to raid. They're there to invade other planets if you have a certain mod. But the idea is they're there to cause sabotage and raid and fight. Sadly, there's no boarding mechanic. These will only be situations where the Marines will be utilized if I go to consider my military options, and then I launch a raid against Jingala. And in there, it's going to, depending on the amount of Marines that I have in the inventory, it's going to allow me to do different amounts of damage. We already discussed about heavy machinery. Then we got goods, which all of these goods are needed for the well-being of a colony. So colonists need food. Food is made out of, is it organics? Diversification? Okay, let me have a quick check. Farming, no. So farming produces food directly. Mining produces organics. And then organics get processed into light industry, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Okay, we'll get to it. So practically these are raw resources that you're going to be utilizing. Right off the bat, this is one of the first questions that I had when I started playing the game. Do I need food in my inventory so we survive? No. The supplies over here also contain food for your crew. So assorted supplies required by ships and crew ranging from rations and uniforms to munitions, spare parts, microfab feedstocks, and prefab components. So this is your meal and the ship maintenance to keep them going. So yeah. You don't need food in your inventory. This is a commodity that you buy and sell for goodies. They're also going to be needed. There will be certain requirements for colonies where they're going to be needing a certain amount of food, but we're going to be discussing that once we reach the colony stage. Okay, and then from there on, as I mentioned, you're going to be having weapons, which we already discussed. They're going to be arranged from the biggest to the smallest. I think they're ordnance. I think they're ordnance points arranged. Let me have a look. 16. 20. No, they're not. Interesting. I'm not actually sure how they're arranged then. But I know that at the beginning there will always be the large slots, then the medium, then the small. And then at the end you'll see the fighter wings, which I haven't really went into. I should have went into the fighter wings as well. Let me see if I have a location where I could squeeze the fighter wings, because they are part of they're technically weapons, so... I guess I'm going to talk about them at the... I'll talk about them at the command section. Yeah, at the command section, because there is the doctrine and blueprints section, so I'll talk about it there. That's fine, I'll squeeze it in there. Okay, now, besides the open market, you remember that I said that you need to pay a certain tariff if you are operating on the open market. Besides that tariff, buying goods from the open market will also increase the reputation with the faction that you're on the planet with. But you can also bypass that tariff on the black market. So the black market is usually going to have a bigger assortment of goods, kind of similar to what's on the open market, but a lot of illegal stuff and shadier stuff as well. For example, heavy armaments, recreational drugs, and harvested organs. You know, family stuff. It's a family game, clearly. These commodities are more expensive and will provide you with a bigger profit if you're going to be dabbling into smuggling. But I'm going to be discussing that a little bit later on, in the section of how to make money. But yeah, buying from here will not cause you to pay an extra tariff. But buying too much from the black market will increase your suspicion levels. So if you mouse over these buttons, specifically on the black market, you'll see a suspicion level none. If I am to buy 160 to 165, sure, because that's the amount of inventory capacity that I have. If I am to buy 125 units of recreational drugs, my suspicion level is going to skyrocket, because I entered the colony, I went to the market, I bought goods, but there are no official receipts in the open market, so things are getting suspicious. What were these guys doing? So usually the faction is going to warrant a inspection. Literally, somebody's going to come on board, is going to check my goods, and if it finds something illegal For hegemony, it's usually recreational drugs, and I think it's also heavy armaments and harvested organs. I need to verify that. Give me one sec. Factions, hegemony... Illegal commodities, heavy armaments, recreational drugs, harvested organs, and AI cores. If there's an inspection and the hegemony finds these in your inventory, they will take that shit away. They will take it away, and you also receive a horrible reputation hit. So, how do you not raise your suspicion level? How do you stay sneaky? You buy goods from the open market. Let's say I buy 100 supplies from the open market, and then I buy another 50 supplies from the black market. That's gonna keep me hidden. Or I buy 1,000 organics from the open market, and then I sneakily buy 162 recreational drugs. Simply because of the bulk amount that I've bought from the open market is going to cover the things that I bought from the black market. Thus, the suspicion level is going to be maintained at a lower rate. The suspicion level does take into consideration the price of a unit, not just the amount. So, for example, I buy, 1,000 units of metals, which are very cheap, and then 500 units of recreational drugs. Because the recreational drugs are quite expensive, the officials are going to be like, yeah, that's sus. That's, show me your paper, show me the goods. And inspection will take place. Okay, let me see what else. What else is there on this screen that I need to explain? Storage department. So practically, this is a storage. It's your personal inventory on a station. So if you have a lot of recreational drugs on you or food on you that you want to utilize later, you don't want to sell it here because it's not a good price. They have an excess stockpile of organics, so there's no point in selling organics here or food here. So I want to store it away. I can utilize the storage system, but you also need to pay a fee for it. On a personal colony, that's going to be free. All right, and what else do we got? I'll explain the rest later. I'll be right back. Give me one sec, guys. I'll be right. I'm back. Yes, I will be adding this on YouTube. Everything will be on YouTube, I swear. Okay. Woo! Initially, I've been put off playing this game because of the sheer amount of the weapons in the game, but for those watching the guide, don't worry, you'll learn them very fast once you start playing. Ah, yeah, that's fine. Definitely. The dangerous part with the weapons is when you add mods. That's when you'll probably have problems with the stupid amount of weapons. Okay, but back to the inventory and marketplace. I am going to be explaining the marketplace as well, as in how to utilize, and how to figure out where to get goods and how to make money. Just kind of the basics. So I've talked about the storage. I'll need to talk about the other UI elements over here. The colony info will practically take you to the build section, practically exactly what has been built on this colony, what does the colony need, how is it growing, how is it exporting things. But let's just finish with what's over here first on the market screen. In the top right corner, it's going to show you the size of the colony. So population 6 is the maximum. A colony will be between size 1 and 6. And then on the top right corner, it's going to show you the details of the planet itself. So it has no bonuses to farming production. It has a bonus to organics production. So as long as you build a mining building over here, it's going to have a +2 to organics production. It has an inimical biosphere, which is causing a +25% hazard rating. Now the hazard rating is practically the amount of money that you pay to maintain the colony each month. The bigger the hazard rating, the more money you have to throw at the goddamn thing to keep it functional. So usually, it's not really a good idea to colonize a 375% hazard rating planet, because it's going to cost you all of the kidneys of the galaxy. And so on and so forth. It's practically just the modifiers of the planet itself that you see over here. Then, as you go leftwards, of course, as I mentioned before, these are the filters that you see over here. You can just filter through everything. This is the defenses on the colony itself. All of the defenses taken into consideration. If you just mouse over it, it's going to show you the exact calculations based on the buildings that are present here, based on the defenses in orbit, but overall it's just the buildings, because even the defenses in orbit, the Star Fortress is considered to be just a building on the planet itself. Okay, then we got fleets, fleet size and ship quality. So each colony, if it has a fleet production building, will have a certain fleet size and ship quality depending on the buildings and the bonuses present in there. So you can have details on the ship quality and size from this button. Then accessibility. This determines the growth of the colony. How fast will it grow from a tier 1 to a tier 6 population colony? In this case, it doesn't really matter anymore, because population is already 6. It also determines the amount of units that can be exported and imported at the same time in 1 month. So the colony can be self-sufficient or not. Then we got political stability. The more stable the colony is, it will practically give you a bonus to all aspects of the game. It's gonna produce higher quality fleets. It's gonna be, it's gonna have, as you can, if you read there, it's kind of giving you an explanation. But the idea is, it's good to have high stability. It's bad to have low stability. If you have low stability, raids are going to take place. There's going to be less goods in the inventory. And if it reaches 0 stability, the colony will collapse and the planet will simply implode and decivilize. And it's going to be anarchy. And you'll see Mad Max dudes shooting shined off pistol, rifle, shotgun, magical shit, taking out raiders. And the place is going to be inhabitable. And you can recolonize it, but it's going to have a decivilized modifier and stuff like that. So keep the stability above 0 and the colony is going to keep going. That's the idea. Okay, and then on the left side, we have the flag of the faction and a description of the faction. We're going to get into faction discussions a little bit later. And now let's switch to colony info. Over here, we got the same information on top, but things change on this side. We got the administrator, the leader of the colony, and what modifiers he has depending on his character sheet. We got the colony size, the growth, no more growth, no decrease. Then we got some options. We can abandon the colony, we can stabilize it if it has less than 2 stability. Then we got Freeport and hazard pay. These buttons are useful in the early stages of the colony. Freeport is to provide commodities to the colony so it doesn't, so you don't have to babysit it as much. So for example, the colony needs heavy machinery, but if it has Freeport, that heavy machinery is going to be imported through also the black market. So even though we have to, deal with pirates, it's going to be easier to maintain. And then hazard pay will simply promote growth to the colony. That's how it works. The hazard rating is simply the overall hazard rating of how much would it cost for you, what's the cost penalty to maintain this place, taking into consideration all of the passive colony conditions. Again, I'm not going to go into further details with these because we're going to have the colony section about that. The commodities, anything that's with green, it means it's an excess on the planet. So for example, organics, food, and marines, they're in excess, so you can buy them at a lower price. If I mouse over, there's an excess stockpile of 100 marines, so I can buy 100 marines at a discount. 4,500 organics at a discount. 2,000 units of food at a discount, and so on and so forth. You can easily identify what's on discount. They also export organics and food, so this is mainly a food planet. And then on the other side of the spectrum, we have the imports, what they need to maintain everything, and yes, they even need the illegal goods. even though the government won't want to admit it, they currently have a need of recreational drugs. So I can sell 400 units of recreational drugs at a higher price. So it would be in my best interest to go somewhere and buy some drugs cheap and bring them here and sell them at a big price. So that's one way of figuring out some trade routes. Another way I'll show you in a second, just to finish with whatever is over here. Okay, then over here, credits available. In this case, it's your credits. Industries available is the amount of industrial buildings that you can build on the colony. Currently, Jungala has 3 out of 4. The number of industry slots is based on the size. So a colony size of 3 will only have 1 industry slot, 4, 2, 5, 3, and maximum colony size of 6 will have 4 industry slots. They still have space to build 1 more. Not all buildings are industry slots, but again, we're going to get that when we get there. The images that you see here are the buildings present on the colony. Sometimes you'll also see something under construction, or something that's being deactivated or downgraded. Sometimes you'll see little icons. That's going to show if they're enhanced. And in this case, the miners' demand for recreational drugs is not met. You know, miner life is not super fun, so they need some extra drugs to be able to maintain their productivity. So practically there's a need on this world, on Jungala, for drugs. Okay, let's go back to the trade section. Now, let's say you've decided that you want to trade in luxury goods. Let's say you want to trade in luxury goods. That's the commodity that you want to go for and make money out of. How do you begin? How do you start? You mouse over. You can only do this in a location where it has a where you have a connection to the internet, practically, where you're near a sensors array. In this case, we're on a planet. These guys automatically have the internet. So you mouse over a good, in this case the luxuries, and then you press F1, and it's going to give you information on where to buy and where to sell. Now, I know it seems like it's a lot of information in there, but it's easier to read than it looks. Practically, you have best places to sell the luxury goods and best places to buy. So you want to start by going to the places where you can buy the luxury goods, and then you go to the places where you can sell them. It goes from the best price from the top to the worst price to the bottom. So in this case, I know that I can buy luxury goods at 45 credits per unit at Kanta's Den, which is owned by pirates, in the star system Magic, which is 3.9 light years away to the west-southwest of my current position. And I can buy 500 units of that at a discounted price, most likely at the 45. Afterwards is gonna be increasing. And then I can sell this at Nova Maxios for 81 credits per unit, still in the Magic Star system. So it's a pretty sweet deal, because I can buy from Kanta's Den and then zip all the way to Nova Maxios, which is in the vicinity, it's in the same star system, and sell it for a quick buck, a quick profit. If there was a deficit over at Nova Maxios, I would have made even a bigger buck. Of course, certain commodities are more meant as a bulk trade. So for example, with organics, you want to deal with 10 in the tens of thousands per unit to make the stupid amounts of profit. While with the heavy machinery and the luxury goods and the drugs and the harvested organs, you're going to be working with smaller numbers. Because, you know, you gotta be sneaky like that. But yeah, that also applies for all of the things. It also applies to crewmen and marines as well. So I can buy 100 units of marines over here from Jungala, which is incredibly cheap at 131 or 128 per piece. And I can go to Chalcedon in the Kumari Kandam star system. So it's quite easy. As long as you understand the graphs, And what does it mean? You will be able to handle the trade routes. Now, you might be confused on location and star system. What? And this is a good segue to go into the map. Now, on the map, we have two views. We got the system view and then the sector view. So over here in the sector view, you have a image of all of the star systems. All of the star systems that have a name near it, that means they have stations and planets colonized within that star system. We're currently in the Corvus star system. Inside the Corvus star system, we are over here at the planet, the jungle planet world of Jungala. This is where you start off from. Within this location, we also have, it seems, the pirate-controlled planet of Garnier, and we have the independent world, desert world of Asharu. Those have names, that means those are colonized. Those are stations that we can interact with. The pirates are a little bit hostile, so we have to be sneaky in interacting with them. But Jungala and Asharu are safe, because we're not really hostile with the independent worlds and with the hegemony. Besides that, besides planets and stations, this symbol is a station, an orbital station. You'll also be able to see relays that provide with different bonuses, gates, jump points, and then fleets. From small fleets to bigger fleets. Practically, a small triangle is a smaller patrol fleet, while the bigger triangles are either mercantile fleets or military patrol fleets or invasion forces or bounty targets and stuff like that. You also have an image of the sun, other unexplored celestial beings like, well, other types of planets. You also see dust rings and asteroid rings. And then when you walk outside, you also have the big picture, the Starsector. We're in one sector that is cut off from the rest of the empire. So the idea is, let's take that example with the luxury goods. Yeah, let's take that example with the luxury goods. So, luxury goods. I need to go to Kanta's Den in the Magic Star System. To go to the Kanta's Den in the Magic Star System, first I would have to go to a jump point to get out of system. I look on the sector location. I try to find the Magic Star System, which, looky there, it's right here. I click on it and I go to System Map. And in here, it shows me Kanta's Den. There's Nova Maxios, where we can sell the goods. And there's Tibicina, which is another planet/orbital platform of another faction, in this case, Tritachia. There's also a few uncolonized planets here, like the Chaxiraxi, the gas giant, or Maxios, the barren world, or Tede, a gas giant, or Jani, a barren world, and so on and so forth, that are potential colonization candidates for you. But usually, other factions will frown upon the fact that you colonize in the same system as them. So you're better off going into other locations. But I digress. To go to Magic, I can just set a course. I want to go to Kanta's Den. I right-click, and my fleet will automatically set a course towards that location. I just activate the Sustained Burn, and it's going to go in that general location. And if I want to be super speedy about it, I hold the Shift key, which is going to speed up time, similar to Mountain Blade Warband, where you can hold control space and it's going to speed up time. I jump to hyperspace, and then in hyperspace, we go in between star systems. In hyperspace, you will consume fuel. Usually it's not a good idea to get through the clouds, because clouds contain storms, and storms do damage to your ships. So stay away from the lightly colored clouds that will, well, generate lightning. Okay, also a good idea in hyperspace. Nobody cares who you are in well, nobody should care who you are in hyperspace, so it's a good idea to turn your transponder off. And as you go inside the system, you turn it back on. Now, we have a problem. Kanta's Den is a pirate planet. They don't like us. So to get in there without meeting any problems, we need to be sneaky about it. We will get inside this asteroid belt. We're gonna go dark, and now we're gonna reset course to Kanta's Den by pressing the A key. The A key will reset course to it. Now we're gonna slowly go through the asteroid field with a sensor profile of 49. So any enemy fleet needs to be right on top of us to see us, and we're slowly gonna drift in. You see, there's an unidentified fleet that would definitely engage us in glorious combat if they saw us, but they don't. So we go in. Done. Now that we're here, we can go into the trade, we can buy the luxury goods, and then get out. And then go to our next destination, Nova Maxios, for a quick profit. And that's how trading works. You can do this for any commodity by pressing F1. It's going to give you information on where to buy it and where to sell it. It's quite easy. The tricky part is knowing which commodities are the most profitable, and I can say right off the bat that the illegal goods are more profitable, but they're more dangerous because, well, they'll most likely warrant a lot of inspections and being sneaky with the authorities. That's the idea. Okay, I think that's enough about markets and how it works. I think I've explained enough about it. Let's go to the next section. Is there anything else that I want to add to the map? Because I kind of explained. Right, the filters on the map. Yes. Yes. Okay, so you have multiple filters. The filters within the systems are not that important. I did explain the importance of being near a comm relay for you to find out information about commodity. Yeah. Okay, so filters. You have 1 through 6. You have different filters with different information for the map, and you'll usually want to have all of. Well, it depends on your style, but I'm going to explain each filter, what it does, and how it works. A Starscape filter simply shows you a beautiful picture of concentrations of constellations, but deactivating the Starscape gives you information on where there's high concentrations of clouds that you have difficulty navigating through. It kind of gives you more information on the paths that you can take. So for example, I can go into the western side of the sector through this tunnel over here that seems to be giving me a free way all the way to the edge, which is great. Again, there's less clouds on the northeastern side. Practically gives you navigational information, which is great. So I usually have the Starscape turned off. Then you got fuel range. This is an active indication. It actively calculates, depending on the fuel you have in your inventory, of the distance that you can travel. And as you can see, it gives you 2 circles. A lighter orange and a deeper shade of orange, I guess, or a orange color. 2 circles. The idea is, I have enough fuel to go all the way to here and back. That's the indication of the inner orange circle. It shows you the fuel that you have to go all the way there and back. Once you go beyond this circle, you do not have enough fuel to return to your initial position. Hey Colin, just explaining the system. So having the fuel range on is very important, because it's going to save you from being stranded out into space at the mercy of pirates and Luddites and other thingamajigs. Other cosmic horrors beyond our comprehension. Good. Then we got exploration. Now, exploration is going to add these little brackets near systems. And you'll be able to see multiple types of brackets. There's going to be an X between brackets, which means that that system has been fully explored. there's a empty bracket. That means that you have no information of what's inside of that system. This is an unexplored system, and you cannot, if you hold down the left click button, you can't check the system map. So we have to actively go there to see what's inside. Once inside, and you see, actually, yeah, sure. Let's go to Duzak, the orange star system. It's an unexplored location. Let's go. We're gonna get away from that fleet. I've already explained that, my man, no worries. Let's go. So let's go to Duzak, and I'll show you what's over there. Simply to explain that bracket thingamajig. We're out of here. We ordered the jump to hyperspace. There's a threat out here. I'm gonna risk going through the cloud. Hopefully it's not gonna clip us and burn our ship. It didn't. And we have multiple ways of entering the Duzak orange star system. We can either go through the fringe jump point to the Akamanyu gravity well, or through using the star itself as a signature, as an anchor to jump in. But that's going to take us very close to the star of the system, and it's going to cause damage to our fleet. We also have the option of jumping directly into the nascent gravity well, utilizing our transverse jump, which we gained for the navigation ability. Right now, I'm just going to go through the Akamanyu gravity well. Once I'm in here, it's going to automatically identify all of the all of the planets in the system. In this case, we got Akamanyu Gas Giant and the Druj Barren World. Now you see that they have question marks and brackets. That simply means that we have not surveyed these worlds. Because we haven't surveyed these worlds, this system now has 2 question marks and bracket. Simply means that we still have unsurveyed worlds within the system, so we still have things to explore here. Once we've explored those 2 planets, there will be an X marked on the system, and it will mean that it's fully explored. Also, a quick indication, if you see a name attached to the star system, that means that star system has been colonized. It has a major faction colony within it. The Duzak's orange star system most likely has a pirate base somewhere in here, simply because I see a makeshift sensor array controlled by pirates. But pirates are not seen as a major faction, thus they don't, announce their colony or their base. Because, it would be poor to announce a secret base where they're staging assaults on the major factions. It would be poor for business. It would be bad. Most likely they're hiding a space station somewhere within the outer ring. If I would be a betting man. If I am to perform a survey of the planet, it would require to have 70 crew, at least 45 machinery, and at least 95 supplies. As you can see, my fleet is not really suitable or doesn't have enough to survey these locations. It's not really a exploration fleet right now because I only have the Wayfarer and a Shepherd. But yeah, that was to explain the brackets and what they mean. Okay, I usually have exploration turned on because I want to know if I've been there and if I still need to do things, if I still need to search for things. Okay, inhabited. If you have that activated, it will only show names on the systems that have a colony. If I deactivate that filter, it will show me the names of all of the systems. Just to keep things from not being confusing, I want to have that turned off. And then names. I wonder what the names filter does. Is it within the system itself? Oh, it's a constellation, right? No, it's not the constellation. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna mouse over it. Shows the names of stars, planets, orbital stations, and other similar points of interest. Oh, okay, yeah, keep that turned on. Clearly, we want that turned on. Okay, and then constellations. each constellation, each group of star systems will have its own constellation name. I usually keep this turned on because it gives me an idea of, okay, I'm gonna go out there and explore the Zabala constellation. If I have enough supplies, I'm gonna go all the way to Bell, and maybe on the return trip, I'm gonna go to Nova Sidonia Nebula. So I like to have these turned on to give me an idea of, hey, did I explore that sector? Can I set a course through there? And so on and so forth. So for exploration purposes, I have it turned on. A lot of information, but I think these filters, so Starscape turned off and then all of the others turned on, will provide you with the most amount of information to keep you safe and setting courses and keep you going. My opinion. Okay, of course, you can utilize whatever filter you want because you're a strong, independent human being that needs no guide to tell you how to play your video game, clearly. Okay, let's go to Intel. Now, Intel has 3 tabs. Intel Planets and Factions. Intel is your quest screen. It has all of your quests. It has new information that is appearing over the internet. And you can go through all of the information by utilizing the filters down here. So for example, missions, the independent worlds have set out a quest for someone to go analyze a minor weapon cache in the Rama star system in an unexplored territory. So you can accept this one. You have 120 days to complete. But you have to accept this mission so nobody else can take it. Because there are other mercenaries and explorers out there besides you, and they might take the quest from you. So remember, you have to accept this one. Bounties are an exception. Bounties is first come, first serve. If you manage to reach this personal bounty, Inten Patagonia, which has been sent out by the hegemony, if you reach them within 68 days and kill them, you will get 53 credits. This is a first come, first serve situation. You don't have to accept this quest. You have to get there before the time runs out. Besides the bounties, there's also system bounties, where you destroy a certain type of faction ships, and for each faction ship that you destroy, you get a certain amount of money, depending on the ship's size. So starting from a frigate, base price, and then you go up. And then what else? Within the exploration missions, you will also have explore derelict ship, explore a planet, explore weapon cache, explore unidentified sensor station or something like that. But the idea is you gotta go somewhere, check something, and you'll get paid. Exploration missions are usually the easiest missions to do and make money out of in the early game, but I prefer to have a fully ready exploration fleet to do these, but this is just a personal preference. It's an easy way to make money in the early game, so go for the explorations. Okay, then we got gates. So the gate filter will show you all inactive gates that you've passed through. So currently I just found the Corvus gate and the Magic System gate. As we're going to be exploring the rest of the systems, we're going to be finding more. Now the gates are the deactivated gates that would connect you to the main human empire that were deactivated several hundreds of years ago. I think it was 200 years or something around that ballpark. The gates are story related, so if you want to find out more about them, do the main storyline. And then we got hostility information, so practically it tells us which factions at war with which. You're also going to be able to see major events, like colonies being taken over. And then you can also filter the quests based on the factions that gave them out, in case you want to get, cookie points and brownie points with a certain faction. For example, I want the hegemony to love me, because I'm an hegemony fanatic, said no one ever. But for some odd reason, I want to increase my relations with the hegemony. I can just click on the hegemony filter, and I will see all of the quests available from them. and I can set my course. This is an interactive map. I can set my course to deal with those quests. For example, oh my god, the hegemony wants me to destroy enemy ships in Corvus. Let's go to Corvus and fuck shit up. So I can right click, and now my fleet has set a course for Corvus. That's how it works. Also, in the important section, you will have your personal quests. Personal quests can be taken from bars, from stations, from characters, and of course the main quest mission. And also, this exploration mission, if we accept it, will appear into your important blah blah list. Yes. Okay, go into the second tab. We'll give you a interactive list. Yeah, I think interactive is the best word. An interactive list with all of the planets that are currently have currently been discovered within the sector. You can arrange them by name, type, location, as in from the closest to the furthest, size. So the size will only be taken into consideration on colonized ships. Sorry, colonized planets, not ships. Distance from your position. Costs in term of hazard rating, class, which goes from class 1 to class 5, class 5 being the best, class 5 being habitable worlds, and then hazard rating, for example, Sweet Jesus, Gilead would be very, very cheap to maintain with just the 50 hazard rating, and it would be horrible to set a colony on the ice giant of Balar. You also have filters over here on the right side to keep track of certain planets that you might want to colonize later. For example, I want uninhabited worlds that are at least a class 5. Sadly, we don't know. We haven't found any class 5s. The best we found are some class 4s in the Eos Exodus, in Thule, in Zagan, in Al-Jabbar, in Canaan. These are not colonized yet, but since they are, part of already colonized systems, the factions will frown upon me touching them. Who are you little peasant, touching my planets? But yeah, you can utilize this to find planets, their locations, especially if you went through a system and you're like, fuck, I don't remember that name of the planet. I remember that it was uninhabited, and it was not current system, uninhabited, and it was a class 3, and then you just categorize it through class 3, and you go through all of the known planets in a simple fashion, and you'll be able to find it. So yeah, it's practically the planet finder list. Now, factions. This is a location where you can check your relations with the major factions, information about the major factions, what illegal goods they have, their attitude towards you, and their known allies and enemies. For example, the hegemony, we have favorable relations with them, 15. They don't like heavy armaments, recreational drugs, and harvested organs and AI cores, and they're currently at war with the Persian League and Tritachyon, and they're also hostile with the Ludic Path and the Pirates. Everybody's hostile with the Ludic Path and Pirates. Come on. And of course, you also have a description about the faction itself, which we're going to be discussing a little bit more in depth later on in the guide. So that's it with the intel. I still need to go through command, but that is going to be next time. Okay, so third day of me recording the guide. I'm gonna now explain the command button. We've discussed the entirety of the UI. The only thing that's left is the command screen and then what's inside a planet for now. Let's go and start off with command. Now, in the command screen, you will practically have general information on your situation as a whole. Practically, this is also going to be the location where you're going to be finding out information about your own faction, your own colonies that you're going to be managing. The first tab is literally about the colonies. How many you can have under your personal control. This is a bit deceptive because what does this mean? You can have 2 colonies under your personal control, as in you're the governor of those colonies, and your skills from industry are affecting that colony. That would be the idea. But you can have more than 2 planets. You just need to give governance to somebody else, to an administrator, which is a NPC that you hire to administrate your planet, or to an AI core, which I'm going to be discussing AI cores a little bit later. But again, you can give an AI core governance. Does this mean that you're not going to have access to the planet itself, and you will not be able to build or manage, have access to all of its intricacies? No, you still have full control on the buildings that are being added to said colony, how it grows, and how it's being planned. The only difference is another NPC or AI provides some passive skills to said colony. You can give colonies independence, but again, we'll discuss about colonies. Sorry, not independence, autonomy, but we'll discuss about colonies later. Okay, in the second tab in the orders section, there will be a point where you can get a quest where you need to provide certain resources to other factions, and those resources will be industrial grade resources that will be produced by your colony. Not bad the idea. In the income section, it'll show you how much money you're going to be gaining and losing from your... It's practically going to show you the money that you're gaining and the expenses. So crew salaries, that's the only expense that you're going to be going through on a monthly basis. And of course, colony maintenance expenses. That's also going to be taken into consideration depending on the hazard rating. Income is going to be coming from being commissioned, from colony trades, and no, that's it. Colony trades and commissions, which I'm going to be discussing about them later. In the Doctrine and Blueprint section, now this is with our current quality... So, how do I explain this? Doctrine and Blueprints will show you the fleet composition generated by your faction. Because we don't have any colonies right now that have any capabilities of production, our typical heavy patrol, this is practically a blueprint, an idea of a typical heavy patrol that's going to be generated by your own faction, will have a lot of demods, a lot of negative traits that will cause the ship to underperform. Also, you will be able to modify the composition of the fleet itself from over here. So practically you can tell it to have more warships or carriers. Practically these two are interchangeable. It's either warships or a carrier focus. Okay, if you want more phase ships or not. Practically this is just a slider to use phase ships or no phase ships whatsoever. Practically have that at max. Oh no, it's decreases the other two. Okay, that's cool. So yeah, you could go for a balance of exactly what you need in your fleet. Officer quality will determine simply if the officers will be of higher level or there will not be any officers at all. Ship quality will decrease the amount of demods. And then more ships will simply mean more ships, but you will going to be giving up officer quality and ship quality. So again, these three work hand in hand. These three work hand in hand. You will see that these are a little bit divided by a little line there. And then ship sizes, it will determine if it's going to be focusing more on cruiser and capital size, or if it's going to be focusing more on frigate and destroyer size by bringing it down. Now, aggression is interesting. So when it comes to aggression, it is the way a ship behaves. Usually there are going to be several personalities that are going to be taken into effect. These are also personalities that officers can have, but practically this will be the default behavior of your fleet. if it doesn't have a officer at it at that ship's helm. So all of the ships will be acting depending on what you select over here. And this is not just for fleets that will be generated by your faction. This is also your own fleet that you're currently using, specifically the ships that, again, do not have officers. Now, I guess I'm actually going to discuss about the different personalities. The idea is you can modify it from here. But I am going to be discussing the different personalities once we talk about officers in the officer section. But for now, I also want to talk about the blueprints. Because your faction is going to generate fleets depending on what blueprints you have available. Blueprints are exactly what you think it means. It's practically the instructions and schematics on building different types of ships, weapons, and fighters. You will be able to find these blueprints throughout the game. You will be receiving a basic set, as you can see here. You kind of have a basic set of blueprints of weaponry that you can build and create. But as you're exploring the game, you're going to be able to find more blueprints with higher tech ships, higher grade weapons, and better, more destructive fighters. From this panel, you can select exactly what type of blueprints, what type of ships, weapons, and fighters your faction will utilize. For example, I'd like a prioritization on utilizing the mule. I want more mules in my fleet. I want more Colossus in my fleet. You could go with that. For example, I select high size, Colossus, and then the blueprint is going to generate depending on what's the production quality of your faction. Because again, we do not have a faction right now. It is complete shish. But yes, that's the idea. For example, if you have a blueprint for the Thumper, and if you have a blueprint for the Thumper, you can unselect... No, actually, the opposite. If you have the blueprint for the Thumper, but you don't want the Thumper to be utilized in your fleet, you can just prioritize other equivalent weapons in that category. In this case, it would be the heavy mortar or the mining blaster. Just prioritize on those because those two are medium slots, or the arbalest cannon. So practically, the game is going to know to stay away from the Thumper. It's going to fill up the rest of the stuff with stuff from the list. Okay, same thing you can apply through fighters. You can prioritize certain designs, and then depending on the selections that you have from over here and the blueprints that you've selected on this side, you'll be able to get the fleets of your dreams. All right, now let's go to the last tab, and then I'm going to go a little bit back to Doctrine and Blueprints because I do want to talk about fighters. I've noticed that I've missed out on the fighter discussion when I finished weapons, because practically fighters are mobile weapons that you direct towards the enemy. But first, custom production. Now, with custom production, this is your personal 3D printer. If you have a heavy industry on a planet or a ship, Star Works, the upgraded version of the heavy industry, you will be able to produce any of your blueprints that you have available for a cost. So practically, I want to produce a salvage rig. I can confirm that, and then the order value, the number of credits of the ship will be deducted at the end of the month. That's how it works. But yes, once you have heavy industries, you will be able to make your own ships. You won't have to go and try to find the particular ship that you want randomly and hope to Jesus that, or to RNGesus, that you're going to be getting the one you want. Something like, I really, really want to find an ox, but I can't find it. Now you can produce it. Same with weapons, same with fighters. Thanks for becoming a follower, Gersha. Hey, lol. Yep, thanks. Alright, now let's go a little bit back to Doctrine and Blueprints. I'd like to discuss specifically fighters. So we're gonna exit. I'm gonna go back to the missions section. I'm gonna select a Astral's Perfect. And I'm gonna go through all of the fighters that you have available at your disposal. Because, well, they work hand in hand. And again, we'll be doing the same situation exactly like with weapons. We're gonna go from the smallest, cheapest fighters all the way to the most expensive. I'll tell you how viable they are. And of course, take it with a grain of salt. You can still play around with ships that are non-viable. You can try to make them work. And that's kind of it. Also, fair warning, one of the awesome aspects, I mentioned this in the weapons and hull section, but one of the awesome aspects of this game is the exploration, the, discovering ships and fighters and weapons on your own, on how they work. So if you don't want that taken away from you, I recommend that you just skip this section, because right now I'm going to be going through each and every fighter and tell you my experience with it, and if they're any good or not. I'm also going to be explaining the critical mass potential of each fighter, and I'll explain the critical mass thing in a bit. Actually, no, I'll explain it right now because the terminology is needed, so we can go in. So critical mass is, in this case, is when you have so many fighters that they together can take on any enemy whatsoever. So fighter squadrons reach a critical mass when they can take on a destroyer on their own, or they can take on a cruiser on their own, or a capital ship on their own, simply by sheer numbers. Not necessarily the quality, we're talking about quantity over here, people. So I'm also going to be pointing out ships that have the potential of, in high enough numbers, take on any enemy in the game. But we got to start from somewhere, so we're going to be starting with the Mining Pod Auxiliary. Now, the Mining Pod Auxiliary has a mining laser, which, if you remember from the weapons section, is a energy weapon. You can actually cycle to the weapon itself by pressing the F1 key. I'm actually going to go through the info card, and then I'm going to be discussing the fighters themselves. So practically, in this case, from the top to the bottom, it's going to show you a nice little fluff description and kind of an idea of how to utilize it, type of text. Then you got the primary role. In this case, it's a drone, so it's going to be a defensive ship that's not gonna fly out to engage enemies. It's just gonna stick to the ship. It's just gonna stay close. Okay, it's going to show you the ordnance points needed to equip the fighter wing on the ship itself, how many crew per fighter there are. So this is also going to be an indication of if these fighter wings get destroyed, how many people will die, and how many extra people do I need to have in my fleet to compensate the losses. It's kind of a dick move to think that way, but it's going to save you a lot of headache in the long run. If you have a heavy fighter-focused fleet, you'll want, and especially if these fighters will be manned by humans, by crew, you will want to have an extra 400 crew on hand to just in case things go south and you're going to be meeting a lot of PD. Okay, maximum engagement range 0. This is the maximum distance that a ship can fly out to engage other targets, acting independently from the carrier. In this case, they can't act independently from the carrier. The mining pod auxiliaries will not leave the carrier's side. Okay, fighters in the wing. The total amount of fighters that will be out and about fighting, so in this case 4. And then base replacement time, 1 fighter will be replaced every 10 seconds in case they get destroyed. Also gives you stats on its hull integrity, so that it's HP, armor rating 150, so that is exactly the protection around the HP, and then the top speed of 125, how fast it goes in combat. Fighters will stay inside the carrier outside of combat, so there's no need for burn speed. You will also sometimes see between armor rating and hull integrity, you also see shields, because there are fighter wings that do have shields. Okay, and then when it comes to systems, it's also fighter wings also have some of the special abilities like a burst of speed or flare launcher or stuff like that, and then armaments, the exact arsenal that is equipped on that fighter. To go into further details about the weapons equipped, you press F1. And if you keep on pressing F1, you can cycle through all of the weapons equipped on the ship. And it gives you the details exactly like you would see a normal weapon description. It's going to show you the details over here as well, which I'm not going to go over again. It's the basic, cheapest PD weapon, the mining laser. So even though it has a decent amount of range, it won't do a lot of damage. So seeing the weapon itself, it kind of tells you that the mining pod auxiliary is utilized just for point defense purposes. It's there to just try to buy some time, try to save your carrier from a pesky missile or a fighter contingency. Okay, then we get to an actual combat fighter, the Talon Interceptor. Now, the primary role is intercepting. It's meant to intercept other fighter wings. It's a anti-fighter fighter. In this case, you have access to Sil 4. These do act independently from the carrier. Speaking of, if you are flying a carrier, the Z key will give orders to your. I'll show you actually in the simulator. So let's just equip some Talons. There we go. Run simulation. Hammerhead. So in this case, I have a full contingency of Talons right here. And then I can... Currently, they're in regroup mode, so they're still next to me. You can see the orders right here on the bottom side. You'll also be able to see the replacement rate. So as ships get destroyed, that replacement rate is going to go down. But if I want to order these ships to engage the target, you have to select the target by pressing the R key, and then you press the Z key. And then the Talons are going to go out, and they're going to start fighting. Hey, Zunder. Yep, exactly like Protoss cruisers. I'm not really going to do much against the Hammerhead, because, as I said, the Talon Interceptors are meant to fight other fighter wings. But eventually, if you throw enough at the problem, if you throw enough Talons at the problem, it's going to destroy the enemy. Yep. Slowly going to chew through the armor and destroy. So yes, Talon Interceptors actually do have the potential of reaching a critical mass where they can take on any enemy. The problem with them is their not any really integrity. Oh no, yeah, their hull integrity. They're quite weak. An armor rating of 25, HP 200. If somebody farts in their general direction, most likely one of the Talons in the Talon wing will blow up. So yes, these do have a decently sized engagement range. They're quite long range. The problem is you will be losing a lot of Talon Interceptors and a lot of crew. They're not really a reliable fighter wing. They're a cheap option. They do come equipped with Swarmer SRM launchers and Vulcan cannons, which do excel against fighters. Again, once they chew through armor, they're going to be able to do good damage against anything, but they're not suited for massing up. You're going to have a lot of losses. You're going to be paying a lot of funerals, I guess. You're going to be losing a lot of crew, and you're going to have to rehire and rebuy those crew, those people quite often. But just, you know, in case you are fighting against a faction that has a tendency of utilizing a lot of fighter wings, sadly there's no faction that has a fighter wing focus in the base game, but there are a lot of mods out there that do have that. one that comes to mind is the Salmakoyan. Maybe the Talon Interceptors will help out in defending you against those fighters. Again, very cheap, easy to produce, but also weak. You have other better options. Okay, then we got the Wasp Interceptor drones. Now, the Wasp Interceptor drones are the big brother of the Mining Pod Auxiliaries. These are AI controlled. They don't have a crew on board, so they can operate. So practically their losses are not that big of a deal. You're not going to lose crew if these do get destroyed. There's 6 in the wing, and they have a PD laser and a Stinger class proximity mine. These also have the role of interceptors. They're meant to intercept missiles and fighters. Giving you a little bit of a look on how they operate. Let's try to fight against another Astral. So we got the swarm of wasps. They're going to be actively engaging the fighter wings. They're going to blow up quite a lot. They're not meant to fight other ships. They're meant to deal with fighter wings. In this case, I would practically pull back the wasps to defend the ship from the fighters. But the Astral itself also has a decent PD capabilities. And they're gonna blow up a lot. Quite weak, quite vulnerable. But it's a nice light show. They're a good PD option. Okay, then we get to the Gladius Fighter. Now, the Gladius Fighter has the IR Pulse Laser and Light Machine Gun. So it is. Let me just quickly check on the description. Firepower and survivability of an interceptor. Is this? Oh no, this is not the. This is the Gladius, not the Warthog, right? The Warthogs are a little bit higher. Yeah, okay. I don't want to mix the two. So the Gladius is an anti-shield capable fighter wing. Because there's only 2 in the wing, they're a bit lackluster, so they can be focused down quite a lot. You could try to go with practically 2 Gladius in this case on the Astral. You could go 2 Gladiuses and then just fill up with Talon Interceptors to provide cover for the Gladiuses on their approach. And that way it would increase their survivability, but again, I would say that there are other better options. Gladius is a good fighter wing on a budget, though. They're also quite a little bit on the slow side. Then we got the Broadsword Heavy Fighter. Now, the Broadsword Heavy Fighter is your typical fighter. How to explain this? It is anti-shield. So this is a fighter that is capable of intercepting other fighters, and it will take out fighters with shields easily. And it is a anti-shield fighter. Also, it's a very good bomber escort. These guys are able to utilize its decoy flare launcher very nicely to provide distractions for enemy PD solutions, so the bombers can get in there and just safely launch their loads. Will I go through AI builds? Sorry if you mid-recording for YouTube. No worries. I am going to be going through AI builds, I guess. Are you talking about fleet compositions, my man? Or what do you refer to when you say AI builds? The Broadsword Heavy Fighter works very well on its own as well, but I would definitely combine it. You know, it's capable of fighting other frigates and destroyers. Probably not, doesn't really punch above its weight limit by that much. But it does work very, very well in combination with a high explosive solution. While this mostly does kinetic damage with those light machine guns, you could combine it with the Warthog Assault Fighter, which is practically the broadsword's equivalent of high explosives. So I'll show you guys a kind of how it works if it's only broadswords, and then how it works if it's a combination of broadswords and the warthogs. So, run sim. You want an onslaught build good for the AI? You use other ships. All you see are builds for the player. Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I am going to be discussing about ships that are capable in the AI hands and vice versa. Will I upload all the parts on YouTube? I will, yes. Alright, so we got a lot of broadswords. You're gonna be ordering the engagement. No worries, creature. Go for it. They don't have a shield. But they're gonna get in there and cause a lot of flux. You already see the flares that are they're offering a distraction on the PD solutions. And they're causing a lot of shield problems. But they don't really pack a punch on the armor itself. It'll take a while for them to chew through that armor and then reach the HP of the ship itself. Now, let's do the same scenario, but this time instead of 6 broadswords, we're going to be adding 3 warthogs as well. Which, as I mentioned, are the high explosives. Against the mule again. I'm actually going to hold fire on the carrier ship. In normal scenarios, you would utilize the carrier ship as a support ship to deal with the enemy. Now let's go and engage. Now we have a good mix of kinetic and high explosives. So the broadswords are going to go in first because the warthogs are quite a little bit slower. They need to provide pressure on those shields. And then the warthogs are going to get in there with their heavy mortars and start peppering the locations where there's no shields, causing much higher damage. So it should shoot through it a little bit faster. But yeah, as you can see, they're not really the best solution to taking out big boy ships. That's where the bombers come in. That's where the bombers are there to provide the super burst of damage. But having enough of these, so having another 3 astrals and another 2 condors or eagles or stuff like that, with extra broadswords and warthogs, will speed up the process significantly, especially if they focus fire one ship. And as you can see, it's already going through its hull. It's already chewing through, and we haven't lost any fighter. But again, this is a mule. It's more of a support freighter exploration ship than a combat ship itself. But yeah, it's gonna slowly chew through it much faster than if it were only broadswords. So remember, the principle of going through shield, going through armor, melting HP also applies to fighter wings as well. You can have fighter wings that only focus on taking down shields, and then the rest of your fleet will only have high explosives to do the rest. But let's just go back to our little ships. We were at the broadsword heavy fighter, a reliable ship, incredibly reliable, especially in an escort duty situation. Very good to escort, let's say, a longbow kinetic bomber and a Kopesh, or longbow kinetic bomber and a dagger. Having a broadsword there to keep them safe is mwah. Strange Flying Contraption, thank you for becoming a follower. Welcome to Hitpoint In. Okay, then we go to the Claw Fighter. This is a flying ion cannon. That's it. This is a fighter wing that is human controlled. There are 5 fighters in its wing. These are 5 slow-firing ion cannons that are going to be providing a lot of EMP damage and CC on the battlefield. 2 broadswords, 4 tridents, and longbows. I feel like the tridents are too expensive, lowballs. I'd probably replace the tridents with the daggers, but maybe that's just me. It's perfectly fine. We'll reach those as well. So the claw fighters, they're good in case you need CC, in case you need to provide some relief from the enemy side. Claw fighters actually work very, very well if you have a lot of ships that are close quarters. They're close range, because on the approach and in close quarters, you are expected to receive a lot of punishment, a lot of enemy fire. So having some claw fighters to deactivate some of those weapon systems that are meant for you would be great. Would be great to have here and there. So in that broadsword, 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 warthog, warthog, maybe adding a claw might not be such a bad idea to increase the survivability of the other fighter wings, because that claw is going to turn off some of the PD capabilities of the target, keeping the rest of the dudes safe. Alright. Just saying, of course, not all ships will have 6 slots of fighter bays. I think usually you'll find 2 or 3 fighter bays, but it kind of gives you an idea of how it's gonna work. Alright. Let's see, Spark Interceptor drones. Now, the Spark Interceptor drone is a fighter wing that you will only be able to find if you explore for the blueprint or if you find it in deep space. It is AI controlled, there's no crew on board of a Spark Interceptor, and it has a burst PD laser with a high delay. It is meant to fight other fighter wings, and it excels at it because of that burst PD. But I do have to mention, if you have enough sparks, you know, if you just fill the screen with sparks, they're going to be doing quite a decent number on the enemy itself. Let's give it a shot. Let's have a look-see at it. So let's fight against an eagle. Let's go with that. Alright. Gonna be ordering the engagement. This might not be enough. Also, yeah, the sparks do come back with those shields. They will get behind enemy shields quite fast and start causing problems. And with some extra help from other sparks or other ships, the enemy is going to be a sitting duck. Going to be launching some squalls as well to help out with that shield. And slowly, so they're going to chew through the armor. Think of these as bigger, meaner wasps. Armor starts to being stripped on the backside. Alright. And as you can see, they have quite high survivability because of that shield. Good shit. And they're a very good candidate of reaching critical mass. Well, where they will just melt the enemy. Okay, then we have the Thunder Heavy Interceptors. Now, this is practically multiple ships combined into one. This is, if the Broadsword and the Claw had a baby, it would be these twins, the Thunder Heavy Interceptors. They have an ion cannon, they have a light dual machine gun, and they have Swarmer SRM launchers. So they're meant for interception duty, they're meant to fight other fighter wings, but they're also quite good at providing some extra oomph and CC. One usual build that I see people utilize is they have medium-sized carriers that will have a Thunder, a Broadsword, and a Warthog. And those in combination with other carriers of the same size and of the same type can easily reach critical mass and do quite a bit of damage. Do you have MIRV instead for large missile? We're not talking about missiles or other weaponry. We're strictly discussing fighters wings right now, Lobos. Okay. I think the Thunders also work decently on their own. If I remember correctly, I seem to recall that they actually do decent against lower, practically under destroyer size. Let's see. Alright, they're engaging. They're already deactivating the engines of the Hammerhead. They already shoot through the front of the armor. Yep. Causing a lot of mayhem, a lot of damage, a lot of problems. Is mix of fighters a good idea? Yes, mix of fighters is definitely a good idea because each fighter would cover for the weaknesses of the other fighters. You know, for example, right now we don't really have high explosive solutions here, but it doesn't matter because it does enough damage. So yeah. Spamming thunders might be a good idea, but do expect losses. Do expect losses. These guys do not have shields. Might be a little bit expensive, but So for example, in this case, if we were to add, let's say, 2 warthogs, 2 broadswords, and then 2 thunders, they should be able to handle themselves quite nicely. Let's go against the same opponent for now. I'm only going to be utilizing the fighter wings to engage. Not going to shoot with the ship itself. The broadswords provide a screen on approach, a lot of distractions for the PD, and then they go to work. The ion cannons of the Thunders deactivate the ship systems. It's just drifting through space. While the Warthogs and the Broadswords are free to cause mayhem on the shield and on the hull itself. And they're gone. Yep. Quite the deadly, balanced mix. So imagine a few Herons or Drovers with this setup where you have a Warthog, Broadsword, Thunder. They're all working together to take down their target. There. Alright, so that's kind of with a Thunder. Then we reach our first bomber, the budget bomber, the Piranha Bomber. Now these guys have the standard bomb bay. They will launch velocity, well, kind of unguided bombs. They will practically spray and pray bombs in a general direction. They will not have a guidance system, so smaller ships like frigates and destroyers will be able to dodge the bombs quite easily. Even a cruiser and a capital ship with decent speed can dodge these. The problem with the Piranha Bombers is they do incredible amounts of damage to your own ships as well. So there is friendly fire. Your ships can intercept those bombs and get destroyed. So I am not a big fan of the Piranha Bomber. I'm really not a big fan. But if you are fighting against big, heavy, slow, capital-sized ships, Piranha Bombers have the potential of doing devastating damage to them. And they're quite cheap. They are the cheapest bomber that you can have. Also, pirates love using these. Okay, then we got the Lux Heavy Fighter. The Lux Heavy Fighter, I'd say, is it's an anti-fighter and an anti-frigate ship, but the IR Pulse Laser is meh. They do have a shield though. And, of course, another great thing about them is that they don't have any crew. They're just AI controlled. So let's see how they handle themselves. Are these a better solution than the Sparks? Let me have a look-see. Again, this is the type of ship that you're only going to be fighting in deep space. And it's going to be a while before you are going to be getting a blueprint for these. But it is possible. You'll be able to find it. IR Pulse Lasers do have the potential of being powerful, especially if they go past the shield. The enemy is engaging my ship. Oh yeah, This thing has critical mass potential. Oh yeah. I think if you just spam these, they're gonna be doing a good job. Just have enough of them to be able to overwhelm the enemy. They do seem to have a harder time penetrating the armor. But yeah, they've already started reaching the hull by the looks of it. If they cover on the backside, they should try to deactivate some of the systems. The only problem that I say with these guys is they don't really have a lot of CC, so the ship will fire back quite a bit, quite effectively. Their survivability is increased by their shield, though. But yeah, just having another, I don't know, 6 fighter wings, practically having double the numbers, should make short work of a cruiser size like this. They're doing a good job on their, just as a 6-wing as well. Nice. I'm impressed as well. I haven't really found a lot of these out there, so good shit. Okay, then we get to the longbow kinetic bomber. These are mobile sabos. These are bombers that deal with shields. So one, usually a bomber build is longbow dagger. A reliable bomber carrier is you go longbow. That's going to be dealing with the shields. And then dagger, that is dagger torpedo bombers that are there to deal with the armor and the hull itself. Now, recently sabos have been nerfed. That nerf also hit the longbow. So now I recommend a different approach. Instead of 1 longbow, 2 daggers, I recommend 2 longbows and 1 dagger, just to have that extra anti-shield capability that it kinda lost its edge from before. But yeah, longbows are amazing. They're my go-to when it comes to bombers. These in combination with the high explosive bomber will work great. And I think the basic template of the Astral makes use of them. In this case, it's a longbow kinetic bomber with 3 daggers. I'd probably do something like double longbow like this. And do keep the broadswords, because you don't really need that many explosives. Because the broadswords are going to be there for escort duty. They're going to defend these. And the AI knows automatically to detect. The broadswords know automatically, oh, we have bombers in our squad. We will save them. We will protect them. Hey, Colin. Oh, yes, I'm totally the bomb. I'm on that longbow, ready to be launched all over the enemy's windshield. Clearly it is the way. But yeah, let me just show a quick demonstration of this system. The Astral, the capital ship that we're currently utilizing, is meant to be a bomber carrier. Simply because it's a special ability, the recall device. So as you can see, the broadswords are the vanguard of the situation. They're providing cover for the longbows. The longbows in themselves also have very high survivability because besides having the sabos that are the shotgun missiles, they also have a shield and they have a burst PD laser for defensive purposes. So yeah, that caused a lot of pressure, a lot of problems, a lot of damage. Afterwards, another run will probably penetrate through, or there's going to be other fighters or other ships inside the fleet that are going to be able to take care of that ship now that so much pressure has been added to it in, what, 2-3 seconds? Quite insane. But yeah, longbow is love, longbow is life. Okay, then we got the Kopesh rocket bomber. These are bombers that have Annihilator rocket pods equipped. To give you a reminder, the Annihilator rocket pods are missile systems that fan out. They're unguided, and they're meant to overload the PD of the enemy. The problem with the Kopesh rocket bomber, in my opinion, is that they do a lot of AoE, and I value focused fire more. So I'd rather have the daggers than the Kopesh rocket bomber. Okay, then the Warthog assault fighter. We discussed about this a little bit. It is a bigger broadsword, but instead of having kinetic like machine guns, it has light mortars. So it has high explosive solutions. It's meant to take down armor and HP. Well, armor, mostly. So these, in combination with the broadswords, work together. It's like peanut butter and jelly. They complement each other greatly. The broadswords will go first to provide distractions and overload shields, and then the warthogs, being slower, will follow up and start causing damage, hopefully on the hull and on the armor. Alright. Then we got the flash bomber. The flash bomber is a proximity charge launcher. It's similar to the piranha. It's gonna launch bombs in the general direction, and it is quite underwhelming. At the same cost, I'd rather have a longbow kinetic bomber, and I'd rather have a Kopesh rocket bomber, because the projectiles or the missiles of the Annihilators are much faster than the proximity charge launcher of the flash bombers. I don't know. They just don't feel... I feel like they could deserve a buff. They could deserve a little bit of a oomph, a little bit of a pick-me-up. Okay, then we got the Cobra bomber. This is just one fighter. When one wing, it's a bomber, and it has one Reaper class torpedo equipped. I consider this fighter to be a meme. It's not really that reliable, and it is gonna miss, or it's gonna get destroyed, or the Reaper is just gonna blow up on approach of the ship. If it has an escort duty, sure, maybe. Again, it's more reliable if it's going to be shooting or bombing something that's slow. So, for example, an onslaught or a conquest or any other capital class ship. But even the onslaught and the conquest will most likely have a lot of PD solutions that are going to take out the Cobra or the Reaper itself before it reaches them. So, I don't know. Cobra Bomber, underwhelming. Some people really like it. I personally don't. Again, I'd rather have the daggers, my baby boys, which I'm going to be discussing in a bit. Now, the Scyphos support fighters. These are the best PD, the best defensive fighter wings. These have ion beams and burst PDs equipped on them. Those ion beams are going to be causing a lot of CC. They're going to be deactivating a lot of enemy systems. They're going to blow up anything, any missile and any fighter that's going to be coming on approach, especially with that burst PD laser equipped. The problem with the Scyphos is that they're only a defensive fighter wing. Cobras is just limited to targeting overloaded vessels. Yeah, I guess it's there to finish ships that either are flamed out and can't dodge. I guess so, but it's too situational. I'd rather have some daggers that are much more reliable, especially since they have a guidance system on their missiles. Calendlar. But yeah, the biggest drawback with the Scyphos, besides its cost, it's a whopping 18 ordnance points for one of these wings, is the fact that they cannot engage far away. They can't attack. They're only used for defenses. They're only there to stay near your ship and keep it safe. It will provide PD solution. It will provide a lot of CC on the enemy if there are no fighter wings or missiles nearby. Very reliable, very powerful. If you want to be safe, get yourself a Scypho. Get those Scyphos. Oh yeah, put it under your pillow, hug it, and kiss it goodnight. Because this baby is gonna protect you. This is your teddy bear that's gonna keep the bad man away. Okay, then we reach the Dagger Torpedo Bomber, my go-to fighter wing. Now, some of you might think, okay, yeah, let's just get the elephant out of the room. There's the Trident Torpedo Bomber, and then there's the Dagger Torpedo Bomber. The only difference is the Trident Torpedo is just 2 ships in the wing, and they fire 4 Atropos torpedoes, while the Dagger Torpedo Bombers are 3 ships, and they fire 3 Atropos. Now, a lot of people say, oh, but go for the Tridents. It's 4 rockets. It must be better. The thing is, the Trident Torpedo Bombers are expensive. So an extra 7 ordnance points for just 1 extra Atropos torpedo? I'd rather invest into, I don't know, maybe a hull mod that would provide some support to the fighters, or maybe some extra vents and capacitors for the carrier itself to beef up its defensive capabilities, I don't see the Trident torpedo bomber to be much more worth it to have than the Dagger torpedo bomber. These have been reliable. They have they have guided missiles. They're fast, and they're gonna get close enough to hit their target. And usually the enemy's PD capabilities will not be fast enough to take out those torpedoes either. So in the debate between Trident torpedo bombers and Dagger torpedo bombers, I say Dagger torpedoes win because they're more cost effective than the Trident torpedo bomber. One extra Atropos torpedo for 7 ordnance points, I sleep. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna go for it. So yeah, Dagger torpedo bombers, they do need help to take down shields. So these, in combination with some longbows, work wonders. It's a match made in heaven. They make sweet, sweet love, and they just destroy the enemy. It's beautiful. It's a sight to behold. Okay, then we got the Perdition Bomber. The Perdition Bomber has hammer-class torpedoes. These are unguided. These are kind of a pirate solution, but they feel too expensive. I've never really been in a situation where the hammers were better than the dagger. So nah, I don't. They don't have a shield. While the daggers, I think they do. Yeah, they do. So the daggers also have a shield. Perdition Bomber doesn't. So nah. No. And I don't really use hammer-class torpedoes. They're not really that reliable. You need to be super close to be able to hit. Yes, unguided is fuck it. I need to have skills to hit my missiles. No, I refuse. I rather have the reliable guidance system from the daggers. But yeah, so kind of a too long didn't read. I'd say Broadsword plus Warthog plus Thunder equals yum. Sparks in enough numbers can destroy anything. Thunders in enough numbers can destroy anything, but you're going to be suffering a lot of crew losses. Talon Interceptors in enough numbers can destroy anything, but you're going to suffer humongous amounts of losses in terms of crew. Longbow plus Dagger equals... And that's kind of it. Oh, and Cyphos are your best guardians. Cyphos are amazing in defense and CC scenarios. You have practically 2 burst PDs and 2 ion beams just floating around your ship, causing stupid amount of problems to your enemy. So yeah, those are my takes on the fighter wings. Of course, if you can come now and say, but what about the fighter wings from the mod, blah, 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 blah. I'm only going to be dealing with the vanilla game. I've noticed that fighter wings from mods have a tendency of being overpowered. Hell, Thunders and Sparks are pretty overpowered as well. But yeah. Those are the fighter wings. Hope you enjoy. Hope you have fun. I'm a big fighter fan because Cyphos can also be used offensively on brawlers. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. If you have a safety overridden ship that is meant to go getting close and personal with the enemy, the Cyphos are going to be in a range to cause problems. They do have a whopping 1k range, so definitely you can be used in an offensive scenario. Practically, you force the Cyphos to defend your ship. Thus, they're used offensively. Okay, so yeah, those are the fighter wings. Test them out, have fun with them. Please, if you do find some delicious combos for fighter wings, do let me know. Because I'm a big fan, and I want to push it to the limit. I want to see the screen just filled with fighter wings and just tearing shit up. So yeah, those are my combos that I found to be super awesome. Go for it and enjoy. Okay, so that's the end for fighter discussions. I do want to mention real quick about a little bit about blueprints. Going a little bit back to the blueprints. Now, I did mention that you can find blueprints by exploring the game. There's a lot of unexplored systems out there with planets that have ruins, or with derelict ships, or equipment containers that are just waiting for you to find them, to explore them, and to pick them apart. Inside, you will find blueprints that will just be random from useless, I don't know, blah? I can't really... Oh yeah, from a useless thumper blueprint, which you already know, to having a Mjolnir and a Tachyon Lance blueprint ready to make enemies sizzle. So yes, that's where you get blueprints from. You find them way out there in the boonies. Another way for you to find blueprints is if you colonize a planet that has ruins on it, and you build a ruin exploring or a ruin mining facility. You're also going to be able to find supplies and blueprints that way, but that's a limited resource. Eventually those ruins are going to go, they are going to be exhausted, so they're not really that worth it. I would still recommend using exploration as your main way of procuring blueprints. Alright, well, Lux plus flashes are very strong. I'll check it out. Tech mining also tilts pathers. Yes, it also attracts pathers in the system. They bring the fun police in there. They bring the hippies in your yard. Okay. Now, anything else that I need to talk about here? About blueprints? Nah, not really. Okay, let's go to the bar. Let's take a little bit of a breather. Let's go to the planet. And we're going to explore a little bit of the menus over here. And I'm going to take a shuttle down to visit the dockside bar. And in here, this is your source of a myriad of quests. So besides the intel screen where you can get information on quests that are put out there by the major factions, another way of finding quests within the game is to go to a bar on any planet or station. In here, you will find a random assortment of options of people that you will talk to, and they will give you a random assortment of quests. Now, I have a list with all of the quests that you can receive from the bar, and these are the following. Delivery missions. So, a truck driver, a freighter commander has a shipment of goods that needs to be delivered from point A to point B. You're going to be paid for the delivery. Buy goods. The same ship freighter container captain can't do the trip anymore, or the contract has been canceled and now has a random assortment of commodity and goods to sell for cheap under market value. So usually they're good deals to go for. Okay, you'll also be able to find ship procurement. Practically a operation to steal a ship or to buy a ship. It depends. It's a random ship that you're going to be able to find. It will be in mint condition. And you will be able to pay for it for under the market value. It's a bargain, cheap, and 100% worth going for. Of course, if you have the money and if you have the space in your fleet. You know, if it fits your composition. All right. Security codes. You also have the option of meeting an NPC that's going to give you security codes. These security codes are utilized to deactivate defenses on certain planets and space stations, so you can make raids easier. So your Marines can go in and steal some stuff easier. You're not going to be suffering so many losses. I never really found it that worth it to go for. All right. Then colony production quests. So you will be able to receive these quests even before you have a colony. Be careful when accepting these. They're practically agents that will say, I need 7 units of volatiles for the next blah months to be supplied to blah colony. If you have a colony that is producing these goods, then you can accept the quest, and it's going to give you a lot of money. It's quite a nice business transaction. All right, bounties, bounty quests. So literally a lady that has a list with bounties, and you say, I want a big bounty head. I want a big bounty target, and then she's gonna point you in the right direction to take out a big target. Or a system bounty, for example, like this lady over here, woman haranguing the official about the increased pirate raids. So if I access this quest, it's gonna tell me that they will give me, so if I go to the Taxet Red Star, or the Tia Orange Star, is it this one? Let me see. If you're concerned, yeah, near the Tia star system. So practically, this person is going to hire me to go to the Tia Orange Giant, and if I destroy any pirate vessels within that location, it's going to give me a bounty of, in this case, 1,000 credits per frigate. Of course, the price will scale with ship size. So, practically a non-official channel system bounty. You can get these types of quests as well. You can safely decline them and accept them afterwards if you want to think about it. You know, if you want to leave the bar and check the sector and check out the Tia star system over here. And so on and so forth. Okay, what else we got? So bounties, system bounties. Yeah, attack and sabotage raids with Marines. So practically these are missions that will require you to have a certain amount of Marines in your inventory, and they're going to hire you to go and sabotage or raid certain facilities on X colony in X star system or X station. These, if I remember correctly, are usually kind of underpaid, and you'll get in trouble with the, of course, authorities of the faction or the owner of said industry or station or planet. So I don't really go for those quests. They're not that good, but they're interesting though. Okay, then you can find blueprint missions. An NPC will literally tell you the location of a blueprint in an unexplored system that's either on a derelict or on a supply cache for a price. You pay 10k, 15k, blah blah k, depending on the blueprint rarity and type. Okay, and then you can get drop-off missions. Usually drop-off missions do have a catch. So take item X from A to B, but most of the times when you reach point B, there's going to be a surprise waiting for you. It's going to be either a pirate ambush, a pather ambush, a patrol that wants to take item X from you, and you will mostly have to either fight your way out or pay or use a story point. No problem, Edifice. I'm also going to be putting it on YouTube with are the surprises ever cake? From my experience, no. Alright, and then the last mission is build stuff at an nanoforge. So, for a price, some NPCs can give you access to their heavy industry nanoforge, where you can build an item utilizing the blueprints that you already know. You have to utilize your own blueprints. So, for example, I have a tack beam blueprint. It's big and delicious, but I don't have a location where I can build it. Oh, what's that, random NPC that I met at the bar? You'll allow me to use your nanoforge for a price? Fuck yeah! And then I build 5 or 6 Tritachyon lances. Tack lances. But it is within a price range, so you can't just go overboard. Give me 3 capital ships, 6 bomber wings, the most expensive you have, and a burger with some fries on the side. So you can't do that. You are limited by a certain amount. Or just give up the item. Yeah, you also have the option of giving up the item in the drop-off missions. Not always your blueprints, some of them force you to use theirs. Oh, really? I haven't met that situation yet. Okay, that's interesting. So they also have certain blueprints on offer. Cool. Good shit. But those are, from my understanding, all of the quests that you can find at a bar. The bar is a holy place. A location where you can get a lot of goods. Oh, there is another type of mission where there's a Tritachyon representative that can give you a large sum of money. In exchange, you'll need to pay that money back with interest. So I believe pirates are theirs and factions independents are yours. Maybe? I'm not 100% sure. You might be right. But yeah, you can also meet the Tritachyon representative and get a big pile of money from them. If you do plan on going to war against Tritachyon, please accept this quest and don't pay the money back. Yeah, you know, just a small loan of just 1 million credits. A humble sum of money that could bring you, I'd say, maybe 2 capital ships or at least a decent start for a colony. Yeah. But yeah, if you do plan on just going to war with Tritachyon, do find this person, do take their money, and don't give it back. I know, dick move, but hey, it's free money, it's free real estate. Okay, so that's the bar. Now let us go to the comm directory, and now the comm directory is gonna kinda span out into a officers and character skill conversation. So number one, the comm directory, here you're going to be able to talk with all of the important NPCs on the station or in the base. You know, the colony administrator, base commander, officers that might be available for hire can also be acquired from here. And now let's see this officer. What can this officer do? This officer has combat endurance and ordnance expertise, and its personality is reckless. Fuck yeah, you're hired. And I'm only going to be hiring that officer just for the sake of explanations and explaining to you the officer UI and screen and how they work. Okay, but yeah, in the comm directory, you can talk with any of the important NPCs on the station for quest-related purposes or for being commissioned by a faction. So, for example, if I want to be commissioned, if I want to practically join this faction or be sponsored by this faction, I need to come to the comm directory and tell them that I want to be commissioned by them. What does that mean? I'm going to be explaining a little bit later. But for now, I'm actually gonna go on a side and discuss about officers and characters. And your own character, your own pilot, your own player character within the game, and what all of these mean. Because it is time. I've now explained weapon systems. I've explained ship stats. Knowing ship stats and weapon systems will mean that you will understand what it says over on these skills. Everything is going to make sense now that you went through those explanations. The reason why I'm starting off with the character skills is because your officers are going to be gaining a random portion of skills from here. Most of them from combat, some from technology, some from industry. But for now, I'm going to be going through the ones that you're going to be getting on your character, and I'm also going to be explaining kind of few builds that you can go for on your main character as well. Now, what should I start with? I guess I'm going to start with from the top left, and we're just going to take it all the way down like reading a book. So first off, I'll explain about the tree first, and then I'll go through each one individually. This is the combat tree. Over here it's also called the selfish tree, because these are direct combat buffs to your own ship. These do not affect other ships, they only affect your flagship, the ship that you pilot. So this is the selfish tree. It doesn't affect the entirety of a fleet, it doesn't affect you on the world map, it affects your combat effectiveness in a combat scenario. Yeah. I stay away from this tree because I rather prefer to provide fleet-wide buffs from the leadership tree, and from the technology tree, and from the industry tree. But if you want to be the best goddamn pilot there ever was that flew through space and is ready to wreak havoc upon unexpected souls with your raw sex appeal, then yeah, combat tree is the way for you. Helmsmanship. And another reason why we're going through these is because you're going to be seeing these skills a lot on officers, so having an idea of which one's good and which one's bad is good to have. So, helmsmanship. It increases the maneuverability of the ship, so that is rotation speed. So how fast it aims, I guess. Or redirects its front and back and sides. Plus 10% top speed. Plus 10% top speed, again, in combat. That is a direct movement speed. It can also be upgraded to elite status by utilizing story points. And I guess this is a good moment of explaining what story points are. Now, story points are received as you level up, as you gain experience, but you also receive story points as you are going through the achievements of the game. For example, having your first battle, having the first dinner, having your first colony, destroying a planet, stuff like that will award you with story points. Reaching certain key moments in the main story questline will also reward you with story points. The idea is these are a finite resource that you will receive as you're playing the game, and even if you reach max level, you're still going to be receiving story points as you gain experience. And these story points are practically plot armor points. They're bullshit points. With a story point, you can talk yourself out of an inspection. You can cause an enemy fleet that is fleeing to not flee and actually fight you. You can upgrade buildings on a colony to provide more production. You can upgrade your character skills to elite status that are going to be providing extra passives. You can upgrade and modify personalities and skills of officers on your fleet. So story points. Oh, and also you can build in hull mods on ships, so they're free of charge. So they don't cost any ordnance points. So that heavy armor package that costs 30 ordnance points, it's now 0 with just 1 story point, which is awesome. But yes, you don't really have to save these up like a golem with its precious. You can spend these. You will constantly receive more as you go through the game. I'd recommend that you have 10 story points that you keep around for colony stage of the game, and then the rest of the stuff, just invest them into your, I'd say, officers, main character, and ships. I don't recommend you using the story points on situations like getting out of an inspection, getting out of a fight, and stuff like that. It's not really worth it, but it is worth utilizing the story points in certain story scenarios. So there is a main quest. There are certain locations in the main quest where you can utilize story points. For RPG purposes, please do so. You know, it's to see all aspects of the video game. Do utilize story points for that. But mainly, you want to utilize the story points for your character, for your officers, for your ships, and for your colony. Okay, now that the story point explanation has been completed, let's go back to Helmsman. Helmsmanship. It's worth noting, however, the combat tree is one of the most powerful trees. A player in a good ship with full combat tree can not only turn the tide of battle and even solo some fleets, it also means there are economic benefits to the combat tree that isn't immediately obvious. It goes without saying, though, you have to actually become a decent pilot to be able to make use of it. That is correct, yes. It is true that you being the master monster dog of the galaxy with the combat tree will mean that you can afford having less other ships in your fleet. Or cheaper ships that are just there to be a distraction, so it buys you time for your main ship to go make things go boom. That is true. Yeah, so from that perspective, it is economically viable to go for the combat tree because you're just going to be investing in one big tough son of a bitch of a ship while having weaker other ships or less other ships that are not really going to be costing you in terms of crew, supplies, and money. And fuel. Okay, now, the elite status of the helmsman ship will give you plus 5 SU per second to top speed, so your ship is going to accelerate and decelerate faster. And it'll also give you the 0 flux speed boost. That's going to be activated in any flux level as long as the ship is not generating flux or is venting or is overloaded. So remember when I showed you guys that, hey Ace, what's the bad news? Remember when I showed you guys that your ship gains extra speed if it doesn't have any flux built up? Now you can have flux built up, and you're still going to be receiving that extra 0 flux speed boost, but your ship just doesn't need to shoot or have its shields on. So it's pretty good. I'm sorry to hear that, Ace. It does suck. Actually, read that news, yeah. Now, the use of helmsmanship. Helmsmanship is very good on brawler ships, on close quarter ships. Ships that need to go in close to the enemy, and they need to shoot all of their load and then get back out. Having that extra speed and extra maneuverability will help these close quarter brawler ships. It can also be useful on carriers that are trying to stay out of trouble. So having that extra little bit of speed to get away from the enemy while the fighters do their work is also worth it. Okay. Then we got combat endurance. Now, combat endurance will give you plus 60 seconds peak operating time. What does that mean? The ship will work in peak condition longer before its combat readiness starts to degrade. So instead of a 360, it now has a 420 second peak operating time. An extra minute of not losing any stats is huge, especially for high-tech ships. Okay, minus 25% combat readiness degradation rate after peak performance time runs out, and then plus 15 maximum combat readiness. The too long didn't read for this is your ship will last longer in battle without a need to retreat it from combat. The other hidden bonus is that the more a ship has combat readiness, so a ship will usually come with 70% combat readiness. If it has 85% or 100% combat readiness, it will also have some bonus stats. Imagine a 10% extra flux dissipation or flux speed. Actually, I can verify that if I go here. So the current CR is 70%. It doesn't give us any bonuses, but if the combat readiness is at 85, so let's say we have combat endurance, now with the combat endurance we have a 5% to speed and maneuverability, we take minus 5% damage taken, we do 5% extra damage, and the auto fire accuracy is excellent. If we have the combat readiness all the way to 100, it goes up to 10%. So practically you're receiving some hidden buffs having combat readiness to 100%. It's not much, but it's honest work. It's good. It's better to have it than not. So combat endurance is good on any officer. And of course it would be good on your character as well. But usually you'll mostly see the combat endurance on any officer. I'm not really, as I said, I don't really go into the combat tree on my own pilot. I rather have the others, but combat endurance is mwah if it appears on one of your officers. Okay, and then the elite status, when below 50% hull, repair 0.5% per second to a maximum total repair of whichever is higher, 2,000 points or 50% of its maximum hull. So your ship is going to start repairing itself. Very powerful on ships that are built as bricks. So ships that have, where you focus that it has as much HP as possible and as much armor as possible. This combat endurance elite variant works very, very well. Okay, then we got impact mitigation. Impact mitigation, your ship is going to take minus 25% armor damage taken and minus 50% weapon and engine damage taken. So much more resistant. So your weapons will be much more resistant. They're not going to be able to be taken out as easily if they receive direct fire. And your armor is going to degrade slower. Again, works very well if you want to build a brick, if you want to create a tanky ship. Impact mitigation is good. But I'd rather have field modulation rather than impact mitigation, or something on the offensive side, rather than being defensive. Because at least in my style, I don't usually prefer to tank with the armor. I prefer to tank with the shields. So I would rather go for field modulation or something else that makes my enemy go boom before they reach that armor. But as I said, it's a niche pick. Impact mitigation is good if you're specifically building a ship that is meant to be stacking HP and armor. A brick is what I call them. All right, then we got damage control. Minus 25% hull damage taken, minus 50% crew loss due to hull damage in combat, and 50% faster in combat weapon and engine repairs. Now, this is practically the impact mitigation, but for hull, for your HP of the ship. It has the same problem that I mentioned with the impact mitigation. I don't want my enemies to even reach my HP. I'd rather them just to bounce off the shields or off the armor. So I don't see damage control very good. At elite status, most only every 2 seconds, a single hit hull damage above 500 points has a portion above 500 reduced by 60%. Not really worth it. I would still rather just have better shields or better armor. So damage control, no thank you. I don't utilize it. I don't really go for it. Impact mitigation a lot better in heavy armor ships as they generally have bad shields. As I mentioned, yes, if you're going for bricks, it's good. Plus armor tanking means less flux, so you can push. Yeah, what I said. Again, impact mitigation is good if you're going for that specific build. Alright, then we go field modulation, as Cadulal stated. This will buff up your shield. Minus 50% damage taken by shields, minus 25% flux generated by active phase cloak. So let's take it one step at a time. This is good for both shields of a ship and phase ships. Now, that minus 15% damage taken by shields also means there's less flux generated by the shield as it takes damage. So that's a double whammy. And also, the second one, 25%, minus 25% flux generated by active phase cloak. That means you can stay in a phased cloak state much longer. And then its elite variant, 50% hard flux dissipation while shields are active, is awesome. So, remember when I said that soft flux can be dissipated while your shields are turned on and hard flux can't? Well, this modifies that situation. 50% of your hard flux will be dissipated even while your shields are active. It gives you a lot more staying power while you have your shield turned on. And a minus 50% phase cloak cooldown, so you can flicker out of existence more often, is also very good. The field modulation is also very, very good training wheels for people who wanna practice on phase ships. And incredibly powerful even if you're very good at them. But yeah, I love field modulation, and if I see it on any pilot, especially if they're going to be piloting a ship that has good shields, yes, and this one's delicious. This also in combination with hardened shields, the hull mod, mwah, match made in heaven. Alright, point defense. So, let's see, affects piloted ships and fighters from piloted ships. So if you're on a carrier, your fighter wings also get affected. So these will do plus 50% damage to fighters and missiles. So your point defense weaponry will be double as effective. They're going to be able to destroy whatever you're going to be facing. But I don't really find myself in a situation where my ships are lacking PD. They're lacking point defense systems that they couldn't handle. There wasn't a moment where, oh, PD lasers, you poor things, let me get you point defense so you can handle that big mean missile. No, it's too situational. I do like the extends the range of point defense weapons by 200, but by that point, if I do want to extend my point defense, I'd rather go for integrated point defense AI and just make tac lasers into PD weapons, and thus I have a 1k range PD. So yeah, point defense is situational, to say the least. I guess it could be useful. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe it could be useful on an onslaught with Devastator cannons, and it would simply make it an impregnable fortress against fighter wings and missiles. Maybe, but again, if I am going to be having an onslaught, I rather go for something else like, or clearly ordnance expertise or polarized armor and give up the point defense. So yeah, situational. Your PD is already good. Doesn't really need a juice up. Especially if it's only against fighters and missiles. If it was against everything, wow, then that would be a different type of conversation. But that's not the case, so yeah. Okay, target analysis. This is practically a buff to damage. 10% extra damage to destroyers, to cruisers, to 20% to capital ships. This is... it's just a flat damage buff. It's good. If your officers can get it, go for it. Especially if they're offensive, if they're on offensive ships. If they're on a carrier, then target analysis is not that good, because it will only affect the weapons on the carrier itself and not on its fighter wings. So, offensive ship, target analysis. Non-offensive ship, don't take it. Alright? It's useful on aggressive SO builds that use small weapons affected by this perk. Oh, you're talking about point defense? Again, it's only extra damage to fighters and missiles. And if you're going to be going for an aggressive SO build, a safety overrides build, that extra 200 range is not really going to help it, because you're already going to be in its face to shoot all of your guns. So, yeah, still not worth it. I'm still not seeing it. Rather than point defense, I'd rather have target analysis, or in that case, maybe impact mitigation, or combat endurance. Oh, yeah, combat endurance on any safety overrides ship, because it makes the ship last longer. Okay, ballistic mastery. Now, this is a 10% damage dealt, extra damage dealt by ballistic weapons. Depends on the build, is not something you pick unless you're building around it. Correct. Well, most of these are like that. Most of these are situational. So, 10% damage dealt by ballistic weapons, 10% ballistic weapon range increase, and if it's in elite status, 33% ballistic projectile speed. Now, this is good. This is an awesome perk. I love ballistic mastery, but you do have to understand you will only get this if you plan on utilizing a ship that has ballistic weaponry. If you find that beautiful Doom or other high-tech ship that has that's a laser boat, ballistic mastery is not going to do shit for you. So, careful. If you're going to be flying an Onslaught, or if you're going to be flying a Legion, or other ballistic-focused ships, then ballistic mastery will be awesome for you. And it's not really a must, but it's definitely good. Definitely good, definitely out there. Alright, then, system expertise. Oh, and of course, the same thing applies to officers as well. If the officer is flying a ballistic boat, ballistic mastery. If not, don't get it. Then, system expertise. As I mentioned before, a lot of ships have multiple special abilities, like the Hammerhead's ammo feeder, the Onslaught's burn drive, the Mule's The mule's flare launcher. Does the mule have a flare launcher? I can't remember. Is that its special ability? Whatever. The idea is system expertise is going to give you extra charges and decrease cooldown on those systems. Very powerful for ships that have, for example, a teleport ability. Let's say the Wolf Frigate. The Wolf Frigate has a phasing ability. It teleports forward. Having system expertise would give you an extra charge of that blink ability, which is quite good, quite insane even. Having a decreasing cooldown on accelerated ammo feeder is also quite powerful. And the AI knows how to utilize this pretty well as well, so system expertise is kind of good on everybody. But its contender is the missile specialization. Speaking of, if you're putting this on the player character, you can only choose one of these, and then you have to go all the way back and go through them again. So practically, you need to choose 4 of these, select one of this, and then you have to go through all 4 of the others to take the other one. Just training basically, blah 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 blah. Complete the main quest too. What should you do getting bored? Mod the fuck out of it, Mustrovich. If you finish the main storyline, if you can destroy any system in any planet, it's time to mod the fuck out of the game and check out some other factions. Okay, so going back to the system expertise, besides the special ability, it also will increase the peak operating time. So this system expertise would work hand in hand with combat endurance, just to milk as much time in combat as you can. Then minus 25% overload duration is good, but it's better if your ship doesn't go into an overload duration, so I don't really consider that one as useful. And chance of malfunctioning at a low combat readiness reduced by 50%. Once you're at low combat readiness, you'll most likely be retreating your ship from the battlefield. So again, not that useful. But the extra charge and the extra cooldown with the peak operating time is more than worth it. Super good. Actually, you don't need to loop anymore. As long as you unlock the 2 skills, you can get them back to back. Oh, really? Oh, that's nice. Oh, well, of course, you only have 15 points. I will mention this again. I didn't mention it at the beginning of the game, at the beginning of the guide. You have 15 skill points to play around with. That is the limit. So, 15 of these, and then you're done. So you have to plan your builds carefully. I'll show you the build. I'll show you the builds that I utilize and what you could go for. And of course, people can share more builds in the comments or in the chat if they so desire. Alright, and then we got missile specialization, which is low-key one of my favorite skills. I think all of my officers usually get missile specialization, but what does it do? It's a free expanded missile racks, so another 100% extra missile weapon ammo. So those 10 rockets become 20, and then with expanded missile racks, they become 30. So, mwah. 50% missile HP, so they're harder to shoot out of the sky. And then its elite rank gives you 50% rate of fire for missile weapons, so you can chuck them out faster. And they do more damage by 10%. So missile spec in combination with ECCM package and expanded missile racks is gonna make it good. 40. Oh, really? So it doesn't double the original size. It doubles the... So it takes into consideration expanded missile racks, and then it doubles that sum? Sexy. Okay. Okay, that's even better. So yeah. If you're going to be having a missile boat or a ship that's focused on shooting missiles, missile specialization in combination with ECCM package and expanded missile rack are a match made in heaven. They're beautiful, and they're going to be shooting missiles for days. I'm thinking of anything that has a Hurricane MIRV launcher and having these 3 skills, practically missile spec, ECCM, and expanded missile rack, and that's going to be doing devastating work on the battlefield. Okay, but yeah, that's it for the combat tree. the too long to read would be helmsmanship, field modulation, combat endurance, target analysis, ballistic mastery if you have ballistics, and then if you have missiles, missile spec. If you have a powerful passive on the ship, system expertise. Done. All right, that's the combat tree. Then let's go through leadership. Now, the first one is tactical drills. 5% of weapon damage for combat ships has been increased. So all combat ships, including carriers and militarized civilian ships, will now have a flat 5% weapon damage boost. That is fleet-wide, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's much more worth it than, I don't know, a 10% for my own ship? Yeah. Right, maximum add to 40 or less total combat ship deployment cost, okay. And let's see, it also affects the ground operations, so your Marines are going to be 50% more effective on ground operations, and you're going to be suffering 25% less Marine casualties. You will probably be utilizing Marines extensively, so tactical drill is good. Tactical drill is powerful, but 5% is not that much. It's not, but if you have a big fleet, it's going to build up. It's going to count for something. And that effectiveness for Marines is good because you're not going to be replacing them as much. Okay, then we got coordinated maneuvers. Now, plus 6% to nav rating of fleet for deployed frigates, plus 3% for destroyers, and plus 1 for larger hulls. All ships with officers, including flagships. So, again, this will only affect ships that have officers and your own ship. It will increase the general top speed of your fleet. It will also give you a plus 50% to command point recovery rate if deployed from a frigate, and 25% from a destroyer. I usually have a cruiser or a capital ship that I'm flying, so this is not really that useful for me. And I've noticed that the normal speed of a fleet is more than enough to handle practically any situation, unless it's a specialized build, with an unstable injector or with safety overrides. So coordinated maneuvers is not a must, but if you feel like you're too slow, it is worth to have. You can go for it. Okay, then we got Wolfpack Tactics, which was overpowered, if I remember correctly. It was overpowered last patch. I'm not exactly sure how it's doing this patch. I think you can still abuse the Wolfpack Tactics if you just have a lot of AI officers on board. So, Wolfpack Tactics in combination with automated ships. But, I digress. Plus 20% damage to ships larger than frigates, if a frigate. Plus 10% damage to capital ships and cruisers if a destroyer. So, if you plan on just having the swarm of frigates and destroyers only, the Wolfpack Tactics are going to be buffing these ships sky high. So, if you want to juice out more performance out of that Tempest spam, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, I see you over there with that Tempest spam. Don't you hide from me. I know who you are. I've done it too. I'm ashamed to admit it. I've done it too. But if you want your Tempest spam to be that much more powerful, Wolfpack Tactics and an officer on board are going to transform them into killers. Destructive Boys. Plus 50% seconds peak operating time at frigate, 25% of destroyer. And they're going to be lasting even more in combat. So Wolfpack Tactics is strictly useful if you plan on utilizing a lot of frigates and destroyers. It's going to be useless if you're going to be going with a larger cruiser and capital size force. What I've noticed is that coordinated maneuvers and Wolfpack Tactics are kinda, you either take one or the other. Okay, crew training. Plus 50% maximum combat readiness for combat ships. Flat bonus of 50% maximum combat readiness. So this, in combination with combat endurance on an officer, for example, will make that ship have 100% combat readiness. Thus, it will have a flat 10% damage increase, decreased damage taken, and speed. which is very good. Okay, then we got carrier groups. Crew training is so good. Yeah, as I said, crew training in combination with combat endurance, it's good. It's delicious. It's sexy. Okay, carrier group. All ships with fighter bays and grants increased effect to ships with officers, including flagships. So this is the dedicated skill for carriers. It will make fighter replacement 50% faster. And it's going to be 75% faster if that carrier has an officer as well. So all of the fighters that are out there that are fighting and they're going to get destroyed, this would make the fighter wings come back faster, thus keep the momentum and the pressure going. If your officer is going to have... Sorry, if you're planning on having a fighter-focused fleet with a lot of carriers that are manned by officers specifically, getting carrier group is gonna be good. Okay, and this will go hand in hand with fighter uplink, which affects all fighters. And it's going to be giving a minus 50% crew loss due to fighter losses in combat. So remember when I said that talons are going to be very good to mass, but you're going to be receiving a lot of casualties? Well, this is going to help out with that. The 8 max is a big limiter on it. Maximum at 8 or less fighter bays in fleet. Your fleet has 2 fighter bays. Yeah, that is true. That is true. You are going to be receiving diminishing returns on having too many fighter wings, but I do have to mention it's still better than nothing. So yeah, besides the crew loss, 20% top speed, so fighters are getting faster, thus they increase their survivability because they're not going to be getting hit as often, and they're going to be better at leading their shots. So it should increase the anti-fighter capability of the fighters. Good shit. Good shit all around. If you, as I said, plan on going for a carrier-focused fleet, grab both carrier group and fighter uplink. I think these are the only two in the current patch that still affect fighter wings. Okay, then you have to choose between officer training and officer management. Now, officer training will give you +1 to maximum level of officers under your command. So instead of level 5, they can now go to level 6. Thus, they have 6 combat skills or tech skills or industry skills. +1 maximum number of elite skills for officers under your command. That means that instead of 1 elite skill, they can have 2. And if you've invested a story point, they can have 3, I think. And then +2 to command points. So you're going to be able to give more orders during combat. It's good if you want to have a small elite group of officers. Kind of have a very powerful core fleet. Then we have the other side of the spectrum, the officer management. +2 to maximum number of officers you're able to command, and +2 command points. So instead of having 8 officers, you're now going to be having 10. Officer management works very, very well with Wolfpack tactics, because the more frigates and destroyers that you have with officers, the more damage Wolfpack tactics is going to do. So, as I said, works very well with the officer management. So, depending on your strategy, you go with either one or the other. Alright, then best of the best. You're able to build one more permanent hull mod into ships. What does this mean? You can use story points to make a hull mod free on a ship. You can have 2 hull mods for free, for free, utilizing story points. 8 elite is better than 10 less elite. So Nahudoi Konak, I agree with you, but if you utilize Wolfpack tactics, 10 less elite will be better. It's a numbers game there, my dude. It's a numbers game and with stats. I'm with you. I prefer the officer training. I prefer elite 8 officers. But 10 officers, I do have to give it credit. 10 officers with Wolfpack tactics is nothing to scoff at. Alright, now going to best of the best. Having the capabilities of building in 3 permanent hull mods into a ship is insane. So you can juice out some performances from ships that are just off the charts. 10 also benefits SO builds more since SO is all about overwhelm. Correct. So practically, the faster they kill, the better they are. And then the deployment points bonus from objectives is at least 10% of the battle size, even if holding no objectives. And you're going to be able to deploy more ships on the battlefield. I love best of the best. I usually go for best of the best. It's my go-to skill. The other one, support doctrine, is gain non-elite helmsmanship, damage control, and combat endurance on all ships without officers, and deployment point cost reduced by 20% of or 10 points, whichever is less. Now, this is kind of like the swarm doctrine. 100% faster command point recovery unless commands were transferred to a ship originally. Okay, yeah. So this is kind of like the swarm doctrine. You would probably go for officer training just to have few elite officers. And then the support doctrine would... Let me explain what it does. On any ship that doesn't have an officer, it will gain helmsmanship, combat endurance, and damage control. These 3. So it's going to make them faster, tankier, and last more in combat. Also, the deployment cost will be reduced, so you can field more cheap ships in combat on the battlefield. So the idea would be you send in a lot of junk. A lot of junk that has been buffed up by the non-elite helmsman damage control and combat endurance, while you have a core of ships of elite officers ready to go and act as anchors for your fleet. So yes, it's Wolfpack on a bit crack, but these don't work hand in hand. They're kind of exclusive to each other. They kind of butt heads, because this one affects frigates with officers. This affects all ships without officers. So it's either or. So what I would recommend is you can go Wolfpack into officer management into best of the best, or you can go officer training into best of the best, or officer training into support doctrine. I prefer officer training into best of the best because it's just, I love it. Love it. But yeah, if you do plan on just fielding a lot of cheap ships that are meant to just cause, to overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers, support doctrine will support that way of playing. Wolfpack, OM, BOT, DB, SD with an officer's cruisers and capitals. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not really very good with abbreviations, my good sir. If you're going to have a high amount of fighters, carrier group is terrible. Carrier group is only good if you're using it as a supporting element. Okay. Could you explain why, Phoenix? Dump 10 skills and get the whole tree for shenanigans galore. That's also true, yeah. You can just, once you take best of the best, you can go back into the tree and just get the rest of the stuff. Because of the 8 limiter? Frigates and destroyers are cheap ships, so they will mix well with Wolfpack tactics skills. Well, I guess. Just having more, practically you just put away the first pass of the gain non-elite helmsmanship, damage control, and combat endurance. You just throw that out the window and just rely on the deployment point cost reduction. Just the officer ones are the alphas and the rest is support. Yeah, I guess that could work. You're right. Yeah. And just still have beefed up, juiced up frigates. Okay, yeah, I can see it work. I stand corrected. I changed my mind. Nice shit. It's kind of giving me build vibes, build ideas. All right, then we go into the technology tree. Now, first you have a choice between navigation and sensors. The diminishing returns when you have over 8 hangars makes it worse, as the degradation was pretty significant last you played. Admittedly, it's been a season. Okay. No worries. I'd still go for it, even though it would have diminishing returns. It's better to have something that helps fighters than nothing at all. Okay, now navigation is my go-to when it comes to level 1. 30% terrain movement penalty from all applicable terrain. So there are some dust clouds and some, you know, combat environments that are going to be giving you a movement penalty, but that's not why I get navigation. Navigation, I take it because of the +1 maximum burn level for the entirety of the fleet, and it also increases the burn bonus of the sustained burn ability by 1. So my fleet is going to be quite fast, and I want my fleet to be fast so it can get out of problems or catch up to problems easier. Also, the transverse jump. The ability to jump out of a system whenever you want and jump within a system wherever you're needed is amazing. It's good, it's a time saver, and you're going to be able to dodge a lot of threats utilizing navigation. I mainly take navigation for the sake of smuggling. I love it. Sensors are really good for more passive game styles. Sensors is really good for exploring. Just exploring in general. You will eventually receive the neutrino detector through other means instead of sensors, but it's still good. I could warrant, once you reach this point, you can go back and take sensors as well, but I still prefer the navigation. But when it comes to sensors, there are some things that are quite good. So the -25 detected at range, good for smuggling, but I prefer to have the speed rather than the less detection range. You can see further, but the main thing from the sensors that I would take is you have the neutrino detector, which is a kind of a... you have some interesting stuff in that general area kind of system, but the +3 to burn level at which the fleet is considered to be moving slowly. So practically your stealth or your slow movement is faster. You can go through storm clouds easier without taking damage. Sorry, storm clouds faster without taking damage. And you can go dark and traverse through systems much more effectively and dodge enemy sensors. I prefer the more brute force approach, where if I do get caught, I can just run out of there. But I will give it credit, sensors is good as well. In the end, it's just a preference of playstyle. I prefer navigation. Some people prefer sensors. Hell, you can get both if you level up enough. We're going slow in asteroids and etc. That's a must-have skill in my book, regardless of what else I'm taking. Nope, that's perfectly fine, Phoenix. I prefer navigation. You prefer sensors, and people can get both. Nav is more aggressive, sensors are more passive. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I'm more aggressive. What you gonna do? Then we go to gunnery implants and energy weapons. Both are just chef kiss. Yes, both are. Mwah. So, gunnery implants. My personal favorite from the technology tree. Yeah. Gunnery implants affects your ship. I have a lot of auto-fire guns, so gunnery implants helps me immensely. Plus 100% target leading accuracy for auto-firing weapons, which on my ship, all of the weapons are auto-firing except the missiles. Because that's how I roll, that's how I like to play. I don't know. It's my playstyle, so gunnery implant for me is a must. I love it. Plus that 15% ballistic and energy weapon range that can stack with ITU and the laser optics. Beautiful. Also, minus 25% weapon recoil. That means that the weapons will be accurate for longer in prolonged shots. So the more they fire, Usually weapon recoil will cause the projectiles and the hits to spread. This helps with that. And then its elite variant will give a plus 4% to ECM rating of the fleet when piloting a frigate, 2% when piloting a destroyer, and 1% for larger hulls. That's just kind of the icing on the cake. Practically, it's a fleet-wide weapons range increase that's going to help you out in the long run. So, yeah, I love me some gunnery implants. Usually you grab both while doing marine raiding, but navigation never comes off. Ever. Yeah, correct. Again, it's a style. It's a preference when it comes to navigation and sensors. Then, on the other side of the spectrum, we have Energy Weapon Mastery. This was all about the range, this is about the short range. Energy weapons deal up to 30% more damage at close range based on the firing ship's flux level. Oh, right, before I go deeper into energy weapons, gunnery implants can be equipped by officers as well. It's very good for officers that have long-range artillery or support ships. Again, on the other side of the spectrum, Energy Weapon Mastery is if you're going to be building a SO'd high-tech ship that has a lot of energy weapons, that is meant to get in close and personal and just unload all over the enemy's face with energy beams, Energy Weapon Mastery is a must. This can go on officers as well. So the closer you are to the enemy, the more damage the energy weapon is going to do. But that's it. That's it. If you go above the 600 range, it's not going to do anything else. It's not going to do better. And also, this elite variant has a minus 10% flux generated by energy weapons, so you can shoot them for longer, or your shields can take more damage. Again, works very well with a close range brawler. So, Energy Weapon Mastery is for when you're building a high-tech ship that's meant to go close and personal with the enemy. I'm thinking of the Aurora, the Fury, the Odyssey less so, but specifically the Aurora and the Fury. Energy Weapon Mastery works very, very well. Alright. Then we got Electronic Warfare. So every deployed combat ship grants 1% to ECM rating of the fleet. This goes up to a 10% maximum. So the maximum amount of extra range that you're going to have is 10% for you and minus 10% for the enemy, so you can outrange them guns. I think that's the one that I usually get. Let me have a look. And all phase ships as well. Oh, this affects all phase ships as well. That's fine. Yeah, it's understandable. Flux regulations, phase coil tuning. Okay. Just get in the face, use all energy blast phase back. Oh yeah, with the energy weapon master. Yes. You're right. So the Doom can work with this. Any afflictor or any phase weapon. You're right, Kedulel. I forgot about the phase ships. It definitely does wonders. Okay, so I don't think that's the one. I think what I usually go for is flux regulations. So I'm the type of person that doesn't really utilize phase ships that much because they scare me. Well, they don't scare me. I just don't have enough practice with them. And most of the times I just fly into the enemy's face and blow up because I don't know. I need more practice with them. So you have two options. If you have a phase ship, you go with phase coil tuning. If you don't have a phase ship, you go with flux regulations. Now, flux regulations will give you +5 maximum flux capacitors and vents on your ships. So this is on the ship loadout. So instead of having a maximum amount of capacitors of 10, you can now have a 15. It affects smaller ships more than the bigger ships, the bigger boys. You can feel it better there, but still, it gives you much more flexibility when you're equipping and fine-tuning a ship. Phase ships basically need field modulation elite. True, I agree, Calentlar. Field modulation elite and maybe phase coil tuning. And And besides the ship loadout flexibility, it also gives you a flat 10% flux dissipation for combat ships and 10% flux capacity for combat ships. So I love it. I love it. All of your ships are much more flux efficient for nothing. So yeah, flux regulation is, mwah, I love it. It's my baby, and I take it. I think in all of my builds I take flux regulation. Electronic warfare, not so much. I don't really put that much of a deal on 10%. So yeah. Then phase coil tuning. 180 seconds peak operating time for combat phase ships, which is huge because usually, well, not usually, all of the phase ships are high-tech. High-tech are known to not last long in combat. They have the superior combat, but usually the strategy with them is either you overwhelm them and blow them up with stupid amounts of firepower, or you outlast them. You cause them to go through their peak operating time and through their combat readiness, and then they're just sitting ducks and they blow up and they go bye-bye. This helps with that weakness. Gives more operating time for the combat phase ship. It gives 50% top speed and acceleration while you're cloaked. So this and field modulation elite are the good shit. Yeah. And then 100% to center strain of combat phase ships. That's more of a on the world map kind of passive. You see farther, but I guess it would be useful if you only have phase ships. But yeah, that in combination with phase anchor and field modulation would make a very powerful phase ship. It would make your phase ships very powerful. So, definitely the way to go. Bottom line, you have phase ships, phase coil. You don't have phase ships, flux regulations. Then cybernetic augmentations. +2 to maximum number of elite skills for officers under your command. It's hilarious for phase marine rating. I'm sure it is, yeah. Phase marine rating. What does that mean? Super stealth, infiltrate, raid, get out, nobody saw you. Nobody knew that you were there. Now, cybernetic augmentation will give 2 extra elite skills for your officers, so you can invest 2 more story points in each officer to make their combat endurance in having elite, helmsmanship having elite, polarized armor and ordnance expertise having elite status. This, in combination with officer training, works very well, or with either officer training or officer management. Cybernetic augmentation is beautiful. So yeah, flux regulation cybernetics is my go-to out of these. My personal favorite are navigation, gunnery implants, flux regulation, cybernetic augmentations. If you have phase ships, I'd go navigation, energy weapon mastery, phase coil tuning, cybernetic augmentation, and then the rest. There's a high-tech phase marine support ship. It's the only one in vanilla that affects 200 marines. Yep, I know the Phantom. All other marine support only helps 100. So the Valkyrie only supports 100, while the Phantom supports 200. Nice. Okay, so let's go with the final 2. We got Neural Link, which we've discussed in the hull mod section. This is going to be enabling rapid switching between 2 ships. If the combined deployment cost is 50 points or below, neural transfer is instant. Otherwise, it takes a few seconds based on how much the threshold is exceeding. Both linked ships benefit from your personal combat skills at all times. So if you're going for a selfish combat build and have a neural link, you can have 2 ships having those passives at all times, which is, now that I think about it, quite powerful. Though certain effects that modify ship stats at the start of the combat, such as increasing ammo capacity, only apply to the flagship. Okay, and if I remember correctly, if you install a neural link in a automated ship, you can actually control it, right? Is this the way for you where you can just take control of a Radiant directly? Is this the only way? Somebody should tell me that, because I remember that being possible. Okay, so you would have to go all the way back to the technology and get both of these if you're going to be going for that specific AI supremacy build. And speaking of automated ships, I know there's a specific hull mod. You don't need to go back to get it. Oh, so you just need the Neuralink. Nice. Right, so enables the recovery of some automated ships, such as derelict drones. Automated ships can only be captained by AI cores. Now, I'll get into AI core discussion when I get to colonies, but the idea is you can find highly illegal artificial intelligence cores that can be utilized as officers on ships or as administrators on colonies. You can also sell them to governments for reputation or for money, but that's the worst way of utilizing cores. Right. There are also certain ship types that can only be flown by AI cores. They cannot be manned by humans. Read the bottom of those skills. Once you unlock the tier of skill, you can keep putting points in the same tier. Skills have been amended. Taking the second top tier skill requires an additional 2 points spent on the lower tier skills. Okay. I see. Alrighty. Now, the automated ships is quite good, but only if you want to have, if you want to fly the redacted ships that you're going to be finding out there in deep space. No, I understand. Reaching the top tier requires 4 skill points, plus 1 more to take one of the top skills. It's okay. Let's see. Automated ships can only be captained by AI cores. 100% combat readiness. Offsets built-in 100% penalty. Total automated ships. Right. So if I remember correctly, the more automated ships you have in your fleet, the less combat readiness they're gonna have. So having just one mega AI ship is the way to go. At least that's what I did. I practically went with automated ships, got myself a Radiant, and fit an Alpha AI core into it that went on and destroyed the galaxy in my name. Yes. So yeah, you can create some insane ship designs and make things go boom with automated ships, but it's not needed. It's not necessary. You could stop at flux regulations and cybernetic augmentations and just go into something else. It all depends on the build that you want to go for. And all the smaller ones tend to be very specialized and have bad weapon placements. Yeah, they do. 5 high-intensity lasers and you're a god. Oh no, triple strike. I have a better build, courtesy from one of my viewers, Ericnator. That Radiant, 2 large slot hammer torpedoes, 1 Paladin PD system, and 2 Tachyon lances. It does wonders. It just smushes everything. Now, the reason why the hammerheads work in that scenario is because the Radiant has a tendency of getting in the enemy's face. So most of the times, if not all the times, those hammers are gonna hit its mark. Trust me, I'll show you the build later, but trust me, it's... Don't give me that 5 tachyon beams meme shit. No. I sleep. The double hammer, double tack lance, and in the center a Paladin PD system is so good. But yes. Bottom line is you can find some incredibly, insanely powerful ships out there deep in space. So having this is good. Fixed Alpha AI story point to level 8. Radiant with crew training, it goes up to 53-ish CR if I remember well. That's enough, Zegred. That is more than enough. It will be capable of taking on fleets on its own. I'll show you guys the build when we get to the individual ship discussion section. That's going to be a while. Okay, but that's it with the technology tree. Yeah, that's enough to have no negative modifiers. Correct. In the industry, we have also some very interesting, and I feel like some must-have skills. But again, we'll after I go through all of them, I'll tell you the specific build that I go for. So we got bulk transport, which increases the cargo capacity, fuel capacity, and personnel capacity of all ships. And it also increases the burn level of non-militarized civilian-grade ships by 2. So all of your support ships are faster, and they do more work. They can carry more cargo, more fuel, more personnel. I love this one because I can get away with having less ships, but I can carry the same amount of goods and inventory and stuff. So also, increasing the burn level of all militarized civilian grade ships by 2 means that I don't have to put militarized subsystems on them, and I can just get away with insulated engine cores on civilian grade ships. So again, beautiful. I love bulk transport. I always get it. Now, salvaging, 50% resource, 50% more resources, but no rare items such as blueprints recovered from abandoned stations and other derelicts. 20% more post-battle salvage, minus 75% crew lost in non-combat operations. Okay, so this is a bit useless. Usually, you should have 2 salvage rigs and maybe some extra smaller support ships to help with salvage, which is going to give you more than enough. This is going to affect the supplies, fuel, and metal that you're going to be finding, and some other common commodities that you're going to be fighting when salvaging. But it's really not worth it, especially the minus 75 crew loss in non-combat operations. That is 100% not worth it, because in most scenarios, the reward that you're going to be finding is going to be offsetting the accident, the crew accident, by a 500%, sometimes even of a 500% margin. So it is quite insignificant. So if it would give you an increase of rare items as well, such as blueprints, then yes, definitely I would get salvaging. But as it is, I don't feel like it's worth it. Okay, then we go with field repairs. That +2 to burn to civvy ship is great. It gives the Atlas burn 8 by default. Yeah, correct. Yeah, as I said, I always get bulk transport. Now, field repairs. 50% ship repair rate outside of combat. 25% of hull and armor damage taken repaired after combat ends at no cost. Now, this is if you want to be combat prepped, combat ready faster, and if you want to use less supplies to repair your fleet, you can go for this. You can go with field repairs, but I didn't really find it essential or that worth it. Maybe if you have a fleet that's relying on quantity over quality, maybe field repairs is going to be good. You know, you're constantly getting damaged because you have just so many ships that are throwing themselves on the enemy's face. Then yeah, field repairs is going to be worth it. But if that's not your fleet doctrine, then nah. All right, then we got ordnance expertise and polarized armor. Both of, to be honest, I think ordnance expertise is one of the most powerful skills in the game. But both of them are excellent, are good. So, ordnance expertise. It affects your ship, or if an officer has it, his or her ship. +2 flux dissipation per ordnance point spent on weapons. So let's say you have 30 points of ordnance points spent in weapons. That is going to be 60 extra passive flux dissipation, which is decent, not game breaking, that's fine. But the elite variant also gives you plus 20 flux capacity per ordnance point spent on weapon. So that is if you got a 30 times 20, that is a 600 maybe. On certain capital ships, you're going to be having a lot more. I think on the Onslaught, half of your ship is ordnance points and weapons. Hell, the Onslaught is a big gun, to be honest. So, yeah, Ordnance Expertise is amazing, especially on cruiser size and up. Cruiser size and capital size. If you have your character or an officer that's going to be flying one of the big boy ships, Ordnance Expertise is a must. I do also need to mention, Ordnance Expertise really helps with flux management on ships like the Conquest, the Onslaught, well, Conquest, Legion, Dominator, Enforcer, ships that usually have kind of like a bad flux management system. They're not really that good at keeping the guns firing for prolonged periods of time, and also keep themselves safe. So yeah, I would probably get Ordnance Expertise in all scenarios. All scenarios, all situations. It's just too good. Too good. Then we got Polarized Armor. This is the cream of the crop when it comes to brick building. If you have low-end ships, so red ships, ships that usually rely not on their shields but on their armor, if you're building a brick, Polarized Armor is a must on either you or the officer flying the ship. So maximum damage reduction by armor is increased, so armor is more effective. Up to 50% armor for damage reduction calculation only based on current hard flux levels. EMP damage taken reduced by up to 50% based on current hard flux levels. And the elite variant, 25% flux dissipation rate while venting, so it vents faster. The elite variant is not really that super mega awesome. It still helps, it's still great. If you get both Polarized Armor and Ordnance Expertise, that's great and good, but it's the armor efficiency that we're talking about here. This, in combination with impact mitigation, in combination with heavy armor, armored weapon mounts, reinforced bulkhead, and, you know, gluing a little bit of a star on the armor for good luck, is going to make a heavy armor ship build very hard to take down, very hard to destroy. And damage control? I guess if they do manage to get through the armor, I guess damage control is going to be useful, especially the elite variant. But there's not really a lot of situations where you get a single hit to the hull above 500 points. I would definitely prioritize impact mitigation over damage control any day if I'm going to be going for this build. And if by chance the ship has even a shield, or still has a shield, if I didn't put a shield shunt hull mod, I would probably also value field modulation over damage control as well. Again, I don't design ships where the enemy is meant to reach his hull. The enemy is meant to reach his HP. I rather have them resist with his shield and its armor. But yeah, Polarized Armor must if you're building brick ships. Good. Then we got a few options: containment procedures, makeshift equipment, and industrial planning. Now, containment procedures will mean that minus 50% crew lost due to hull damage, reduces fuel consumption. You can salvage more fuel, and emergency burn no longer reduces combat readiness. Makeshift equipment is the supply equivalent. It reduces the monthly supply consumption cost, and it requires less resources to survey planets. So, where do you want to be more efficient? With your fuel usage or with your supplies? It's kind of a personal preference. A lot of people like containment procedure because emergency burn can be used more freely. And interestingly enough, if you have navigation, containment procedure in theory works hand in hand, but I prefer to have navigation and makeshift equipment. Exactly. I feel like the supplies are more money saving. Well, first of all, I consume less supplies surveying a planet. I am quite the explorer. I do go and find and survey a lot of stuff, and reducing that monthly consumption plus efficiency overhauls on most of my ships with the overhaul mod really save you quite a bit of cash on your monthly expenses, because you're going to be paying a lot for supplies and fuel, but mostly supplies are the lifeblood of your fleet. It keeps your armor and HP intact on the ships. It keeps them flying at full performance, at full capacity, and it's also used for exploration on multiple planets. A unit of supplies, his base value is 100. A unit of fuel is 25 base value. Yeah, that's also a reason why. Yeah, I get yourself a makeshift equipment. Yeah, from the two, get yourself a makeshift equipment. Okay, then we got industrial planning. All industries supply one more unit of all the commodities they produce. So extra production on the colony. Also, 50% maximum value of custom ships and weapon production per month. So a higher quality increase of the ships, ships produced. Also, of course, this will the extra production will only affect the colonies you govern. Also, you can't fight without fuel. Oh, also, you can fight without fuel. You can't fight without supplies. Yep, true. Yeah, it's practically another argument to take makeshift equipment over containment procedures. It's just not worth it. Not worth it. With industrial planning, I don't really find it that worth it. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I usually give my colonies AI administrators. So, having that +1 extra production is not that, oh my god, I need it. Maybe. I need to play around a little bit more with the all colonies extra quality, but I'm not exactly sure if that all colonies extra quality applies only to the things that you order from the heavy industries panel, so from the command bar, custom production, or if it affects the full fleets that get produced by your faction at all times. So that's something that I still need to test out and verify. But if that is the case, stacking quality might be cool. So having heavy industry with an AI core administrator plus a pristine nano forge plus this maximum value of custom ships and weapon production per month. If they do stack, that means we would get pristine condition fleets and a big ones to put on top of it. So it would be worth it. If it doesn't, then only custom production, unfortunately. Okay. Throw it in the sun. Throw it in the sun. I don't care. Scrap it. No, thank you. Okay. And then we reach the final tier, which one of my favorite skills. So my go-tos are navigation, gunnery implants, bulk transports, ordnance expertise, polarized armor, flux regulations, automated ships, makeshift equipment, hull restoration. These are my babies. These are my favorite skills. Hull restoration. All of your ships are almost always recoverable if lost in combat, so I don't have to worry if I make mistakes and ships blow up. One extra unit is really good on places that produce a lot of items. Yeah, but you have to take into consideration the accessibility of that colony. If it doesn't have enough accessibility, the extra production is a little bit wasted. Still, I would probably go for a mining, refinery, heavy industries type of location if I am to utilize the industrial planning for the extra production. you know, I would probably go with that instead of mining, light industry, commerce, money planet. But we're gonna be talking about those. We're gonna nosedive deep into colonies in a bit later, probably next time. Fuck. All right, so administrative colony kind of need a rework or some change because the 20k you pay administrator is actually less than the income you usually get from said colony. So as of right now, getting an administrator is actually a nerf. If you want a +1 to every industry, just put an AI coordinate. You don't have to pay salary to it. Correct. Make money via light industry refinery. That's a thing. I don't think it needs a refinery. I think it just needs mining operations. Mining, light industry. I don't remember it needing a refinery. Because organics feed directly into light industry, if I remember correctly. I guess I'm going to have to check out. But again, let's get back to what we're doing here, guys. So, hull restoration. Ships lost in combat have a 75% to 95% chance to avoid demods. So yes, this is a thing that I did forget to mention, but I think most of you already know. If a ship gets destroyed, it has a chance of permanently being lost, or it can be recovered, either for free or, well, just for supply costs, or via story point cost. You know, the plot armor Deus Ex Machina shows that, hey, the ship is still intact, and you can grab it back. When you recover a ship, there's a chance for that ship to have a demod. Demods can stack. You can have up to 5. Is it the maximum amount of demods? 5, I think. But these demods are a no-no. They cause a lot of ship performance issues that are really gonna be stopping your ships from doing God's work. So I have hull restoration. Besides the fact that it also decreases the chance of gaining a demod, it passively removes them. Chance to remove 1 demod per month from a randomly selected ship in your fleet. Chance to quickly remove 1 demod from newly acquired ships, higher for ships with more demods. And also, +5 maximum combat readiness per S mod, so story point built mod, into the hull. Hull restoration is amazing. It saves you a lot of money, and it keeps your ship in mint pristine condition. Restoring and removing demods costs a lot of money if you don't have hull restoration. So I always get this because it saves me a lot of cash and a lot of headache and a lot of goodies. So I love this one. And then on the other opposite side of the spectrum, we have derelict operations, which was at one point incredibly overpowered, but not anymore because it was nerfed into the ground. Deployment cost of ships reduced by 6% per demod. So, and hull deployment cost reduction also applies to maintenance costs. So the more demods on a ship, the cheaper they are to field. This, in combination with support doctrine, would mean that you could put out there a lot of ships on the battlefield. A stupid amount of ships. I've seen a build where somebody went support doctrine, derelict operations, and he just threw a lot of, I think, drovers, which are carriers, and each drover had a broadsword thunder warthog combination, and they would all just swarm the battlefield. Crazy. Hull restoration is my favorite skill. It saves you tens of millions in the process of one playthrough, and it makes me not care when you buy a new ship when it comes there with demods. Yeah, correct. I love it. I do understand you, Zegred. It's also my favorite, but Derelict Operations has its own meme space. It has that potential build. That support doctrine in combination with derelict operations means that you can field a lot of junk out there for dirt cheap. And sometimes just Zerg rushing or wogging your way through space is the way to go. You know, quantity over quality. I do want to go and do a full playthrough with that playstyle. I'm gonna hate it. I'm gonna when I'm gonna go through it, but it's viable, it works, and it sounds stupidly fun. So yeah, that's all of them. That's all of the player skills that you can go for. Out of these, all of them, all of the combat ones can go on an officer. Gunnery implants and energy weapons can also go on an officer. And then ordnance expertise and polarized armor can also go on an officer. That's it. Those are the ones that you will be able to choose from on officers. And you will always need to choose between two options randomly when they level up. And recovered chips are free. Great. Okay, so let's go for some builds. My personal favorite build is navigation gunnery implants. And then I go into industry bulk transport, ordnance expertise, makeshift equipment, hull restoration. And then I go back into technology. I get flux regulation, cybernetic augmentations, automated ships. And then I go into leadership, where I usually, depending on my fleet, if I'm fighter focused, I get fighter uplink, carrier group, but most of the time I go for tactical drills, crew training, then either coordinated maneuvers or wolfpack tactics. I go for officer training for the extra level, and then best of the best. That's my personal favorite build. But then you can also shift depending on the ship that you're going to be flying. You can go sensors if you prefer sensors, or you could put an extra point to get the sensors back and just give up on either hull restoration or best of the best. If you go for a short range energy weapon build, go energy weapon mastery instead of gunnery implants. So this build does have its flexibility. If you are going to be flying phase ships, I'd probably get field modulation phase coil tuning as soon as I can. So yeah, if you're going to be focusing on that Doom ship, which is usually the go-to phase ship that people would go for, I definitely would get phase coil, field modulation, and maybe give up on hull restoration or something else from the area. And let's see, if you want to go for a redacted control ship, probably take points out of industry and go for neural link. You could also try a build where you go full combat stats, or even better, go 5 points into technology so you can reach neural link and then get as many combat stats as possible. The best ones being helmsmanship, combat endurance, field modulation, target analysis, ballistic mastery, or go for system expertise or missile specialization, depending on what weaponry you're going to be utilizing or what ship you're going to be utilizing. And then neural link, which you're going to be able to give these passives to two ships at the same time that you're going to be mostly be able to control at the same time through quick shifting. But yeah, those are kind of the 2/3 builds that I see. If we are to make a swarm build work, I'd probably go field repairs. Yeah, that's going to save you a lot of money. Probably go, so, navigation, gunnery implants, field repairs, either ordnance expertise or polarized armor. Probably polarized armor. Makeshift equipment, derelict operations. Then I might go into electronic warfare, simply because you're going to be having so many ships. This is going to count for something. Then go into leadership, where I get wolfpack tactics, officer management, support doctrine, and you're going to be able to field a stupid amount of ships, including a contingency of elite officers. Well, not so elite, but quite a few. And hopefully they're going to be swarming the enemy and causing unknown destructive mayhem on the enemy side and on your side, which is going to be great. Alright, let's see what you guys are saying. Do you guys have any other build recommendations? But those are the only 3 or 4 that I would recommend. I've seen some vids with it, but I'm usually a more quality playstyle. I like to play tall in all my strategy games, but I do like that people who like to play wide over quality also have a skill for their specific playstyle. Yeah, I'm very happy that you have build variety. The only thing that I'd like to see a little bit more of, I'd like to see a little bit more love to fighter style, to fighter dominant fleet compositions. But yeah, those are the ones that I'd recommend. A quick check to go into the officer screen. So on the officer screen, you'll be able to reach the officer screen, you go to the fleet screen, and then you click on the empty portrait or on one of the full portraits. In this case, we have an officer on this Drover class light strike carrier. Now, this officer, we have quite a bit of information on him. He is his name, his personality, which is currently it's steady, and then his skills. And if they're in elite status, these skills will have a green border around them. You can utilize, you can make one of his skills elite, and of course, if you have the neural augmentation ability, you can make multiple skills elite, which is great. Kadlal, thank you for becoming a follower. And you can also mentor them to modify their personality, to bring it either up or down by 1 level, depending on what you need. So, for example, Lamb Fletcher over here is quite reckless. I don't want them to be that reckless, so I can mentor them in exchange for 1 story point, and I can set them from reckless to just being aggressive. And now I guess I'm going to be able to talk about the personalities of officers and in ships in general. Besides that, you also have the level up option, which is going to show up as a screen that's going to give you 2 random skills that the officer can adopt. So depending on that randomness, you'll need to give the officer a playstyle, a build. Besides that, monthly salary. The monthly salary will go up depending on the officer's levels, but it's not that big of a deal. The power of combat, leadership, and technology trees only is very, very strong. Yeah, I agree. I kinda dislike the combat tree. It's not that useful, for me at least. I'd rather have all of my officers full of combat tree goodness to go for. Okay, wait a second, Calentlar. You said the power of combat, leadership, and technology tree only is very, very strong? I tend to disagree, sir. I really like industry. Yeah, industry all the way. I love industry. I can't really see a build without industry. It's just too good. Economically speaking, it's too good. So I have to disagree with you a little bit there. Leadership and technology, yes, all the way. Combat, eh. Industry, mwah. Derelict, wait, which one? DO? Oh, derelict operations? Yeah, it's a style. It's a support doctrine, spam that shit style. Okay, yes, I wanted to discuss real quick about the personalities, the possible personalities that officers and your fleet can adopt, starting from timid to reckless. Now, timid. In combat, this officer will attempt to avoid direct engagements if at all possible, even if commanding a combat vessel. So, the officer won't do shit. It will run away. It will not engage the enemy, not even with fighter wings. So timid is not good. Not good to have on anybody. So I don't usually get the timid. Yeah, exactly. Asking myself, why do I pay you? So if you do see a timid officer, you can bring them down by using a story point. You can bring them down to cautious. Now, let's see. Industry is lovely economically, but once you figure out how to make enough money to just not need it, that setup is so strong, provided you're a good pilot. Okay, man. It's perfectly fine to disagree. Begin the guide for the guideless game. Respect my man. Yeah, no worries, man. That's the idea. Oh yeah, this guy's gonna have 9 hours in total once I'm done with it. Timid is only good on carriers. Not even on carriers is not good, because they will actively not utilize their fighters, Kadulal. Cautious will be good on carriers. Cautious. In combat, this officer will prefer to stay out of enemy range, only occasionally moving in if outranged by the enemy. But they will utilize their fighter wings. Generally want to avoid direct combat, more OP for the fighters. That's a thing. Timid doesn't even use fighters, Kadulal. It avoids utilizing any weapon system whatsoever, including fighter systems. So, for carriers, you want to go with a cautious personality officer. Unless that carrier is a combat carrier. So, insert Legion here. If you have a 14th Legion battle group, Legion, you don't really want a cautious officer on it, because that Legion is going to go up at the enemy's face and cause unnecessarily powerful havoc. A 14th Legion battle group Legion with Siphos and 2 Gauss cannons and probably some Reaper launchers or hammers or annihilators will do a lot of damage. Maybe Sabos. And then replace the Gauss cannons with some Mjolnirs or Devastator cannons. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. So, going back to... Yeah, sorry, tangent over. Cautious is usually the way to go for carrier officers. Because timid is too much. Timid will simply make them cowardly. They will not fight in any way whatsoever. But cautious, they're gonna try to maintain out of range of the enemy ship, and they will use their fighter wings. Tropos are the poor man's Reapers, but I love Atropos, man. I love the Atropos. Okay, then we got Steady. In combat, this officer will favor a balanced approach with tactics matching the current situation. If you have a line ship, so what do I mean by a line ship? A ship that is meant to stay at maximum range and just bombard the enemy lines without moving around much, Steady is the way to go. The ship will hold its position and will fire away and be reliable and good. But then we have the Aggressive. In combat, this officer will prefer to engage at a range that allows the use of all of their ship's weapons, will pilot civilian ships as if they were combat ships, and will employ any fighters under their command aggressively. Now, aggressive personality dudes and officers are meant for brawler ships. They're meant for the ships that are gonna go in close and personal with the enemy, up the enemy's nose, and shoot all its load all over their insides. Yeah. So aggressive is the way to go. And then we go to the other extreme, the opposite of timid, reckless. In combat, this officer is aggressive to a fault, often disregarding the safety of their ship entirely in an effort to engage the enemy. This is dangerously aggressive. This is disregard the ship's safety aggressive. This is, I want that ship destroyed, even if it means my ship gets destroyed aggressive. It works on close-range brawlers, safety override builds, but I'd rather have aggressive on them. But reckless can work. Reckless can definitely work. The only difference is, most of the time after a battle, I have to recover their ships. And, you know, set them to fight again. So yeah, those are the officer personalities that you can adopt and can modify. For your own fleet, if you're going to be going carrier focused, I recommend that you go cautious. If you're going to be going for a line type fleet or anchor type formations, go with steady. If you're going to be going with close range brawlers, I would go with aggressive up to aggressive and reckless. Yeah, I know that journaler works for SO builds. And if you're just going to be going for SO type, aggressive, in the enemy's face, blah, reckless all the way. But yeah, I would probably just go steady. They don't stay in for long? Yeah, because they blow up. Anyway, That's the personalities, that's the officers, nothing else that I can really talk about. Remember to try to specialize the officers to the ship that they're flying, and you'll do just fine. And that is it. So another day, another part of the guide. Hopefully this is going to be the last part. We have a few things to discuss, out of which one of the big subjects is colonies, and another big subject will be exactly what to do in the early, in the mid, and in the late game of your playthroughs. You know, if you want to get an idea of how to proceed through a normal playthrough. Of course, this is not written in stone. This is not something that you should follow in a holy manner, because you will probably do things your way. But I digress. Let's first talk about commissions. So, this is the closest thing to joining a faction. These factions are quite a few, in the sense that they're the Hegemony, the Ludic Church, Ludic Path, Persian League, Syndrian Dictat, Tritachyon, the Independent Worlds, and the Pirates. Yes, you can also join the Pirates. Now, what does it mean to be commissioned? It means that you are going to be waging their wars. So all of the relations or all of the wars that the factions are involved with, you will also adopt these relations in wars. You will be hostile to all of their enemies, and you are expected to participate and help out wherever you can. You do receive free reign on what to do. Practically, you will be under their payroll, and literally under their payroll, because they will from then on pay for the crew expenses. So remember when I said that you will be having some expenses each month? Out of those expenses, it's either going to be colony management or colony maintenance, and the other one is crew maintenance. Now, the faction that you're commissioned to will pay the wages of your crewmen. So that is going to relieve a lot of pressure on your finances, and it's going to open up the option of freely exploring into deep space and just making you less worried about your finances in general. All they expect is when there's a planet in super mega danger, you know, there's a bombardment or an invasion or a raid occurring, it'd be nice for you if you could go help. You can also ignore that, but it would be nice if you could help. Besides that, besides the faction paying for your wages, you're also going to gain access to the Hegemony military market. You can gain access to the Hegemony military market to a certain degree already, simply through your relations with said faction. For example, my relation with the faction allows me to get into the Hegemony market, and I can buy one Hound, one combat freighter, pirate used usually, combat freighter, from the market. But for the rest of the stuff, I need higher relations, and I need to be commissioned. So it's in my best interest to be commissioned with a major faction, because they're going to be able to sponsor, in a certain degree, my warmongering and my operations towards mid to late game. For example, I could definitely get me one of these Onslaught class custom battle ships, capital, big guns, blah blah, things go boom. You know? But I can only do that if my relation with them is cooperative and commissioned. Speaking of, you can check your relation over here in the faction section. Currently with the Hegemony, we have a favorable relation of 15 out of 100. What can you do to increase this? You simply sell and buy from the open markets of Hegemony planets, destroy their enemies, and help out in raids and sabotage on their enemies on different enemy stations and planets. So let me just make sure that I've mentioned all of the benefits. Crews getting paid, you gain access to the special military market, and you do receive a bounty of any enemy ship that you destroy. So for example, remember when I mentioned system bounties? Now the entire Starsector is a system bounty. So anywhere in the sector that you destroy an enemy of the Hegemony, so any of the Ludic Path ships, Persian League, Tritachyon, or Pirates, you will receive a hefty amount of cash and relation boost with the commissioned faction, in this case hegemony. All right. Besides that, that's it. You can even create your own colonies. So you can colonize and you will maintain the colony under your control. Of course, you can dedicate this colony to the commissioned faction if you so desire, but no, they're just your sponsors. The different bounties and commissions stack together as long as the target meets requirements. That is also true. That is another thing that I wanted to mention. So, for example, in the system Corvus, there is a system bounty. There's already a system bounty. You get 1,650 credits, base reward per frigate, which scales depending on the enemy size. This stacks with a commission reward. So, going for a bounty target somewhere in space, the personal bounty of Chayaburus. If you're going to hunt down this guy, you will receive the bounty reward and also the commission reward that you're meant to receive because you fought an enemy of the hegemony. So, yeah, very, very well worth it to get in the good graces of a faction. And you'll be good. You'll be golden. You'll have an easier time of conducting your own business without having to worry that you're going to run out of finances to fuel your supply stocks, your fuel gauge, and your crew requirements. You should be fine. So yeah, that's commission. And also you can leave the faction whenever you want. The only thing is that if you do leave a faction, the relations with the other factions will remain the same. So if like in this case, if I'm commissioned with hegemony, I will be at war with Persian League. If I leave the hegemony, I'll still be at war with the Persian League. They will not forgive and forget. They're gonna be like, oi, I heard you stabbed us in the gut cheeks. Yeah, we're gonna open you a new one, even though you're not part of the hegemony anymore. So yeah, you'll still have to work your way to gain a peace status with the Persian League, which you can do by simply talking to one of the officials in the comm directory and telling them that, hey, I'd like to pay some reparations, to decrease relations. Sorry, to increase relations with said faction. So that's commissions, and this is a good segue to go into a discussion about the factions themselves. I don't think I'm gonna need to go into the lore. I'm just gonna kind of explain what's the shtick, what's the tendency with each of the factions, and that should be enough. So the hegemony are considered to be the remnants of the human empire that spanned across a lot of star sectors, and they're trying to maintain control of what remains in this star sector after being cut off. They are they're against AI usage, so the moment you have colonies going and you've installed an AI core in one of them, they will actively start sending out inspections to your colony, even though you're during peacetime, and you will only be able to get rid of these inspections either through a bribe or through destroying that fleet. So that's a bit on the shitty side. I hate the hegemony simply because of this narrow-minded thinking. They also have a expansionist tendency, and they are utilizing low-end, low-tech, and mid-tech ships. That is usually their doctrine, and that is usually their thing. Also, they usually get big, scary-looking ships that have very, very big guns as kind of like a fear tactic to keep enemies under control. They can still fire those guns to great effects, but you can fight back. Trust me, you can fight. You can definitely fight back. Besides that, having low and mid-tech ships, they will have a tendency of relying on ballistics and missiles. That's it. Okay, Luddic Church. Luddic Church are the peaceful variant. They're the peaceful variant of the Luddites, the Luddic religion. They are against technology, so they're mostly going to be utilizing low-tech ships. Even though they are against technology, they still need, yes, indeed, they still need their own ships to have a presence in the sector. They usually have a tendency of going to war against Tritachyon and other high-tech factions, high-tech focused factions, if you're going to be adding them through mods. Because of this aversion against technology, they have a tendency of utilizing ships that are practically repurposed from freighters to combat ships, and they're in poor condition and present quite a few demods. So, not really that powerful in terms of military prowess. Okay, then we got the Luddic Path, the extremist wing of the Luddic Church. They're hostile against the Luddic Church as well, simply because they consider that technology should be eradicated through any means possible. That includes the Luddic Church technology. They are a hostile faction right off the bat, and it's quite difficult to get on their good side unless you have some extra mods. They have a tendency of utilizing reckless tactics where they will ram their ships into your face and hopefully explode together with your ship into oblivion. They're a fun bunch, as you can imagine. They also add Pather cells and terrorist cells they infiltrate practically terrorist cells on different planets and stations that cause stability issues in the long run. That's kind of it. Okay, although the Pather cell thing might be a Nexerlin feature, but in the base game they do cause a lot of system raids if you do have high-tech buildings and stuff on your colonies. So the more you build on your colonies, the more interest the Luddic Path will have in your system, and they will constantly start raiding and creating staging bases to launch raids on your goodies. They're a thorn in a lot of people's side. Nobody's gonna cry if you make them go away, if you make them blow up. Okay, then we got the Persian League. Persian League is, I'd say, the closest thing to your good guys. They're a democratic council nation. So practically there's multiple planets that have their own governments and their own autonomy that are working together to act as one front. They're an alliance of planets, I'd say. They have a tendency of butting heads with the hegemony. They utilize, I think, strictly mid-tech ships. So any ship that has kind of like a yellow hull from the base game, those are mid-tech ships. The low-tech are red, high-tech are blue. Besides that, they don't really have any problems. They do consider AI cores illegal, but they don't launch inspections. They don't have any problems utilizing AI cores, because on the low-key, everybody utilizes AI cores. Just don't tell the hegemony about that. Their doctrine is practically line ships, where they employ oversaturation of ballistics and missiles. So similar to the hegemony in that regards. But I think the Persian League is rocking a little bit of a longer range, a focus on longer range ships. Alright, then we go to the Syndrian Diktat. Now the Syndrian Diktat is a how to call it? It is a branch that's split from the hegemony. The Syndrian Diktat has taken control of one star system, and now they're maintaining a military dictatorship within that star system, the Asconian star system. They use low-tech to mid-tech ships, again, ballistic. Of course, I do have to mention that the identity of the factions will be further developed in the patches to come, according to the developers. But currently this is the situation. They're similar to Persian League and Hegemony in that regards. The only difference is that because Asconia has a very, let's say, dangerous... it's a dangerous environment for ships because of its powerful solar flares, because of the star system itself, because of the star within the system. Syndrian Dictat ships will always have solar shield against all other ships. That's the shtick. They're highly aggressive. They'll be at war with probably Hegemony along your playthrough, and I always see them get destroyed. So if you do want to join an underdog, Syndrian Dictat might be the way to go. Okay, then we got Tritachyon. The only high-tech faction in the base game. Of course, as I said, you can add a lot of factions with mods. But in the base game, it's Tritachyon, corporate, red tape, all abound, business corporate types stabbing each other. If you played Cyberpunk 2077 and you've seen the Corpo life, this is Corpo life taken to an extreme. And their only illegal commodity are the AI cores, even though Tritachyon utilizes AI cores on the side a fucking lot. Their military doctrine is high-tech ships with a little bit of a focus on carriers, and they also employ some phase technology, but I don't know. I've mostly seen paragons and carriers. If you play Cyberfault 2077 longer than 30 minutes, I don't know, I finished the game. It was fun, it was enjoyable. Quite buggy, but enjoyable. And I've done that on 1.01. That's fine. With Tritachyon, they are also, of course, they have a huge focus on energy weapons. And now that I think about it, I think Persian League also has a tendency of utilizing some energy weapons on their ships as well. I'm thinking of the Eagle, because the Persian League has a tendency of going for that. But yeah, Tritachyon, high energy weapons, big dick energy. They will go to extremes to get money and get paid, and they'll usually be at war with the Ludic Church and the Hegemony. Not so much with the Persian League. I've mostly seen the Persian League and Tritachyon working together because they can rely on each other. All right, then we got the independent factions. Now these are just not really a coalition or an alliance. They're just independent worlds. Independent worlds that are just considered together as a one faction, a minor faction, if you will. You'll usually find an independent world in most of the star systems within the core worlds. And it's usually a good idea to be friends with them because they have a hodgepodge and a mix of a little bit of everything. So you'll find low-tech, mid-tech, high-tech ships, all types of weaponry within their shipyards. So it's usually a good idea to have the independents on the friendly side. That's kind of it. When it comes to pirates, so now let's go on the other extreme side of the spectrum. The opposite of the independents, you have the pirates. They're pretty straightforward in what they want. They want your goods, and if that means that you have to be that to get to your goods, they will oblige. They don't have any illegal commodities, and you'll usually rely on pirates to sell drugs or buy drugs and do any smuggling operations. And even though you're hostile with pirates, you can still access and enter. When I showed you guys on the navigation and cell system, you can still access and enter their space stations and planets by going dark, by having your transponder turned off, because nobody knows that you're a dog in space. And you can also try to work and help out the pirates and get that hostile meter to reach 0 and eventually get commissioned with them. You will be at war with everyone, and they have the tendency of, oh yeah, pirates are great. Pirates are awesome. And they do have a tendency of using anything that can fly. It will glue it together with another thing that can fly, and if they can install a weapon on it, they'll they'll do it, goddammit. The idea is they have the bottom of the barrel. They'll scrounge up anything they can get their hands on to fly. Usually their fleet doctrine is the more the better. It's quantity over quality, and they will usually employ low-tech ships with a lot of demons on them. That's kind of it. Best enemy is high-tech factions for loot, so ally bad factions. Best enemy is high-tech faction for loot? No, not really. Any enemy is a good target for loot. Any enemy is a good target for raiding. For example, if you don't plan on aligning with the pirates, you can utilize the pirate stations and planets as raiding spots, as loot crates. I remember doing smuggling operations, just going to a pirate station, selling my drugs so I can get paid, and then raiding the same station before I walk away. They're pissy about it, but they'll forgive me and forget in a few weeks or months. So yeah, practically the best location for loot, the best location to raid for loot is usually the production planet or production station of any of your enemies. Low, mid, and high tech isn't really supposed to be a progression. Oh, for looting ships? For looting ships, you simply fight your enemies and you'll have a chance of retrieving some of their destroyed ships. But I feel like the best way of you acquiring ships is simply visiting military designated planets of whichever faction you want. Now, Arignator is right. I should mention this right off the bat so people understand. Low-tech, mid-tech, and high-tech ships are simply a way of living. It's not there is no idea of, oh, I have low-tech ships, I gotta progress towards high-tech. There's no such thing, no. They simply have different utilities. Low-tech ships usually have weaker shields and worse flux efficiency, but they have very powerful armor. They usually rely on ballistic weaponry. They're bricks, and they're cheap to field and maintain. Mid-tech is kind of a balance, so they're not super, they're not really super flux efficient. They're a jack of all trades, master of none. And then on the other side of the spectrum, opposing or opposite to the low tech is the high tech, where they have very flux efficient ships with powerful shield focus, not armor focus, with a tendency towards energy weapons, but they're very expensive to field and have in high numbers. And they also have a faster combat readiness degradation. So in the end, you have to choose which doctrine you're going to be adopting, which fleet composition are you going to be going for. The pirates don't really have a fleet doctrine. They just try to get their grubby hands on anything they can get, and they'll utilize it. So yeah, that's it with the factions from the base game. Kind of give you an idea. You want high-tech ships and you don't want to buy them? Go to war against Tritachyon. You'll find quite a lot of them. Oh, that is true. Yes. High-tech ships are also known to be fragile and faster, while low-tech ships are slower and tankier. That is true. Again, mid-tech ships, mid-line ships are a balance between the two. A little bit from here, a little bit from there, but they're a jack of all trades, master of none. Okay. Anything else? Right. I guess I should talk about war a little bit. A war and your own faction, because besides these, you can also add an extra faction, which is your own. You can declare your independence, you can declare the creation of your own faction the moment you've set flag and you colonized a planet. I'll talk about colonization in a bit, but first let's talk about war, and then we're going to go into colonization. So, war. You have enemies. You can do quite a bit of damage to your enemies, The biggest of damages is literally destroying the enemy's planet or station. You do that by two ways mainly. There's two ways to destroy a planet. There's the frowned upon way, where you commit war crimes, and then there's the longer path that is sadly accepted because you could say it's not fully your fault. Okay, let me explain. So let's consider our military options against Jungala. We can engage the Star Fortress. We need to destroy the ships and the fleet that's currently orbiting the planet. In this case, the mid-tech Star Fortress, the Jungala Station. Afterwards, once we've destroyed their orbital defenses, we will be able to consider an orbital bombardment. Now, the orbital bombardment can be just a military bombardment to sabotage and destroy one of the buildings of the colony, or it can be a saturation bombardment where you just bombard civilian structures, military, everything in between, to the point of extinction. You just end all life on the planet. That is, surprisingly, I know, the frowned upon solution of destroying your enemies. And it's quite fast, quite easy. The only thing that you're gonna be that's gonna cost you will be fuel, because that's the idea with orbital bombardments on planets. You are bombarding with highly volatile fuel canister bombs, which are literally made out of your fuel. All right. Now, the other longer way of destroying your enemies is bringing the stability of a planet to 0. Practically, you cause so much, so many problems on the planet, so that it just causes the planet to decivilize. How do you do this? How can you bring the stability to 0? You cause a lot of unrest, you destroy buildings, you bombard specific buildings. So in this case, looking at the values down here, we first of all destroy the Star Fortress that is defending the planet. That's going to cause a -3 to stability. Then we bombard the military base, another 2. We bombard the heavy batteries, another 1. We also raid and sabotage those locations, not just bombard them. We destroy, I'm getting there, we destroy any fleet, any mercantile fleet that is trying to supply the planet. Practically, we are doing a blockade on the planet where we're destroying the infrastructure of the planet bit by bit. We also take the comm relay within the system. We take it under our control, or if we can't maintain control of it, we destroy it. Eventually, the stability is going to reach 0, and the planet will slowly decivilize. It will be abandoned. The government will be destroyed. The local government will be destroyed by the population, by anarchy. It will implode. And afterwards, Jungala is going to be free for the taking. It's going to be free to be colonized by another faction. Now, because it will be decivilized, it will receive a new colony condition, a decivilized factor, which is going to be increasing the hazard rating by 25%. But this way, you have correctly eliminated your enemy. Other factions will not have negative relations with you. They will not call you a genocidal maniac. You know, they're not going to point at you and say, oh, hi, Hitler. They're not going to do that. And afterwards, the planet is free to take. That's it. It will take a while, but I would say that reducing a planet's stability to 0 is the more fun, more intricate way of going about it, doing it. You just need a powerful military fleet that can take on its defenses and any fleet that might come in to defend a planet, and quite a few Marines ready to raid and sabotage whatever is needed to be destroyed on the planet itself. Quite enjoyable. Of course, if you just want to If you just want to be the bad guy and just go all total war on the sector, you can just do a saturation bombardment. You will only need a powerful military fleet that can take on any other orbital defenses or any other fleets that you will encounter, and a hefty, chunky supply of fuel. That's it. Stability needs to be 0 for prolonged periods of time for this destabilization to happen, like a year plus. Yes, correct. It takes a very long time, Eric Nader. It takes a very long time. It's a long and arduous operation, but it can be done. And it is the only way for you to surely take out your enemy without the other factions jumping on your head. It ain't pretty, but it's there. Okay. Besides that, is there anything else that I should mention about war? I guess hitting military worlds. So Jingala is a military world. It has a what does that mean? What makes a planet a military world? It just has a military base constructed or a high command constructed. The military base is upgraded from a patrol HQ. This generates fleets. So if you want to weaken your enemy, you will go ahead and go around their systems, go to visit military worlds, and take out or sabotage their military installations. Afterwards, the fleets that are going to be newly constructed and coming out to get you will be in fewer numbers, in lower quality. They will have a lot more D-mods on them, and you're going to have an easier time of taking them out. It will not weaken already existing fleets. For those, you will just have to deal them the good old-fashioned gun magic way, as in destroy them. Alright? Another way of dealing with the enemy infrastructure is to hit their ship part production planets. So, what's happening over here at Jangala? Let's do a little bit of a research. So, over here, they're exporting organics, food. They're exporting organics and food. This is a food and goods production planet, or also called, or has the potential of becoming, a money planet. That's their shtick. Jangala still has room to grow. They can still add an extra industry. For the military base to be maintained, they have to import supplies. If you mouse over it, they have to import supplies, fuel, and ship parts. Now, what you could do is try to figure out where are they getting their ship parts from. So we go outside in the sector. We will look at a few. Systems where there's a hegemony presence, and we'll verify their planets and see what they're producing. So, for example, Citadel Arcadia has a hegemony world inside. If I go to system information, let's see, Citadel Arcadia, an orbital station. Sadly, I won't be able to... Okay, they have abundant volatiles, so most likely they're producing fuel from this location, from Citadel Arcadia. So no, that is not the location where they're bringing the ship parts from. Let's check in Galatia system, and Sierra, hegemony on arid world, show planet info, hot and habitable. Most likely this is a food world. I don't think they have enough to mine for goodies there. Samara, Sphinx, Tiger City, Eventide. I think Eventide, Eventide is a... Oh no, they do have ore over here. So there's potential that the Eventide, the Terran-eccentric world, is utilized as a production facility. Although, having trace organics and farmland, I would definitely utilize it as a food world. But, again, the idea is you can do a little bit of a market research and find exactly where the hegemony is making their goods, and you can hit those facilities hard and good. And it's gonna cause a lot of problems to the quality and the quantity of the fleets that are going to be subsequently sent after your booty. Okay, that's war. You can also do a little bit of a guerrilla warfare where you're just raiding supply lines, keep an eye out for mercantile convoys, finding the occasional invasion fleet or raiding fleets and taking them out, duping and wasting the time of revenge fleets coming in. But yeah, that's war. Hit their infrastructure, decivilize their planets, and they're ripe for the taking. To be recolonized by yours truly, or just go full genocidal on the entirety of the sector and saturation bombard everything into oblivion. It is easier, it is faster, but it is frowned upon. Your choice. Okay, so let's see. I guess now would be a good time to talk about colonies, since I got a little bit into that. Now, colonies, ladies and gentlemen. Quite a big subject, but there are certain templates that you can go for. Certain ideas and certain buildings that you can go for. So, first of all, let's get down to the basics. You will need to start off with any planet you desire. Because... yeah, I know. You were expecting, we should start with food. Oh, we should start with military equipment. Oh, we should start with Volturian lobsters, because they're yummy. Actually, you can start off with any type of planet you want, any type of colony you want. You will definitely need to give a focus to the colony, but... over here in the colony info panel, you have the button of Freeport. Now, a Freeport, I'll read exactly what it says, has reduced stability, but increases accessibility. It also benefits from gradually increasing population growth as its reputation spreads. If Freeport status is revoked, the bonus population growth will be reset to its starting value on existing this screen. Unlike normal markets, a Freeport gets income from smuggled exports. So, a Freeport is practically you allowing your colony to have a black market. It will increase the accessibility, which is very important stat for your colony, for any colony, which I'm going to be explaining in a second, and it's going to cause the colony to import whatever it's lacking. So, even if you have a barren rock that doesn't have any food on it, if you have Freeport enabled, the colony will automatically set contracts and import goods either through official channels or through black market means to provide the necessary things to survive on the colony, wherever it needs. So, for example, Jungala has a need of harvested organs and recreational drugs. If it would have this Freeport status turned on, it would be able to import these goods through the black market. Of course, in the limit of its accessibility. And now it's a good time to discuss about the accessibility. Now, the accessibility will determine the population growth, the speed of the growth of the colony. The higher the accessibility, the faster people are going to be able to procure a ticket and get to your colony. But it also determines the import and export of goods limit on a monthly basis. So it practically enables the colony to be able to provide for itself through the market system, through the commodity system. The more accessibility they have, the more goods they're going to be able to bring in to fulfill their demands. So accessibility and usually buildings that help increase accessibility are a good way to go to provide growth and all of the things necessary for your colony. Okay, colonies comes on all shapes and sizes, starting from colony size, I think it's 2 or 3, all the way up to 6. And depending on the colony size, it will determine the amount of industry slots you will have on that planet. So colony size 3 will have one industry slot, 4, 2, 5, 3, 6, 4. Now, these industry buildings are usually the production buildings. They're not considered, they're the special buildings that will harness the resources of the planet that they're on. And the industries that you're going to build will depend on the type of planet and the type of resources that are available. You will not build a heavy industry building on a planet that has no resources to feed that heavy industry. Of course, you can import the goods from another planet, but it's going to cost you a stupid amount of money, so there's no point in doing it. You need to kind of have these different types of planets that are specialized to a certain build. And luckily, I can explain to you the exact template of planets and the exact planet types that you can get going with easy industries that you can focus in order from beginning to end. So there's going to be, let's see, food worlds. And these food worlds are also, I'd say, money worlds. They go hand in hand. So I'm going to call them food worlds. It's easiest because that's usually the first thing that you build on them, the farming building. And then slowly the planet will refocus from food production on money production. But they start off as food worlds, so I'm going to be calling them as such. Food worlds will be generating the bare necessities for your colonists, and they will also be focusing on revenue in the late game when the planet has been fully grown, fully reaching colony size 6. Alright, then besides food worlds, well, yeah, I do have to mention, food worlds need to be, the planets that have the potential of becoming food worlds will be planets that will have farmland available on them. Usually farmland comes hand in hand with plentiful organics. You're going to be finding desert worlds, Terran eccentric worlds, aquatic worlds. These are jungle worlds. These are all good candidates of becoming food planets for your colony. And usually they're a good starting planet for your own faction, because gotta fill up those bellies. But it's not, it's not a must thing to have. You could start off with a industry heavy world right off the bat, but it's going to be a little bit more expensive to maintain, so you're going to be needing a little bit of extra finances to get things going and going in the black. Now on a food world, I guess I'm just going to explain the build of the food world as well. On the food world, you will want to, for all of the planets, you will want to increase accessibility as much as you can. So you'll build a spaceport, you will upgrade a spaceport into a megaport, you will build a star fortress to defend the orbit. Usually you'll want to build a star fortress on all of the planets, including heavy batteries. These are buildings that don't count towards the industry count. Practically, population and infrastructure, spaceport, heavy batteries and ground defenses, and the star fortress, or, well, the space station that's defending the colony, will not count towards the industry count. Patrol HQ and also fuel supply, or waypoint, I think it's called waypoints, do not cost towards industry count. What do cost towards industry count are farming, mining, and in this case military base, which was a patrol HQ that was upgraded to a military base. That's the idea. Now, build everything that you can to further increase accessibility. You can practically build everything, but for the industry slots on a food world, you want to build in the following order: farming, to get food production going, mining to get organics production going, light industry to convert those organics into goods, like domestic goods and luxury goods, stuff like that. And then the final building, commerce, which is going to be providing you with a marketplace on said planet, and it's going to be generating a lot of revenue, a lot of money. Those are the 4. Now, there is a way for you to increase the industry from 4 slots to 5, but that's a special scenario. If you do upgrade it from 4 to 5 with the last building slot, I would recommend that you go for a military base, because it's going to be increasing the defense capabilities of the food planet. And I already recommend that you have a patrol HQ ready to go right off the bat. The patrol HQ, the basic building of the military tree does not cost an industry slot. But if you upgrade that patrol HQ to a military base, then it will appear over here. Okay. So that's the food planet. I will quickly go over it again. Farming, mining, light industry, commerce. If you have a 5th slot, whatever you want, I would go with military base or high command. Good. Now, we have our food secured for our colony. This colony will now feed all of the other colonies. Think of it that way. We will now need a production world, a resource world. Practically, this planet is going to be the one that's going to be providing us with heavy machinery, armaments, ship parts that are going to be utilized for maintaining the food worlds and maintaining our fleets. The production world can also be transformed in the late game into a military planet, but it takes a long time for that planet to reach that status. And it's not going to be as powerful as a military dedicated planet. Now, a production world can either be usually a barren world or a lava world, or a very, very hot planet. Let me see if I can find one somewhere in the core worlds. Mercury mining, Samara, gas giant. Gas giants are usually utilized for gas giants and cryo worlds are usually utilized as a fuel production colonies. Chikama stock, barren bombarded world, barren desert world, toxic world. Usually toxic worlds are not really viable because it costs you quite a lot to maintain a presence there, and their accessibility is usually down in the shitter. I mean, who the fuck would want to live on a toxic world unless you're a League of Legends player? I'm kidding. I play League of Legends as well. I love that game. Don't yell at me, god damn it. The sauce is delicious. Alright. Not really finding it right now, but it's perfectly fine as long as you remember that usually production worlds are either lava worlds or barren worlds that don't usually have a atmosphere. That would be great. Don't have an atmosphere on them, because production worlds are highly polluting, and it's not really going to be fun if the planet itself has an atmosphere. So, barren bombarded worlds, hot worlds with cryos, and sorry, not with cryos, with volcanoes and stuff, with extreme heat. These will usually have a lot of mineral resources. So let me just find. I think I saw one in. Was it in Samara? Cold, low gravity, no atmosphere. Sparse ore. Let me just find one. Okay, so for example, the barren bombarded world. This would be a good production world if it had ore and a rare ore in the ultra-rich variety. So these modifiers can differ from planet for planet, and they can range from -1 production to a +3, which is the ultra-rich deposit. So finding a barren bombarded world or a lava world that has ultra-rich rare ore and normal ore deposits that have a +3 bonus are perfect candidates as production worlds. Once you set up shop over on these planets, you will build the following buildings. You will build, again, same infrastructure buildings to increase accessibility as much as possible. Spaceport, population, fortress, heavy batteries. You're going to be having those. But for the industry slots, you'll need mining, you'll need refinery, you'll need heavy industry. Now, once you have these, having the heavy industry online would also mean that you can now generate ship parts for yourself as well, so you can start building your own fleet that you can fly, that you can manage, so you don't have to hunt down for whatever ship that you need. As long as you have the blueprint, you can now produce it on your own. Especially, it's very, very powerful and reliable if you have the heavy industry fully upgraded into, the orbital works and the having an alpha core installed into it and different items, which I'm going to be talking about what buildings can be upgraded into in a bit. Now, I've only mentioned 3. I've mentioned mining, refinery, and heavy industries. Mining, because it's going to be bringing the ore out. Refinery will process the ore from the mining building. And the heavy industries will take from the refinery and produce heavy machinery, supplies, and ship components, which is mwah. Cryovolcanics are best candidates because those can have both ore and volatiles too. I'll get to the cryovolcanics in a bit because those are an exception, Arachnator, and I'll explain them in a bit as well. Practically, they're the miscellaneous or special exception slot. And then, yes, for the final industry slot on these production planets, I recommend that you go ahead with a military base all the way up to a high command. So practically this and its upgraded variant, because that way the production planet will start generating powerful fleets, but not as powerful if you build, a dedicated planet for this. Now, speaking of dedicated planets, because of a certain item, you'll usually want your military planet to be a volcanic world, a hot with extreme heat world, an extreme heat modifier world, because of one of the items that you can install in the heavy industries building. Now, this military world will need to have, of course, the military base. So, from here on out, if you hear me say you'll build a colony, you will definitely focus on accessibility with all of the buildings that don't involve industry. So you'll have those built and upgraded. But for the industry slots, it's going to differ from planet to planet. So in this case, for the military world, you'll want to start off with military base right off the bat. If you have heavy industries on another planet, or the upgraded variant of the heavy industries on another planet, only then you go with a military base first. If this is your first military planet, and you don't have a production planet on the side to help it, then you'll go with the production order that I've mentioned before. And again, production order will be mining, refinery, heavy industries, military base. If you do have a production world already set up, then you just start off right off the bat with a military base, and then you go mining, refinery, heavy industries, so you exploit the volcanic world that you're currently on as well. Now, the reason why volcanic worlds are the best option as military planets is because of one of the items that you install inside the heavy industries building. So the heavy industries building's production and quality can be upgraded by adding an alpha core to it, which is going to be increasing production, and also adding the cryo-arithmetic engine. Now, the cryo-arithmetic engine is a special item that you can install within that building that needs to be on a hot world. Practically, that cryo-arithmetic engine absorbs the heat of the planet, and that is going to be directly providing information and computation and instructions on how to build higher quality goods, thus increasing the quality and size of the fleet that you're going to be fielding from that planet. So the most powerful military world will usually be, will be on a volcanic world that has heavy industries or orbital shipworks installed with this cryo-arithmetic engine. Yep, and that's it. So remember, food worlds that in the early game just generate food, and in the late game they will also generate revenue. Production worlds that in the early game will simply provide equipment for the other planets, and in the late game it becomes a military world itself with that military base high command installed as the last industry slot. And then military dedicated worlds that can either start off with a military base directly, that late game become a production world as well, or they start off as a production world into a military world themselves. For food, you got any planet that has farmlands and organics. For production, any planet that has rare ore or just normal ore in abundance. For military worlds, specifically volcanic worlds, that where you can utilize the synergy between the heat and the cryo-arithmetic engine, which is an item that you can randomly find out there through exploration. All right, now there are two other colonies that you'll usually want. A fuel production world, so you'll need to find a location that can generate volatiles. You'll usually find volatiles on gas giants. Gas giants come with low accessibility, sadly, so it's going to be a bit difficult to grow them properly. But the good thing about them is that for the industry slots, you just need mining and then a fuel production facility. It's literally a building that is called a fuel depot. Practically, all of the volatiles that are extracted through mining will go into the fuel production. So with just 2 industry slots, you got that covered. Now, for the rest of the industry slots, you have the option of adding a military base, or maybe adding a commerce location to just get some revenue going. But the thing is, with gas giants, it's going to be very difficult and it's going to be very slow to grow them to reach 4 industry slots. So try to bring the fuel production line online as soon as you can, as fast as possible. Now, the other planet, the other exception, is what Arachnator mentioned, the cryovolcanic worlds. These cryovolcanic worlds can be both a production planet and a fuel production planet into one, because cryovolcanics will have both ore and volatiles. So mining is going to be able to exploit everything from that planet. So the order in which you're going to be building things. Again, all of the infrastructure stuff, everything that can give you accessibility. And then mining, refinery, fuel production, heavy industries. And this cryovolcanic world will be able to provide fuel and fleet. That's it. Those are all of the situations. Those are the 5 colony types that you're going to have. Food, production, military. And sadly, production and military kind of go hand in hand. So most likely they're going to be, by the end game, the same. Then fuel production, which is probably going to be a gas giant, or a hybrid of production of goods production and fuel production with the cryovolcanic worlds. That's it. Those are the builds. I gave you the orders. Now, I did mention the extra industry slot. Now, there are 2 special celestial buildings that you can find out there while exploring. One of these buildings is the coronal hypershunt. It's practically a giant solar panel that is stocking energy from a sun, usually a blue giant. You'll find these coronal hypershunts in blue giants or supergiant systems. If you explore this building and if you bring it online, which is going to cost you quite a few materials. So First of all, you're going to be facing a very powerful enemy defending these coronal hypershunts. So have a top-notch military-focused fleet ready to go and ready to kick ass. After you destroy their defenders, you need to gather a whopping 20k metals, so 20,000 units of metal, and 5k transplutonics, 5,000 transplutonics, to repair and bring the coronal hypershunt online. Once it's online, if you have a colony within 10 light years of that location, so for example, 10 light years would be from Corvus all the way to, I'm literally using the scale right now. That's 10 light years. So that bar right there is an indication of the distance. So if you have a, let's say my my coronal hypershunt is in Beta Swaron, the blue giant system over here in the Swaron Nebula. If I have a colony within distance around that system, so within practically this circle, it will be in range of the coronal hypershunt. It will be able to receive data and energy from the coronal hypershunt. It will benefit from its capabilities. You just need to install a coronal tap. Oh, sorry, no, not a coronal tap, a hypershunt tap inside of the colony itself. Now, the hypershunt tap is just an item. It's similar to if you would find a cryokinetic engine or a hollow suit or any of the upgradable items. You will find these items out in the boonies by exploring, by finding it somewhere. Nope, not going into super spoiler territory. I'm just explaining the building, that's all. Just explaining the two buildings that that serve a colony. The coronal hypershunt and the cryo sleepers. I did not explain why they're defending or what you're fighting, so that's all. I just told people to be ready to be ready for a powerful battle. Now, the hypershunt tap, you'll be able to randomly find it while exploring in ruins, on planets, on derelict ships, on mining stations, on orbital habitats, whatever you're going to be finding on there, there's a chance that you will find a hypershunt tap that you can utilize. So remember, before you invest this stupid amount of resources into repairing a coronal hypershunt, it's going to be completely useless without you having the tap as well. Now, what will the tap do? It will literally increase the industry slot from 4 to 5. What will you build with that extra slot? It's your choice. On a food world, I would probably upgrade the Patrol HQ to a high command. On a production world, maybe add a commerce module, so a commerce building. On a gas giant, I'm not even sure if you're going to be able to get a gas giant going to be that big. But again, probably another commerce module. The thing is, it's completely optional. You already have the perfect builds without having that coronal tap going for the colonies. And the cryo sleeper, the other building, is practically has the same idea. If you find it, it will be able to influence any colony within 10 light years around. Now, this cryo sleeper location, once it's cleared, it will give you the option of building a special location, a special building on the colony, a cryo revival facility. This cryo revival facility will simply cause the colony to grow incredibly fast. That's it. It's simply gonna make you wait less for it to receive all 4 of its industry slots. That's all it's gonna do. Completely optional. It's not a must. So don't be like, oh, I'm not gonna colonize anything until I have a coronal hypershunt and a cryo sleeper facility next to each other in my one system. No, don't do that. These are completely optional. You don't need them to have efficient, powerful, self-sustaining colonies. And speaking of self-sustaining, once you have one of each, so a food production, parts production, fuel production, military production worlds, you can go ahead on those colonies and turn off the free port status. You can turn it off, and it's going to be able to, because the colonies will be self-sustaining, they will provide resources from one another to exist, to survive, to maintain their infrastructure. And that's the idea. The Freeport status is practically a crutch, so you can maintain colonies in the early stages of colonization before you have these 4 planets ready to go. Now, how do you find these planets? What are good locations to get colonies going? Well, first of all, it's usually amazing if you find a system that will have enough planets, that will have all of the planets that you need. So if you find a system that has food, that has barren wasteland with a lot of parts, that has a volcanic world, that has a gas giant or cryovolcanic world, that's going to be your baby. There's a possibility that it's not going to have, that's not all of them are going to have a +3 production to farmland volatiles and blah. But the fact that they're so in close proximity to each other, being in the same system, will mean that their patrol HQs and their fleets were going to overlap, and they're going to defend each other, and they're going to be much safer from pirate raids and pather cell activities and invasions. So the best scenario, the best case scenario would be to have all of these into one system. Hello, Ulcer Cracks. I'll read what you're saying in a second, okay? This game reminds you of O-Game? Yeah, but there's less waiting and more doing. Now, the best scenario would be to have the colonies within 10 light years of each other, because that way they're close enough to defend each other in case they need extra help. A high command, so a military base and a high command will usually send out fleets to other colonies if they're close enough. And it seems most of the buildings operate on this 10 light years radius. So, if I have, I'm gonna give it an example. If I have, I'll say Swara Nebula. If I have the coronal hypershunt, best case is not an absolute must. Correct. Best case, best scenario is not an absolute must. Some people like to min-max, and they will refuse vehemently any situation where they're not gonna have the perfect system with the perfect coronal hypershunt and a cryo sleeper just waiting to be discovered way up the butt, Morty. It's gonna happen. If that's your style, sure, go for it. Keep on going and exploring and try to find paradise. But if I have a food world in the yellow star, an orange, a volcanic world in orange, coronal hypershunt in blue with a gas giant, if they're all gonna be in one constellation, that's perfect. That's great. That's a balance. That's not everything in one system, but it's neither food planet in Swaron and military production in Pharos Nebula. This is a no-no situation. You can also stretch it. You can try to have Novi, Tyvi Nebula, Labraxis, they're in close proximity to each other, and even Chlor. And that's going to help out. Of course, eventually you're going to be you're going to be able to sustain quite a few colonies. You're going to be able to sustain your stuff. You might start colonizing some of the destroyed core worlds that might or might not have been, decivilized by your own faction. I don't know, just saying. But at that point, there won't really be any. Your colonies will be safe. They're going to be defending each other, and you're going to be able to freely operate and wage warfare on any far-flung location. Now, I'm going to go real quick through the items that you need for each building. So, and I'm going to mention the AI, the alpha cores, afterwards. And alpha cores, and what do they do, and why are they so illegal, and blah blah. But first, practically the important buildings for the colonies and colony templates that I've mentioned, and the items that you would need to further upgrade them. Now, when it comes to infrastructure and accessibility, you need a fullerene spool. This item will be installed in the spaceport, I think? Yeah, in the starport. And it will give you 30% higher accessibility. So that's going to mean more goods that are imported and exported, and higher population growth. So if you have a fluorine spool, that's going to be great. Might be a good idea to utilize them on a gas giant or a cryovolcanic world, or any of your colonies that has a lower accessibility rate, just to help them, just to bring them online that much faster. Okay, then on food worlds for farms, you can install soil nanites, which are going to be increasing, are going to be giving you a +2 to production. The only condition is that there must not be any, I think, transplutonics and volatiles on the planet itself, but with food worlds, that's not really going to be the case usually. So once you install soil nanites, it's going to give you a flat +2 production for the farming. In the system itself, you might also find solar shades. Solar shades, you will be able, they're an orbital facility that you will be able to find around certain suns or planets in unexplored systems. If you colonize a planet that has solar shades, the farming would automatically receive a +2 to production. Now, I guess I need to mention this. Sometimes you'll find aquatic worlds, which are great for food production. The only difference between an aquatic world and a normal farmlands world is that farming will be called aquaculture or something like that, around that ballpark. It's the same building, only different image, different name. That's all it does. That's all. That's the entire difference. Okay, or the entire difference that you should be concerned about. Alright, then for mines, you're going to be able to install either the autonomous mantle bore, which is going to give you a +3 production to ore and rare ore, or you can also install the plasma dynamo, which is going to be increasing volatile production by +3. Now, the mantle bore, I think it's meant to be utilized on a non-atmospheric planet. I think that's the condition that it needs to be fulfilled. But having a mantle bore in any of the ore production locations is great. For the plasma dynamo, I'm going to be honest, I don't think I've ever found a plasma dynamo, but it will only work on either cryovolcanic or gas giants. So any location where your interest is volatiles, you'll want this dynamo going. Okay, then for the refinery, practically the building that processes anything that the mining building spews out. For the refinery, you can find a catalytic core that increases its production by 3. And then from the refinery, we're taking the stuff to the heavy industry. If you have questions, Ultra Cracks, you can ask away. The heavy industry can be upgraded with the corrupted or the pristine nanoforge. Now, depending on the quality of the nanoforge that you have installed in the mining, in the heavy industry, that's going to give you either with a corrupted version, +1 production and 20% higher quality for the ship parts. So 20% higher quality, that means less demods on the final produced ship. And then the Pristine Nanoforge is going to give you +3 production and 50% higher quality parts. So yummy, delicious, glorious. good stuff. So imagine having this is the best case scenario, having a volcanic world that has heavy industries with a pristine nanoforge installed into it, with an alpha core installed into it, and then also having high command with an alpha core installed into it, and with a cryo-arithmetic engine installed as well, would give you the biggest, most pristine, powerful fleets that your faction could muster. So yeah, if you want to min-max, you can do that way. Let me read it 1 second on Ultra Cracks. Incredible streamer with a focus on helping others, feels comfortable with themselves, good vibes and great gameplay. Looks to show that everyone starts somewhere and that as long as you're enjoying yourself, doesn't matter if you're doing it all wrong. Thanks, Ultra Cracks. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. And yes, isn't that what video games are meant to be? For you to have a good time? If you're having fun whacking people with a shovel when the game is focused on shooting people from a distance, you shouldn't give a shit. Whack away with that shovel if you're having fun. Yeah, play the game the way it's meant to provide you with enjoyment, not the way it's, min-maxing or this is the correct way, this is wrong. Hell, if you want to build a heavy industry on a gas giant, go for it, goddammit. Even if it's Minecraft, even if it's Pong. Enjoy however you see fit. But thanks, Ultra Cracks. Okay. Is there anything else that I need to mention? Yeah, so I was at Heavy Industries. On fuel production lines, you can install a synchrotron core. That's going to give you a +3 to production. And then on commerce buildings, you can install a Dealmaker Holosuit. The Dealmaker Holosuit is going to give it a whopping 50% extra revenue production, which is insane, and it gives you a lot of money. And that's it. And the item that I mentioned for the military chain line, there's the cryo-arithmetic engine that the more heat there is on the planet, the larger the fleets that it's going to feed out. That's it. I think those are all the important items. I think there are some other miscellaneous items, but they're not that essential. To be honest, these are not essential either. But if you want min-maxing, these are the way to go. Now, alpha cores and AI. So AI is known to be developed by Tritachyon and now has become highly illegal. The AI rebelled, Skynet Terminator style, and Skynet's Terminator style, and they've waged war against humanity. The AI comes in 3 different variants: Gamma Core, Beta Core, and Alpha Core. Gamma having lesser intelligence and limitations, Beta being a middle ground, and then Alpha Core, super mega intelligent, highly illegal, holy shit, I think they're gonna get us extinct core. Now, you can you can utilize Alpha Cores as officers on your ship. They're gonna be much more powerful than a normal human officer, but the downside is that their personality will be hyper aggressive. They will always be reckless. Another use for Alpha Cores is inside the colonies. You can install a Alpha Core as an administrator, and it's going to be able to provide you with, I think, all of the administrative skills, and it's also going to be decreasing the upkeep of the entire colony. And I think it's going to be giving you increased production. And then you can individually install Alpha Cores in every building, and for every building is going to give you a decrease in upkeep of 25% and a +1 production. I do have to mention that the moment you install an Alpha Core in your colony, the hegemony is gonna fucking know somehow, and is gonna send out inspections. So the moment you install an Alpha Core, be ready for open conflict with the hegemony, at least. It's also gonna piss off the Luddic Church, and it's definitely gonna attract Luddic Path attention. So besides those pesky pirates that are going to be raiding your system, you're also going to be dealing with pesky pathers. So that's the only downside of alpha cores. But if you already planned on waging war on the hegemony, which I usually do because they're asshats, then you're good to go. Throw alpha cores at the problem as much as you want. That's it. That's all. I think I've covered everything about colonies. Yeah. Colonies and your own faction. Okay. Now I just need to go over story, which is not really... I'm not really going to go into spoiler territory. Okay, let me just read real quick what you guys are saying. Okay. Long-time treated combat as a playground where the one with the most ships and powerful weapons wins. A 3 months still treated combat as a playground, but the one with the most bullshitty strategy wins. Then last week, instead of giving micromanaging combat a try, and oh boy does it feel great. Treat combat as a strategy where the positioning of your ships matters. The W's just start coming and they don't stop coming. You focus almost entirely on building a wide line. 99% of your flagship is on autopilot, and focus on maneuvering your wings, flanks, dominators covered, interceptors and bombers to take out priority targets. Most of your strategy goes into tweaking ships so the AI does what you want. So by the time combat starts, it's mostly about where and when to put defensive positions and give specific attack orders. Okay, that's actually a very good segue. It's a very good segue into fleet compositions that I should discuss about. Because another question that a lot of new players will have is, but what the ships do I get? I have no idea why you're Italian new player, but you're Italian at this time. So, but what the ships do I use? Mamma mia. Okay. So, I'd say every fleet will need to have a basic number of support ships. These are your non-combat boys. These are ships that will be there to provide you with inventory capacity, fuel capacity, salvage equipment, so you get extra loot, you know, from salvaging after battle or for when exploring ruins or a planet, and then sensors strengthening ships, practically exploration ships, how I like to call them. Now, these ships come in different sizes, ranging from small... Yes, this will be on YouTube, Major Flint, no worries. Ranging from small frigates all the way to big boy size, capital ship size. I might even have all of the necessary ships in this panel, which is great. Oh, also ships that will support your marines. That's also a thing. Yeah, practically increases the efficiency of your marine count. There are ships for that, and increasing crew capacity. But I've never really found transport ships needed. But I digress. Okay, let's take it one step at a time. For salvaging purposes. Okay, bye Ultra Cracks. Thanks for dropping by. Thank you for the nice words, dude. Now, for salvaging purposes, I usually just get 2 salvage rigs. 2 salvage rigs, nothing more, nothing less. My go-to is 2 salvage rigs with 100 or 120 heavy machinery. Anything beyond that is overkill. You don't really need anything above that. I've tried with 4 salvage rigs. I've tried with 2 salvage rigs and 4 shepherds, drone tenders. It's not noticeable. For salvaging purposes, 2 salvage rigs and 120 heavy machinery will be more than enough to give you a lot of supplies, fuel, and metals, and blah blah, salvage from the enemy corpses. So that's it for salvage. For fuel, it all comes down to your fleet composition. Well, not really necessarily fleet composition, more fleet numbers and sizes. What I've noticed in the early to mid game, a Phaeton tanker will carry you. It will be enough. I would just go directly for a Phaeton tanker, a medium-sized... Is this cruiser-sized? I'm not even sure. medium tanker with enough fuel capacity to support a large fleet. Having a Phaeton will keep you going way into the late game. It's going to allow you to fly to the edge and back, but there is a but, and it's quite a big but. If you reach to have a fleet with 4 capital-sized ships, I think that's the moment where you want to upgrade your tanker to a Prometheus, to the capital-size tanker. I'd say just completely ignore the Dram. It's too little, it provides too little, and it's too late. You already have the beautiful Phaeton. Just have one of these in your fleet in early to mid game, and if you see that your fleet now has 2, 3, 4 capital ships, get yourself the Prometheus, and your fuel problems will be bye-bye. Always upgrade the Prometheus and the Phaeton with the auxiliary fuel tank, and you're okay. Dram is okay for very small fleets at the start, but yeah, I'd say it's not worth it. Just jump directly to Phaeton. Let me quickly check and see if what's the maintenance cost. 4 per month, and the Dram has 2 per month. Fuel capacity of 800, while the Dram just has a measly 300. So for the cost of 2 Drams, you have the fuel capacity of at least 3. So, meh. Prometheus is burn 60, you might want to stick to Phaetons unless you want to grab some specific items. Well, you could put an augmented drive on it to increase its burn, its maximum burn, but if you need a Prometheus, because you have so many capital ships, most likely those capital ships are already quite slow. So just trying to upgrade the Prometheus to kind of keep up with said capital ships will be enough. Okay? There are simply fleets that are a little bit on the slow side, so having that Prometheus to support is more than enough. So, for fuel usage, Phaeton, if you have big boy ships plus 3 to 4 and up, go with Prometheus. That's it for fuel. Just one ship. Don't need any more than that. Okay, now in terms of inventory capacity. With inventory capacity, you will want... I usually go for Colossus, which is cruiser size freighters. This is the pirate variant, but there's the normal civilian grade variant that will provide you with all your cargo capacity needs. Having one in the early game is more than enough. Even though it's cruiser sized, its maintenance costs and its sensor profile can be lowered quite significantly. So I usually get a Colossus, and I sit on a Colossus way into the late game. Practically, as I'm progressing through the game, I start off with one Colossus, then I add another one, and another one. But in the late game, I usually have 3 Colossus, which, if I have too many capital ships, I start upgrading into Atlases. So, practically the Atlas is a capital size freighter. Just upgrading those Colossus to 1 Atlas should be enough. Yeah, that is the pirate variant. That's why I'm just explaining to people the shape of the Colossus. It's going to look like this. So, you start off with 1. You build up to 3. Don't go above 3. It's not really going to be worth it. We don't really want to go overboard with these support ships. And 3 are going to be providing you with more than enough inventory capacity to do the things that you do. If you do want to dabble into, selling or these commodities that are meant to be sold in very, very high quantities, then maybe go ahead and grab yourself Atlases. Upgrade earlier. Use the Codex to show the real ships? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I should go into the Codex. I just need to find... So it should be C Colossus. There we go. So this is the Colossus. I grab myself 1. By the late game, I have 3 of these. once I feel like I need an upgrade, I go for the Atlas. The Atlas class standard super freighter. I definitely go ahead and upgrade its maximum burn speed to have at least 8. And of course, on all of these ships, the Colossus, the Atlas, I also add expanded cargo holds to give me even more cargo capacity. Now, if you want to roleplay, if you want to use some low, you want to have a low profile, be super stealthy. You can use, let me see, I think it was the Cerberus. Yes, the Cerberus pirate variant has the special ability of shielded cargo holds. That shielded cargo hold will be able to make it harder for authority inspections to detect any illegal goods in your inventory. The Cerberus pirate variant has enough cargo capacity to carry and do your and fulfill your smuggling needs. Nice. Let me see the Cerberus. So we have the Cerberus combat freighter, and then there's the Cerberus pirate variant. This one has the shielded cargo holds. Mule P also has it. Yeah, but Mule P is a little bit of a bigger ship. Mule P is a little bit of a bigger ship, and by that point, I would just rather have a Colossus. So yes, practically you just add these ships as you go through the game. They will provide you with inventory capacity. That's kind of it. My go-to, as I mentioned, is 1, 2, 3 Colossus, upgrade into Atlas, depending on fleet size. Okay, so we've talked about fuel, we talked about inventory. For crew, I don't usually buy a dedicated transport ship like the Nebula civilian transport. I don't usually need those. I need the extra crew inventory because usually the ships that I utilize and the ships that you will utilize for the fleet, unless you're incredibly careful about it, will have enough space to accommodate all of your crew needs and accommodate enough crew capacity to colonize locations. What I would get, yeah, I know, it will be enough even for colonization purposes. What I would get though is, let me see, I think it's called the Valkyrie. All the way down. It's in alphabetical order, so we can easily find it if I go to the V. Yeah, the Valkyrie class. The Valkyrie class elite troop transport. This is the only ship that I would get. It has 250 maximum crew on it. Very nice, very good. But it also has the ground support package, which increases the effectiveness of any Marines that you have during raiding operations. There is a phase version of this. It's called the Phantom, but it's easier to find the Valkyrie. It's more common, especially in Hegemony and Syndrian Dictat and Persian League markets. You'll have an easier time finding the Valkyrie than finding the Phantom. I'll show the Phantom as well. But imagine this giant ship flying down, guns blazing. It's a non-combat ship, so you're not really going to be utilizing it in ship versus ship combat, but this ship is going to provide you fire support for militaries, imaginatively speaking. Okay, this is all in your head. That's what the ground support package does. Makes raiding with Marines more efficient. So having one of these in your fleet is mwah. And it's also, with its maximum crew, it's going to provide you with enough crew capacity to be good. Now, let me just go quickly to the Phantom. There we go. Yeah, the Phantom. The Phantom Phase Elite Transport. Phase Field Advanced Ground Support, so it does a better job than the Valkyrie. Provides a higher bonus to military... to Marine efficiency, but they're a bitch to find, they're harder to find, they're more expensive to maintain. But if you do get your hands around one, and you're not RPing, having a pure low-tech or a pure mid-tech fleet, or no phase ships, then do get it. If you do find it, do get your hands on a Phantom. It's gonna give you, it's gonna make your Marines have a bigger oomph. It doesn't have as big of a maximum crew capacity than the Valkyrie, so maybe keeping both of them might be a good idea. Okay, so I talked about fuel, salvage, Marines, and crew transport. Let's go into sensor ships. So, when I say sensors, the first ship that comes to mind is the Apogee, because it has the high resolution sensors. This is a cruiser size exploration ship. Another one comes to mind is the Omen, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Omen also has high resolution sensors. M-N-O further down. I know my alphabet, I promise. The Omen, yeah. The Omen has also high resolution sensors. Frigate size, cheaper to maintain, and quite tanky on the battlefield as well. The Audi also has high resolution sensors. Okay, yeah, practically this is the big sister of the Apogee. This is a fast capital ship. I think it's the fastest capital ship in the game, and the build for it is quite a doozy. It's quite powerful. This was actually one of the main capital ships that I utilized in my latest playthrough, and whoo boy, did they do a lot of work. Oh, especially if you install those exotic weapons. But you'll discover those exotic weapons on your own. Okay, let's stop creaming over capital ships and go back to what we're discussing. I never really had issues with sensor range. I'd say having an Omen and an Apogee will be more than enough for your fleet. If you have a small exploration fleet, just having one Omen to do those exploration quests will be okay. The Odysseys is a weird capital, to be honest. It's not as tanky as Paragon, not as fast as an Apogee. You always have trouble building them. There's a very good build on the Odyssey. It's a very good build. I have a very good build for the Odyssey in my Discord section. So go into Starsector section of my Discord and you'll be able to find it. Oh, actually, the setup that it has over there in that image is quite good. I would just replace the high-intensity laser with attack lance, and I would replace the medium missile slots with sabos, and that's it. It's gonna do wonders. Maybe adding the Hurricane instead of the Squall, but I think those are interchangeable. They're both fine. Okay. So yeah, so for high resolution sensors, just having one Omen, and then if you have cruiser-sized ships, just get one non-astral, one Apogee. Now, the Apogee can be utilized in combat as well as a long-range support platform, but don't expect it to go and just melt through fleets on its own. It definitely needs to be support. It definitely needs support from other ships, but it can be used as a good anchor ship for your fleet. Okay. There we go. We'll do individual ship conversations in another video. Because if I'm going to be doing individual ship conversations, this guide is going to turn from 12 hours into 24. So fuck that shit. It's going to be a separate video. Okay. Let's see other tips. Am I going to do the survey planet options? No. No, as long as you have enough supplies in your inventory. I'll give you guys an idea of how many supplies to have in your inventory when deep exploring, but nah, I'm not going to go and do the survey planet options. Oh, right, the surveying equipment. You're right. Now I understand what you're saying, Triple Strike. So that is true. There's also the surveying equipment, which help with salvage. I think the smallest surveying equipment ship is the Shepherd, if I remember correctly. That's true, yeah. Adventure and Apogee reduces the supply. The Shepherd class drone tender has surveying equipment, so having at least 1 or 2 of these in your inventory is good. Yeah, they also have a salvage gantry. So yeah, 2 shepherds with 2 salvage gantries, your salvage is covered and your surveying equipment is covered. Having the apogee also helps with surveying. So what does surveying mean? It means the supplies needed to explore a planet will be reduced. That's all surveying equipment does. If I remember correctly, I don't think it's the mule. What's it called? There's another kind of low-budget exploration ship. It has a lot of missile slots on it. But I can't remember the name. Not the Hermes, not the Heron. I actually know where it is. It's in the mission section. I saw it in the mission section on one of these. Ah, there it is. The Venture. Doesn't the Venture also have surveying equipment? Yeah. Yeah. The Venture with its missile pods and other beams. So yeah, the Venture is also a good low budget, cheap to maintain survey ship. So you can get this as well if you can't really, afford an apogee, or for role-playing purposes, you're not really rocking high-tech ships. So the Venture is going to help you out. Having just 1 of these would mean, this is a cruiser-sized ship, having 1 of these would mean that you can get rid of the shepherds from your fleet, and just having those two salvage rigs will be enough. Venture can be quite a brick in a pinch. Oh yeah, definitely. It's quite a tanky ship, and you can build it that way. But it's okay. It's okay. You can use it as a support ship. What's my favorite ship in this game? I have a soft spot for the Aurora. Usually, the Aurora with close quarters brawler build that Arignator showed me is my go-to flagship. That's my favorite. When it comes to mods, if I am to add the mods, I really like the... What's it called? The ship that you find in Lethia. Can't really remember. Surveying equipment can be modded on salvagers, which works pretty well to get 2 for 1. That's also true, yeah. You're right. You can modify a salvage rig. Let me see if I can find a salvage rig somewhere in here. I don't think so. It's not a combat ship. I don't think it would be present in the mission briefings. Maybe randomly generated? Nah, I don't think it's going to give me one. Yeah. But yes, you have a little bit of flexibility of modifying and adding extra support hulls. Sorry, support hull mods on other civilian ships or even combat ships. But you can only push it to the limit so far. You can only add so much. So for example, on fuel tankers, I prefer to add extra auxiliary fuel capacity. On freighters, I add extra inventory capacity. On salvage rigs, I add either surveying equipment or cargo capacity. Sometimes, I know, it's creepy and it's weird. But you can play around with this. So these ships that I'm mentioning for the support purpose are not really set in stone. But yeah, that's kind of it. We talked about sensors. We talked about surveying equipment. We talked about transport. Is there anything else? I guess there's the Ox. A special mention for the Ox. Yeah, let me just go down to the Ox. The Ox class standard tug. This is a ship that attaches itself to another of your ships, and it increases its speed with its drive field stabilizer. It's a bit on the expensive side to have one, but if you really need your fleet to have that extra oomph, that extra little bit of speed, practically, it's going to increase the speed of your slowest ship in your fleet. That's what the Ox does. Support ship that will only do this. I guess you can install some survey equipment on it, but it's a frigate size, so it's not really going to be that beneficial. But this thing will if you can afford it, you know, if you're swimming in cash, if you're swimming in credits, and you have the inventory capacity to have those extra supplies, having an ox to increase the speed of your fleet is beneficial, but don't go overboard. Each subsequent ox, it is exactly like a clingy girlfriend, sure. Each subsequent ox will increase the speed of your fleet by another one, but having multiple of these will increase the costs quite a bit. Okay, that's kind of it. To give you guys of an idea of how expensive this thing is, it's as expensive as a destroyer-size hammerhead. So, what do you want? A combat-capable hammerhead, or a ox that's utilized just to push your Atlas a little bit faster? So yeah, they're useful. Don't get me wrong, but you need the money. You need the money. You need the finances to maintain it. Okay, now supply calculations time. You know, just to get things with the fleet, just to get things with the fleet going. How many supplies do you need to keep your fleet alive? I would say you do a little bit of a calculation, something like, well, you could go early game, have always 300 supplies on you at all times. Mid to late game, when you have 6 cruisers, have around 1k. If you have 4 capital ships in your fleet and you need to support all of them with a total of 25 ships, then have 2,500 supplies. Now, the way you could calculate this would be, you go to each and every ship, you see it has 14 supplies per month. So you do this 14 times 10, so it lasts 10 months, 140 for the Falcon, plus another blah blah for, you know, another 140 for the other Falcon that you got, another 9 for another 90 for the Gemini, and so on and so forth. You can do this calculation by simply checking the maintenance cost and then try to think how much for how much time you're going to be out there in space without reaching another port. If you're going for deep exploration, take yourself enough supplies to last you a year. So go with something like maintenance number times 12 for each and every ship, and then have that amount. Plus, oh yes, you need a little bit of extra above this. Plus, get yourself, depending on how many surveying equipment ships you have, get yourself around 600 up to 1,000 supplies, so which are going to be utilized for surveying purposes, to explore different planets and check what supplies they will give you. And above this, also add around 200 supplies, because you'll most likely get into combat. This again revolves around your fleet composition. If you have the type of fleet that has quantity over quality, you will be expecting a lot of damage taking and a lot of losses, a lot of ships that need to be recovered. You're going to need more supplies to maintain those ships, to repair those ships and maintain them in combat condition. So that 200 becomes a plus 400 at the end. If you have quality over quantity, very few ships that are meant to eliminate the enemy before they receive damage at all, then you can tone that down a little bit. But always keep in mind, always have a certain amount of supplies in case of emergencies. So yeah, that's kind of it. You can also try to simplify it and just go with 100 supplies per ship and see where that's going to take you. You know, so I have, let's see. It's not really going to take you very far. You should do the calculations a little bit. But I have 5 ships, let's say 50 for a frigate, 100 for a destroyer, 150 for a cruiser, and then 200 for a capital. Nah, probably 300 for a capital. But you could go around that ballpark. So I'd say I'd be comfortable with having, if I'm going to be doing a deep space exploration and I'm going to be outside of the core worlds for a long time, I would go with 350 plus another, I don't know, maybe another 200 supplies so I can get surveying going if I do want to do some full exploration. But again, this fleet is not really suitable to go deep exploring. I would add a Colossus. I would add 2 salvage gantries. I would definitely add a Open for the high resolution sensors. So there are some modifications that you're going to need to make. I would replace the Dram with the Phaeton. I would add 2-3 extra combat ships. And I usually fly with 4 frigates that are useful for chasing purposes. And yes, this is a good segue to go from support ships into combat a little bit and kind of fleet doctrines. And I'm just calling them fleet doctrines to be fancy, but the layman's terms is your fleet composition. How do you build your fleet? What's the idea behind your fleet? This is where specializations come in. Do you want to focus on carriers? Do you want to focus on bricks, on close quarter combat brawlers? Do you want to get into the enemy's face? It depends. It depends on what you want to go for. A good rounded fleet would be 4 frigates. Just have 4 frigates that you can rely upon. These are going to be your pirate hunters, and they're going to be the ships that are going to chase the enemy down when the enemy's running. Preferably, these frigates should be fast so they can catch up to anything that's trying to get away, and you should be good to go. This is kind of like a standard template that you can afterwards just adapt to whatever build your mind comes up with. So 4 frigates. Then you go for 2 up to 4 destroyers. Again, depending on your composition, you can just get away with 2. You can completely replace those destroyer-sized ships with just cruisers. Usually, my preferred style is 6 cruisers, 4 frigates, 2 capital ships. That's the way I roll. That's kind of like my standard variant. And these are all the combat ships. Besides these, I also add the support ships. So think of the Colossus, the salvage gantries, the fuel ship, the transport troops ship. These are also added next to your fleet. But we're strictly talking about the combat capable ships now. So 4 frigates, between 2 to 4 destroyers, between 4 to 6 cruisers, and again, this is a little bit interchangeable. You can get away with 4 cruisers and 4 destroyers, or 6 cruisers and no destroyers at all. And then on top of these, I have 2 capital ships. The reason why I go for 2 capital ships is because these are my fleet anchors. The capital ships have the staying power. They're there to stay. They're the anchors of my fleet. All of the other ships are around the capital ship and supporting it and providing it with fire. Why do I have 2? Is so I can form this little line, this line of ships. Capital on each side, with a lot of other cruisers and destroyer ships in between. Also having the 4 frigates working together on one flank, or just covering the flanks, splitting up. It's your choice. But usually I go with these 2 capital anchor ships. And this is the template. 2 capital ships, between up to 6 cruisers, up to 4 destroyers, 4 frigates, and then the rest support ships. From here, you can adapt the template to how you see fit. For example, if you're going to be going with Wolfpack tactics, you're going to be removing all of those cruisers and capital ships from what I said, and you're going to up the number of the frigates and of the destroyers that you're going to be utilizing. Wolfpack tactics may be in combination with support doctrine and in combination with derelict operations would give you a Zerg style fleet where you have a lot of cheap combat ships that are there to overwhelm the enemy, kind of like a swarm style fleet. Or you could go a carrier focused fleet where the two capital ships are both carriers. You do have 2 to 4 cruisers and maybe 2 destroyers that are pure combat. These are not carriers, so they can provide escort and staying power to the carriers. And then frigates are coming out of the equation and being replaced with maybe cruiser-sized carriers to just make that swarm of fire wings more potent. You could go that ballpark. Of course, you can go balls to the wall and just have 8 capital ships. You're gonna be it's very, very expensive, and you're gonna be having a hard time maintaining them. But sometimes just more is not better. Sometimes just building tall and just having a few elite ships is the way to go. Besides, other fleet formations would be kind of like a line anchor fire group. So practically have 3 capital ships. These are acting as anchors. These will hold their position. Around surrounding them, they will also have also these capital ships will have a focus on long range weaponry. I'm thinking of paragons. I'm thinking of onslaughts holding the line. Around these, you'll have other cruisers and destroyers with a focus on long range weaponry, and you're just bombarding the enemy lines, taking them out before they even reach within weapon range of your positions. That's it. So, pirate rush, carrier rush, line combat. Oh right, in the line combat, you can also try to get some close quarters brawler ships that are attacking on the flanks and trying to defeat the enemy, try to practically grind the enemy all the way to the middle. So think of your artillery line as an anvil, and your close quarter brawlers are the hammer that are going to be hitting the enemy on the side, practically similar to medieval combat in terms of infantry and cavalry usage. Okay. And of course, you can also just go with a pure brawler build. All of your ships are close quarter brawlers. This could go hand in hand with support doctrine, derelict operations, wolfpack, or you could make bigger brawlers, capital size brawlers that are few, elite, but their shtick is they get in close and personal and they blow the enemy away before they have a chance of responding to anything that you're doing. Also, this will mean that these close quarter brawlers will have a focus on defenses, on high armor, powerful shields, so they can withstand the extra punishment as they're approaching. Those are the fleet doctrines that come to mind. If you have any extra to add, feel free to add them in the comments. If you want specific fleet compositions, we'll probably discuss those when I do the individual ship talk video. But I think it kind of gives you an idea of what to look for. I guess I could mention some good anchor capital ships, because the basic template that I've explained involves an anchor strategy. So good anchor ships would be the Apogee and its big brother, the Odyssey, or big sister. The Onslaughts and the Dominators are good anchor ships, even though the Dominator is a cruiser size. But practically, it all depends on your budget. Before you can afford or you can fight capital ships, you can utilize cruisers as your anchor. Practically the point that other ships can rely on to be fixed, to be stone, to be stoic, and the Guardian. And, you know, they can also help support that one Guardian as well. Alright, so, Apogee. Let's go cruisers and then capitals. I think that's better. Odyssey is the cavalry. Odyssey can be utilized as a anvil as well. It's safe to be utilized as an anvil. I did it to great success. Indeed, it can pair well with the anchor, but yes, the Odyssey can have a close quarters brawler where it can go on the flanks. But still, I'm giving some templates over here, Evernator. What you're saying is specialized bits. Okay, so cruiser size. Apogee comes to mind. Dominators come to mind. These big boys. The new one. What's it called? No, not the Enforcer. The one that was added in the latest patch. That is cruiser size. Can't remember. So Manticore was added, which is a destroyer size, and then there's the... No, not the Eradicator. Isn't there a midline cruiser that was also added? Eradicator is a close quarters brawler. The Champion, thank you, yeah. So yeah, the Champion and the Eagle also are good anchor cruiser size ships. Yeah, the Champion class. So you can go and rely on these to hold the line. Okay. Enforcer, Eagle, kind of the same shtick, kind of same idea. They're there to hold position. That's it for cruiser size. Then for capital, you can't go wrong with the Onslaught as an anchor. The Onslaught, the Odyssey, even though it's fast, it can really support a fast fleet. So if you have fast ships, maybe having an Odyssey as an anchor would be okay, even though it can fulfill the role of a hammer as well, not just an anvil. Legion class, because the Legion, even though it's a battle carrier, it has the tendency of getting into the enemy's faces, so holding it as an anchor is a good idea, especially for the slower fleets. Conquest, but I see the Conquest more. No, it can be used, but the AI doesn't really use it too aggressively, I'd say. Maybe a Conquest with a steady officer could work. Although the Conquest has some flux efficiency issues, I would give it... I would definitely give it Ordnance Expertise as a priority on an Odyssey. The Ordnance Expertise Elite variant does really alleviate the flux efficiency problems of the Conquest. So having that is good. Alright, any other... So, Onslaught, Conquest. The Paragon is also amazing as a fleet anchor. The Paragon is quite expensive, so just having one or two tops is more than enough. And it works very, very well for a high-tech fleet. That's it. I wouldn't say that the Astral is a good anchor because it doesn't really have the staying power. The Astral is more a carrier that stays in the back and just keeps providing long-range bombardment pressure on the enemy. So, not really an anchor, not reliable. You want this to be protected by other big ships. So, right, or other big ships, or other ships that will stop the enemy from reaching it. But that's it. So... a quick too long dinner read, basic template of support ships, 4 frigates, 4 destroyers, up to 4 to 6 cruisers, 2 capital ships, and then you, from this template, you can specialize and adapt it to whatever fleet doctrine you need. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully I didn't confuse you more. I don't think so. And let me see if I'm missing anything. I should talk about story. Story, how to make money, and then early game, mid game, and late game. And then I think we're done. Oh, and then I'll talk about mods. Yeah. I'll talk about mods. So, story. There is a main storyline to this game that you can start it at was it now I'm not gonna remember the in Galatia. Yes, so the main story of the game can be started from the Galatia Academy station. If you go over here and if you talk with the dean of the academy, she will set you up on the main story of the game. It spawns several quests that are well paid. I do recommend that you have a balanced fleet that is capable of handling itself, and it also has a decent amount of inventory capacity. And then, as you're progressing through the story, through the quests, you're going to be receiving more specialized quests that will require you to upgrade your fleet to practically invasion-crushing calibers. So you can start off the story with, you can get away with the first parts of the story with, this is me not giving spoilers, and I'm not going to give you spoilers because it's worth it to go through it on your own. But so you can start off, you can get away with the first part of the story with destroyer cruiser size ships. But then the second part of the story, the end game, where you're doing the special missions, I'd say you definitely need capitals. Definitely need capitals. You're going to be having some big boy fights. But the story and the reward is worth it. Maybe even essential, I'd say. Because it's going to set up the foundations for your faction stage. It's amazing, the things that you get. And I'm not going to get into spoilers. All I'm saying is, if you want to make exploration and your faction stage easier, the story is a must. It's essential. So yeah, that's all I can say about it. You start out from Galatia Academy, have a balanced fleet that's capable of handling itself with a decent inventory capacity, that's gonna upgrade into the late game into a invasion-crushing fleet. And that's it. And now I will discuss on how to get said fleet, how to make money. Now, there's multiple ways of making money in this game. Through the various activities, being a bounty hunter, being an explorer, being a freighter, but the most lucrative way that I've found is smuggling. Selling drugs, kids. Selling drugs. I know. But just dabbling into the drug trade, the organ harvesting trade, and into the heavy weaponry trade is incredibly lucrative. Will make you a stupid amount of money. And to start, it's incredibly easy. I would, but this is not needed. I would recommend that you get a Cerberus pirate variant, or a Hound pirate variant, or a Mule pirate variant, because it's going to give you those shielded cargo holds. That's going to allow you to bypass certain inspections, but again, it's not needed. I don't really get this ship. I just get myself a Colossus. So to get ready for this, you need a Colossus in your fleet, and maybe 4 frigates. Yeah, a Colossus, 4 frigates, and whichever is your flagship, a destroyer size or 2 destroyers. That's perfectly fine. You're ready to smuggle. You don't really need a big fleet, you just need a small fleet that is capable of handling itself and has a low sensor profile. So not 1,570, because you're mostly going to be having that transponder turn off, just 570. Going dark is going to be further decreasing it. You're going to be a stealthy boy. Or a girl, I don't know. Who knows, maybe you're a cat in space. I don't judge, I don't care. But the idea is, once you have a Colossus going, and a few combat ships to defend you from pirate incursions, because you're mostly going to be facing pirate incursions in this scenario, you can go at any market, on the black market, and you mouse over the harvested organs, the recreational drugs, or the heavy armaments, and you press F1. My go-to is usually recreational drugs. I look inside the screen, and I see that the best place to buy is at my favorite location, Ecubres, in the High Brazil star system. If I buy drugs from there, I can sell them at Umbra in Asconia for a whopping 302. So I'm doubling my profit. I know it's terribly profitable, but I found smuggling so entirely boring. It's more fun to do. I'll get to that, Mustrovich. I'll get to that, boy. But this is the easiest way and the fastest, well, fastest, the most profitable way of going about it. You will make stupid amounts of cash doing heavy armaments, recreational drugs, and harvested organs. The price is right. The price is there, and you're going to be making the big bucks. Now, other ways. If you have a small fleet that is not really combat capable, let's say you have a Starfarer and a Shepherd. You know, there is that start with a Starfarer and the Shepherd. I think I even have that start. Let me check one sec. I think Richard McKee over here has a randomly generated name. Doesn't matter. Yeah, with this setup, it's going to be a little bit difficult to smuggle a lot of drugs. I am small, though. I only have a sensor profile of 390, and I'm quite fast, if I remember correctly. Let me have a look-see on that. Yeah, I can go max speed 20. So I could do smuggling, or I could explore. Now, this isn't your typical go inside a system and survey everything and bring everything back. This is more of a beeline exploring. Think of it like, oh, there's a quest from the Independents to analyze a derelict ship. I will go straight to that derelict ship and just survey that, and then get the fuck out of Dodge and come back. You will find dangerous things on the way there. That's why having a small, low sensor profile, fast fleet will mean that you're going to be able to get in there, check the derelict ship, and get out. Hopefully with such a small fleet, that derelict ship is only going to yield a small amount of goods and some blueprints. And it's going to mean that you can get back with a decent blueprint haul. Again, you'll also do the survey gas giants. So beeline exploration, as in just going to your objective and then coming back to a comm relay, will mean some easy and fast money for your fleet without having super mega big expenses. After that, you also have bounty hunting. So let's say you've explored a little bit. You now have a combat capable ship. You can get in the bounty hunting business, or even system bounty hunting business. Hell, with a system bounty hunting, you can get right off the bat. If you feel like a hot shot pilot, if you feel good, if you feel like your guns on your Wayfarer are hot and ready to go, you could try and hunt down some small pirate fleets within the bounty, within systems that have bounties on them. So, for example, at the beginning of the game, you start off in Corvus. That will always have a system bounty as you start off with. Oh my god, I'm repeating myself. So you will have a system bounty. What you can do is just go near Garnier and try to pick off some small pirate fleets. If you're a good pilot, you can take them out. You can come back to Jingala, try to retrieve as much as you can from their inventory, come back to Jingala, and you will most likely have enough cash to get yourself that sweet first Colossus to get the inventory rolling, thus allowing you to retrieve more loot and kill more stuff. Well, the kill more stuff part is when you get some extra combat ships, but I digress. You get the idea. To further enhance the system bounty and the bounty experience, it's also a good idea at this stage to get yourself a commission. So getting yourself a commission with one of the major factions will mean that the system bounty will give you even more money, and will also give you reputation, and killing the personal bounties, which will most likely be either Pather targets or pirate targets, will also yield a lot of money and reputation through the commission system. To be commissioned by a planet, you just gotta talk with the station commander. I like to be commissioned, continue, and I accept. Practically, you need a a minimum amount of 10 relations. I think it's 10 or 15, but a minimum amount of 10 relations with said faction, so you are accepted as a commissioned member of society, I guess. So in this case, I accept. Now the bounty, the system bounty will be doubled for me. It's not going to say here that it's doubled, but for each and every pirate or enemy hegemony ship I destroy, I will receive much more money, bigger, higher amount. And then for every target that I take out will also yield me some extra bonuses, some extra cash. The only problem with being commissioned is now I'm hostile with the with the Persian League and with Tritachyon, so I need to watch my step within the system. This kind of puts a wrench into just trading throughout the system, or finding certain types of ships. It will also mean that I'm going to need to be sneakier if I want to do smuggling. I'm going to need to infiltrate High Brazil to buy the drugs, and I'll most likely need to infiltrate other star systems where they're hostiles to sell them. Okay, so smuggling, exploration, bounty. Afterwards, you can do industry grade exploration. At this point, you have all of the support ships and that I've mentioned in the basic template, and you have the basic template. From that moment, you just stock up on supplies, and you decide on a sector or a quarter of the sector that you want to begin exploring with. Also, this is a good moment to do the story. Because it's gonna, as I said, help out with exploration a lot. But let's say I have the basic template from the fleet composition section that I've mentioned, and I have all of my support ships. I can go ahead and plan a course. Let's say I'm gonna go Hodaka Nebula into Wandi, into Mbombo, and then come back. That's gonna be my path. I'm just going to make sure that I have enough supplies to last me, enough supplies and fuel to get me to there and back. So maybe a few extra fuel, maybe this circle, the inner circle, to be around here beyond, because you are going to be making a lot of maneuvers and dodging while you're going in that direction. But yes, this will mean that you're serving all of the planets, exploring all of the ruins, finding all of the things, and destroying all of the enemy fleets. This will yield usually a full inventory and not a destroyed fleet. And they're going to be giving you a lot of profit, and besides profit, potential colonization locations for the late game own faction. And now, the best way and easiest way to make money, but it's hard to get there, is colonies. Creating those food planets that in the late game become money planets is amazing. They will give you a lot of cash. Having all of the planet types that I've mentioned, and they all have their industry slots filled in, will generate you a stupid amount of money. And on top of that, you can even create these colonies while still being commissioned by one of the major factions. They won't care that you're colonizing, because they will know that your faction is going to be allied with them as long as you're commissioned. But yeah, that's it. I think those are the best way to make money. Also, the story is super lucrative. The story is going to give you a lot of cash. You can combine the missions from the story with exploration expeditions. So, for example, I receive a mission from Galatia Academy from the story to go to Chird Bogotanma. I have no idea why. It's not important. You'll be able to figure that out through the story. But on the way there, I have a lot of other nebulas that I could explore. So the idea is I set up an expedition where I shoot 2 bunnies with 1 shot, 2 birds with 1 stone. I explore on the way, and I also do my quest, and then come back. Combining those 2 elements will guarantee that you get a hefty, big amount of credits. That's it. Let's see what you guys are saying. I found that when doing discovery missions to find habitable planets, going for red dwarves, neutron stars, and orange and yellow stars are the best. I have to disagree when it comes to neutron stars, but red, orange, and yellow systems are the systems with the highest chance of finding habitable food production worlds. If you want to find the coronal hypershunt, those will only spawn within blue giants or super giants. So higher chance of finding them in those, only chance of finding them in those systems. In terms of blueprints and goodies, you will have higher chance of finding blueprints and goods inside black hole systems. Also, cryovolcanic worlds will be more present in black hole systems. Starting by taking a commission from the faction and fighting small fleets for the faction is a good way to get into combat before bounties. That is true, yeah. As I said, you can combine all of the things that I mentioned with commissions. It will enhance the amount of money that you're going to be getting. And of course, bot requests. Always, I can't stress this enough, always, first thing that you do when you get to a station on any planet, you go to the fucking bar, because you can find that one quest that's going to give you a sweet trade goods deal with cheaper commodities, or you can find that cheap, pristine condition ship quest that you can buy a freighter or a combat ship at a reduced under the market price. So, for fuck's sake, please always visit the bar, because you might find interesting quests and people in there. Alright, now that I've told you how to make money, you Scrooge McDucks, the second to last thing is I'm going to be telling you kind of a early, mid-game, and late-game mindset. Now, this is, again, a template that you can utilize. You can set your own goals. You are your own person. Do whatever makes you feel fulfilled and enjoyable. But this is what I do. In the early game, I usually smuggle. I smuggle my way through the game until I have a capable combat fleet with all of its support wings, with all of its support ships, and I not necessarily reach the template that I've mentioned before, but I reach at least 2 cruiser size. You know, I can handle my own. A pirate fleet will not be able to take me out. That's a good indication of where you're at. That's the early game. I don't touch the story. I simply build up my finances and I build up my fleet. You can sprinkle in some exploration in here. You can sprinkle in bounty quests. You can sprinkle in survey quests and stuff. You can even start up the story, but just make sure that you have a few destroyers and you can handle yourself. That's my early game. Then, in the mid game... also, and in the early game, if you already have an idea of who you're going to be joining, commission yourself as fast as possible. Get yourself commissioned. If you know that you're going to be focusing on high-tech goodness, commission yourself with Tritachyon. If you know that you're going to be going for midline ships, and you want to join the underdog, go with Sindrian Dictat, and stuff like that. It will make your smuggling operations a little bit more difficult, but it shouldn't be game stopping. You should still be able to smuggle your way through. Now, mid-game is the moment where I have a fleet that can take on, not necessarily invasion fleets or raid fleets, but can take on kind of like any bounty. If you can take on a bounty that is in the 100k margin, I feel like you're in the mid game. I feel like you're good to go. In this moment, I focus on finishing the story. That is a priority. I go through the story because it helps exploration a lot. You will understand if you go through the story. I'm not going to give you spoilers. All you have to know is do the story for the exploration. After I finish the story, I start heavily exploring the sector while... Sorry, not after I finish the story. While I'm doing the story, I'm also exploring hand to hand. And that should, of course, that doesn't mean that you stop developing your fleet. That should also upgrade your fleet. You're going to have new toys, new shiny things, new enemies to take on. And it's going to get you into a very powerful position. Your finances should be skyrocketing by that point. While exploring, you're keeping an eye out for the late game. You're surveying planets. You're finding those paradises. You're finding a suitable spot for your late game future faction. Now, when are you in the late game? Late game is when you finish the story and when you've explored and you have an idea of where your faction is going to go. The moment you set the flag on that planet and you set up a colony, you've hit late game, ladies and gentlemen. This is the moment where you are working... you're working for your colonies, and the colonies are working for you. You're trying to reach that sweet spot of having one of each of the colony templates that I've mentioned. In this case, it's just food production military, or at least food and military. If you've seen the colony section of the guide, you'll understand what I mean. But having these two, or three, will mean that you're stable. Adding the extra fuel or adding the extra cryovolcanic planet here and there is also going to help, but it's not essential. Once you have these going and you feel self-sufficient, you can go ahead and either upgrade your military infrastructure or literally start waging war on whoever is inspecting you the most. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But by that point, you are ready to go ahead and wage war on any of the major factions, and you can decide if you go the destabilization route of setting the stability of an enemy colony to 0 where it's going to decivilize, or you go the genocidal maniac route where you're just saturation bombarding, you're playing the bad guy, you're saturation bombarding every planet into the goddamn Stone Age and be done with it. That's my early game, mid game, late game. That's what I do. Now, this is going to differ from player to player, from character to character, from build to build, from mods to mods. You need to set up your own goals. But this is a nice, kind of objective-focused process or progression through the game that you can follow in case you're asking that pesky question, okay, but what do I do now? What do I start off with? What is this? You should have enough information now. Oh, hell, if you've seen this entire goddamn guide, you should have enough information to get yourself going. Okay. And now the last thing that I'm going to talk about is mods. Alright, so there's a lot of fucking mods for this game. There are so many goddamn mods. There are mods on top of mods. Mods that are ranging from overhaul mods that simply add up extra mechanics to the game. Okay, wow, everything is very, very white. Give me a sec. Alright. Everything ranging from extra mechanics within the game to adding extra factions to just adding extra ships and weapons. I recommend that you play the base game as much as you want, as much as you can, because it's comfortable and it's nice. But the moment you feel like, okay, I know all weapons and all ships and I want more, that's the time where you add the mods. Now, mod installing is very simple. In the Starsector directory, you have a folder called mods. You just paste the mod folder in here, and then once you launch the game, you have the mods button down here, and then you just check mark the mods that you want to utilize. Okay. Now, another question that's going to come to mind is, but Rev, where do I find mods? Where do I get mods? Well, if you search on the internet for Starsector mod, or specifically Starsector mod index, the first link that you're going to find is the mod index categorized Starsector forum post, where you will be able to see a categorized list of mods and what they add. So from mega mods, which mostly rework the way the game mechanics, well, go through work, to simply adding on top of combat mechanics, to adding new factions to the game. And these factions come with ships, new weapons, new systems, new core worlds that will always be there to help you. From extravagant, neo-light, hyper-unrealistic factions to small, grounded, lore-friendly little colonies, you're going to be able to find them in this list. Besides this, you'll also be able to find portrait packs, a lot of miscellaneous little systems like enhanced colonies where you add extra buildings to the entire shtick, making graphics prettier, all of that jazz. Just weapons, just ships. Practically, the mod index is the way to go. This gets regularly updated. I will link the mod index in the description, but if you just Google Starsector mod index, the first link is going to get here, or even Starsector mods, it should be the first link in your search. Alright, and now I'm also going to mention the Big Boy mod that I feel like enhances the base game substantially. It just makes everything better. It makes everything feel like a turn-based Civ game. Nixerlin. Now, Nixerlin adds diplomacy options and alliances. Well, it adds a lot of things, but the main things that you want from this mod are diplomacy and alliances between the major factions. Also, the major factions are now capable of invading and conquering each other. It overhauls the ground invasion battle mechanic, where marines and heavy machinery will, heavy weaponry will come in handy. It will also add mining options. It will add VIP prisoners that will help you gain reputation easier with factions. And it will also give you access to Prism Freeport, or Prism Preport, however you want to call it, that has a lot of rare, expensive goodies and some extra quests here and there. Plus, it also gives the enemies some extra capabilities and some more events. Another big thing that the Nixerlin does is that it removes the tutorial from the game, the starting tutorial option from the game, and it also gives you a bigger variety of starting ships and starting finance options and officer numbers. So it just makes the game that much more enjoyable. And I'm going to be honest, ever since I've discovered Nixerlin, I've never went and played a base game Starsector game ever again. Besides this, Nixerlin is also highly compatible with other faction mods, so you can add factions upon factions upon factions. Starsector is incredibly modular in that regard. All right. Am I done? Is it over? Is this it? I'm going to be linking the Nixerlin blog post. You'll also be able to find Nixerlin in the mod index in the Mega Mods overhaul section right here. And I think it's also compatible with Industrial Evolution, which definitely adds extra buildings to colonies. So if you want to go further in depth with colonies, get that. But yeah, I think I'm fucking done. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you. That is almost a 12-hour guide. Crazy. I'm quickly looking for my notes to make sure that I haven't missed anything, but nah, I think I went through everything. There will be a separate video where I'm going to be going into a in-depth individual ship discussion. But for those who have seen this guide, I do recommend that you go through that video, because one of the amazing aspects of Starsector is simply discovering the weapons and the ships and the fighters and the planets on your own. Finding that weapon, seeing it shoot for the first time, and then just making the connections on, wait, that gun works incredible on that ship, and coming up with weird, awesome, fucked up, and destructive builds is amazing. So yeah, I might not want to watch that one, because I'm going to be giving, you know, different builds for different ships that are suitable for AI control and for player control. But yes, that's it. That's going to be it for the guide. Of course, this guide is going to go on YouTube. It's going to be edited. You'll see timestamps of each category of discussion that we had throughout the guide in the description or in the first comment. I hope you enjoyed. It took me 4 days to record this, and if you like what I do, please hit that follow button. It's going to notify you when I stream. If you want to further support me, also subscribe. If you're on YouTube watching this, please like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Helps with the YouTube algorithm, and you know, it shows a little bit of appreciation that I've done this this guide. Also, please, if you have any interesting builds or fleet formations or thingamajigs from the base game or from a certain mod, please add it into the comment section. Please do share your builds with others, and let's show the AI and let's show the Starsector how we run them guns. That was fucking lame. Okay, yeah, that's it. Thank you very much for watching, and I wish you boys and girls a wonderful, wonderful day. Bye-bye.